I'm Scott Al Miller. It is Thursday night, and that means it is time for the Nicaragua Live, and we're starting quite early. It's actually not even yet 3:30, and we're jumping on and making this happen. So I've got to get some announcements out because no one is expecting things this early, but when the opportunity pops up, you have to jump on it. So today was a unique opportunity, and if you were watching the show last week, you know that we spent hours and hours and hours trying to get things working with the microphone, and we couldn't do it. And this week, it is working. There's no magic. It's just whether it's the Rode or the Mac, it spent the week. I unplugged it and let it sit for the week, so that's different. I've never done that before, and sitting since the last show, it popped up without any problem and just started working. So here we are. Here we are with it working. So that is where we are, and getting the word out there. We're going to get on the Expats forum. Reminder to those who haven't been on there, expats.nicaragua.com. Great place to get some information, connect with people, all that kind of stuff. It is very good for those who are considering visiting or living in Nicaragua, moving to Nicaragua. It's a great place to connect with people, ask questions, look up answers to things, because you're able to find things that are older, right? Like unlike the online forums, like WhatsApp and Facebook, things don't just disappear. Whereas when you are on the forum, you have questions that you can search on. Today is the 13th of August, 2026. All right. We're posted over there. And our thumbnail for the week is sheep having a romantic dinner with wine, and I do believe that is raspberry pancakes. All right. All right, we got the word out to most everybody. Let's see how many more we can find. I don't know how many we have on. I have not looked yet. We might have quite a few people for all we know, and I'm just not paying attention. I got that constant reconnect of my cell phone been going on. That's going to drive me crazy. Last night, while my daughter Lisa and I did our cinema class, and our movie that we were watching is The Godfather, which is awesome. She's never seen it. I've not seen it in some time. I mean, who watches it all that often? It's such a great movie. Love that movie. So well done. And so old. 54 years, I do believe, at this point. So that is getting up there. All right. I think we got the word out to most everybody. And everyone's probably going, why is he starting so early? Because I can. Oh, we do have a number of people on. None of your business early today. Neil Gibson, hello from Managua again. Arvind, love from India. Hey, how's it going? Beverly Evans is here. Hey, Scott. Tony is here. Hey, Scott, can you turn up your microphone? Okay, partially maybe I need to speak up, but I did probably play with settings and stuff while we were working on stuff. Jurgen is here. Hey, glory to Jesus Christ. 3, Jesus loves you. Thank you. Ozzy M is here. Hey, that's my Ozzy. And let me see about that microphone. Where is that hiding? There it is. Oh, yes, the microphone is down a little bit. Okay, that's probably good, right? Let me know. Thumbs, yes. And give us a thumbs up while we're taking the time to figure out the microphone. There goes the cell phone again. And I'm disconnecting it every time. It just keeps turning back on. I'm going to go find the Bluetooth settings and shut them off because it's incapable of following directions. Part of the endless issues that are Apple devices. Everything is a suggestion. Nothing is instructions. It's kind of like AI, right? You tell it what to do. It does what it wants to do anyway. And then now it's loud. Okay, now I'll talk soft. Is it too loud? I can turn it down. That's what this is for. Maybe that's better. Let me know. All right. What's going on this week? Well, some people are asking about the power situation that's come up a bit. So we don't have an answer yet for why the power at our house is so expensive, but we did find out why one of our power bills has been so expensive. A neighboring business has been stealing our power for quite some time, and they are trying desperately to sell their business. So not only are they stealing from us, but clearly they are doing so in order to make their business look profitable, because if you steal, for most businesses, there's three really big expenses. One is the potential of the property, if your business owns a property. One is your salaries. Normally that is the most extensive cost. And the third here in Nicaragua is quite typically electricity, or some, like if you're manufacturing, it might be sheet metal, right? But as a general thing that you see commonly across many companies, electricity is probably your third biggest thing. So if you do some maneuvering of your salary numbers and steal a little bit of electricity, you can prop up your profit numbers pretty significantly and make things that are losing money look like pretty good deals temporarily. So, loud, not too loud. It's good for me. Also on phone and AirPods, so it might be louder for me. Oh, yeah. Fatima says, hey, Scott, I just joined. Awesome. Thanks for joining. I'm living in San Francisco. We'll be retiring in December and plan to move to Managua in February. Look forward to meeting you in Leon. Awesome. More people coming. I've heard multiple people have February in their sights, so it's going to be a busy month, I think. Fatima, my name is Christian. I live in Nicaragua as a child for about 4 years. Any chance you lived in Fatima, which is not too far from here? But that's awesome. But only for 4 years, so you got coming back after quite some time. Very cool. All right. It's so early, I'm not really sure what's going on. I just kind of had the opportunity. The computer started working, like the microphone came on, and I said, okay, my daughter has the thumbnail ready. I'm actually able to hop on. I think we should. Last week was so short that it's good to get on and hang out with everybody. And plus, when we get started early, we get different people, so that's always excellent. No, lived in Managua. Oh, okay. And returning to Managua again. I do like Managua. It is a nice city. It is. Don't you have a social media community to share stories? I don't. I mean, this is social media. So this is my do you mean the Expats forum? Like, you could share stories there. That would be viable. If you have photo stories, you can share them on Nicagram. Let's do a quick reminder for people. If you have not yet signed up with Nicagram, great place to share your photos of your time in Nicaragua, or to see other people's pictures from Nicaragua. So definitely, I mean, completely free. Go sign up, though. It's just fun having people on there. We like seeing stuff. I think it makes for a good little community of interesting things. Right, and you don't have to do just photos from Nicaragua. It's photos for people associated with Nicaragua is kind of the vibe, right? So definitely sign up there if you have not. Plus, it's just fun. It's a pixel-fed server, so something a little bit different. It's kind of like Instagram in the old days, just photos, nothing else, and no algorithm. It is just the stuff that you select to see, so which is good and bad, right? But it's not really a place for the memes. It's a place for sharing the photos. Could you put memes on there? You could, but you're not going to find people by meme really the way that you do on Instagram. So it's a bit of a different experience. But for those of us who like looking at and sharing our photos, it's a pretty great resource. In digital, yeah, definitely the best place to share stories if they're written is on expats.nicaragua.com. That would be the best place, because it is social media, right? People can interact. They can ask you questions and whatever. Hey, Scott, Tawani over here. Hey, how's it going, Melvin? All right, look at all the people we have on so early. This is awesome. I have a feeling we got a good week coming. We got a big one coming up. And I skipped dinner because it's early, so I might get hungry at some point. What's everyone doing this weekend? We got plans? I'm going to be here. Next week is my wife's birthday, so a little bit more than a week, but so we'll have the next live before then, but about a week away, having her birthday. So we'll be doing something next weekend. We've done a lot of car repair. I had one of my first accidents, my first ever in my life that I was driving and had a collision with another motor vehicle was this week. I was in the middle of parking, right? So you're coming down the road, there's parking spaces on the right, and you come along and you pull into them. And someone decided to pass me on the right while I was parking. which of course people do. People are idiots. And he just slammed into the side of my car. Luckily, I was parking very, very slowly, right? And so he just bounced off the side of my car, scuffed it a little bit. We got out. I'm like, "Are you okay?" He's like, "Yeah." And he's like, "I'm really sorry." And I looked at the car and I'm like, "I'm cool if you are." And he's like, "Oh, thank you." And he just took off. So everything was fine. But I've actually done really well at not having people bounce off of me, actually. I did have a bicyclist go into the side of my car and get caught between me and a car next to us, so he bounced back and forth at one point some time ago. But in both cases, I was not at fault. So it's not been a big deal, but it can be. Can be annoying to constantly have to deal with stuff. James says, hello from Fundy. On last Sunday, booked flight from Halifax to Liberia for 15 days starting in January. Awesome. Looking forward to getting you down. Ozzy says, wow. Yeah, it's one of those days. That wasn't last night. It was 2 nights ago. Oh my gosh. Yeah, it couldn't have been last night. It had to be Tuesday night. Yes, because I was on my way to head home to grab my wife and go do karaoke. We did karaoke on Tuesday night. And it was just so busy. I can't remember what was going on, but it was like I did one thing and then had to run to another, then had to run to another. And I was getting to the house, like pulling into the house as we were ready to pull out of the house. It was just a busy, busy night. And I basically went all day and didn't have a free moment until 1 a.m. I got home and hung out with the kids and watched Friends for a little bit. And then last night we watched The Godfather. So I didn't go out anywhere yesterday, to the best of my knowledge. And then tonight, obviously, I'm here with you guys. Tomorrow, I believe I'm going to Via Via. We will see. And Fatima says, I work online with my telemedicine practice. Oh, awesome. I'm closing my practice in December. Are you retiring or just not keeping it? Or what cool. I'm getting a tuk-tuk next time. Tuk-tuks are cool. I really want one. I really want like a modern electric tuk-tuk. That would be cool. Campagnaro. Campagnara. They are fun to drive and very fuel efficient and super cheap. Like they've got like everything going for them, right? So as long as you're in a spot where you can get around, they're really something. James says landing at 2:30. So this is January 11th. Landing at 2:30 p.m. Wondering about border hours. So it's the border. I've never heard of the border closing. I've never heard of any border closing. That doesn't mean they don't, but I've never heard of it. International borders have a very strong tendency to run 24 hours a day, but you do get very limited services in the middle of the night, obviously, and maybe it closes, but you're only an hour and a half from the border, so if you went straight from the airport to there, you're looking at 4 o'clock. Even if you waited 6 hours, you're still, well within a normal day. Maybe someone on the channel has experienced a closure at the border and can give us some more information. I don't have the first guess of when it might, if it ever close. It's just not a thing I've ever seen. But I do know that we often get there before like 7 o'clock in the morning. Although we never get there before like 6 o'clock in the morning. So maybe we don't, because I think it's just because we're too far away. But maybe they're not open at 4 a.m. And so that's why we don't go. But they're definitely open late. You have to be, right? Flights come in, people come to the border, people come up a million different ways. So it's pretty unpredictable. In digital, I worked in telemedicine. It will only get bigger. Oh, Fatima says, retiring as a mental health therapist. It's time, and my dream is coming true to move back to Nicaragua. Oh, that's awesome. Melvin says, IT support. Yep. Let's see. James says, sorry, Scott, they had an ad running for your answer. Oh, yeah, no problem. So to the best of my knowledge, the border never closes. I've never heard of the border closing. What I was saying, though, is I've never been there at like 4 o'clock in the morning. So there easily could be a window from like midnight to 5 or something where they just make you sit and wait. That's plausible. But I've never heard of that. And so I was hoping somebody may have some experience of witnessing them closing at some point or something. Like, I don't know. We only have 3 thumbs up, by the way, guys. We got 24 people on and only 3 thumbs up. So 21 of you minimum need to hit that thumbs up button and get the word out about the show. And so I mean, you're landing in early afternoon. You have so much time, like 8 or 9 hours to get there during just normal busy time of the day. So I don't think you're gonna have any problem at all. You're not gonna want to cross at 2 a.m. even if it is open, and so I don't think you're gonna have to worry. Let's say you land at 2:30 and you spend 2 hours getting everything settled. 4:30 you get picked up by a taxi. That still means you're getting there at 6. You're still getting there during the rush hour, let alone the shoulder hours or the late night or anything like that. And I've crossed like Guatemala. Oh, I bet at 2 a.m. No, that's probably not true. 11 p.m. And yeah, they're slow, but the borders are open. And remember that Costa Rica is a very busy country for tourism. So that border down there is very busy in both directions. It would have to be, right? It's hard to have traffic only go in one direction at a border. Typically, people who go across come back. Indigenous says, telemed from U.S. to expats will be huge. I wonder if that's true. When would someone, I mean, some expats would do this, but I wonder how often, especially once they experience medicine here, why would you get telemedicine from the U.S. when you can get cheaper telemedicine from Nicaragua that you can then turn into non-telemedicine if you need to? And they can tell you local medicines and stuff. It's interesting. As someone who works in telemedicine, I build telemedicine systems. So James says, sorry, Scott, I had an ad. Petra says, greetings from Budapest, Hungary. Hey, awesome. Wow, I think that's the first time someone from Hungary has been on that I know of. Indigenous says, I got the tech. I've been building human medical systems since the 90s. And telemedicine during COVID was a big thing for veterinary. So we were the first in veterinary telemedicine. Jose says, hey, Scott, I subscribed to the channel. Oh, awesome. And hit the bell button, but did not get any notifications that you are on. A couple people have mentioned that. I don't know. YouTube does what YouTube does, and it is not reliable. And that is just how it is, unfortunately, which really sucks. But what you gonna do realistically? All right, I got a bunch of jobs running, so I'm just checking things here. Did we get any new Nicagram signups? We did not. We are watching Nicagram to see if anyone signs up. During the live stream is a really easy time for me to notice people signing up and make sure that we get you right in, because it is curated, right? So if you're on the channel and you know about it, we'll pop you right in. But if you sign up like during the week, often it takes a little while before you get approved, and you put in a little thing saying like, oh, I'm coming to Nicaragua or something, so we know what it is. If people are just like, I want to have social media, we're like, no, those are just bots. Why would you be on a Nicaragua server? Every country has a server. Use your own country server if if that's what it is. Who's in? Who's in for Nicagram? That's a good question. Let's get people. I'm just randomly pushing Nicagram this week. Oh, I know in digital we'll find this interesting, but for people who are interested in my personal social media, I did do a video on this earlier this week, but I know the live gets a lot of people who don't watch my regulars, and vice versa. I've been a Flickr user for 25 years-ish. I don't know what year Flickr started, but I was on there right at the beginning, and I think it's actually 24 years old. James, realistically, just Google Translate and Apple Translate. They work pretty well, and they're free and included with your phone. So are they perfect? No, but they work pretty well. They'll do the job. And Flickr has been not a great company for the last several years. They've really just allowed for a pretty nasty subsection of users to get in and really ruin the community for everyone. And so I was very unhappy about that. And they are very loosey-goosey with some of the very inappropriate adult conduct on the page, which, fine, like, I don't care, but it's not really, it makes it an inhospitable environment or a non-desirable environment, and their prices have gotten really high, which I totally understand because they do have a lot of cost behind the scenes, but they used to be like $20 a year, and I was grandfathered into good pricing, and now they're like $76 a year, something crazy, and it's like, that's a lot. And then they randomly cut off your services and don't provide what you pay for, and it's completely a scam. Like, they just make things up and yank you, and so I consider them criminal at this point. They're just stealing money. So I won't continue to do business with them. And so in frustration, I just built my own competitor to Flickr, and you can go check it out with my 58,000 photos there at photo.scottalanmiller.com. Which is I'm very excited about because the feedback on this, remember, it's just a couple days old. I just built this, is that it is far better than Flickr, way faster, doesn't have the inappropriate comments problem. Why are there comments on photos? That's not appropriate for a normal photo sharing site. That's a huge problem. Flickr pushes this like encouraging really, really bad behavior, kind of harassment as a way to get customers or to get more views or something. It's not good. And so this doesn't have that problem, but it makes it way easier to find the stuff you want and super fast. And I'm going to be adding features to it as I can, but it's got working albums that work really well. It's got tags that I don't like what it looks like, but the tags work really well. The people section is working really well. Only a few, those I have to go through and find all the people because we didn't have that in Flickr, so it's not old information. It's got a really good ability to look at stuff by camera, which is pretty cool. That's something that Flickr pretended to offer but didn't really. So this is like a really big deal for that. The map is better than Flickr's map. The popular, I feel like it works better than Flickr's popular, but that I don't know. I haven't done anything with the about section yet. That'll be coming. But overall, it works really well, I think. And everyone who's used it is like, this is significantly better than what you had before. So I've got to get uploading all the stuff that I haven't uploaded since I left Flickr. But once that's done, this is going to be fantastic. So we did the translation. Jose says, I was curious to know how credit cards work from the U.S. and Nicaragua. They just work. For example, if I have a Walmart credit card here, can I use it there? Yes. So the only thing that matters, and this is just credit cards worldwide, Visa, MasterCard, American Express, Discover, Diners Club, those networks are what work or don't work. Who your card is from, not relevant. It's all about the network that you're in. And so, do you take Visa? Do you take MasterCard? Do you take American Express? I believe American Express processes Diners Club, and I know that MasterCard processes Discover. That's like it, right? So I always recommend that at a very minimum, you have a MasterCard, a Visa, and an American Express. But that's it, right? Who issues it, not relevant. And they all work here. I bet American Express is taken more here than it is in the U.S. From a percentage perspective, especially as one of our biggest stores here is PriceSmart, and it's the only one of the credit cards that they take at all. But nearly every business takes credit card. When I go to the coffee shop, when I go to the grocery store, when I go to the corner store, not the little places out of people's homes, those are cash. But except for those, basically, street food, obviously cash. But any business with a storefront, any hotel, restaurant, anything like that, you expect credit card nearly 100% of the time. Maybe not quite as much as the U.S., but really close. So we live off of credit cards here for everything all the time. Keeps you from carrying cash around. It gives you good, better translation rates and everything. Do you have an app or suggestion learning tool to help learning how to figure out U.S. currency to Cordobas? I mean, you don't need an app, right? It's 36.45 to the dollar, so just round. If you're doing it, always do it in the favor that isn't yours. So if you're paying a bill, take the dollars and multiply by 37. If you're being paid, take the dollars, multiply by 36. That's it, right? So it's just 36.5 to the dollar, right? That's all there is, and it doesn't move around. In digital says, as a fellow tech, I need to say, translation software and AI is incredible. It really is. And so what I do, for those who are just wondering, if I have to do like complex translations, I use ChatGPT, and it knows where I am, but if it doesn't know where you are, just tell it. I'm in Nicaragua, here's the scenario, please translate this for me, and it will translate into the appropriate level and type of Spanish. Whereas like Google Translate will get things wildly wrong sometimes, hopefully you can catch it. It gets genders wrong all the time. It gets meaning and nuance wrong all the time. It's relatively poor, but it's free and unlimited. whereas ChatGPT is dramatically more powerful, but you're using credits to do it. So if I have to write like a formal letter to someone important, I'll be like, okay, this is the situation. Here's the tone I want. Please write this in proper Nicaraguan style, and it will use Nicaraguan idioms and verb forms and all that kind of stuff to sound like the appropriate level within Nicaragua. So I think that works really well when you need something big. And if I'm translating like a recipe, I'll use ChatGPT for that stuff because it like understands what it's doing. It doesn't really, but it's much closer to that, whereas Google Translate is just like one word at a time and just spews gibberish half the time. But for everyday stuff, the Google's free and good. Janet's here. Hey there. I got a class right now, but I have this on in the background. For the person who just emailed me, I just read your email, and yes. Indigital says it something for Spanish speakers? Indigital, what are you trying to ask? It has opportunities for Spanish speakers like your call centers? I'm having a hard time figuring out what the missing word is. There's a couple different things I could fill in there. My dad is here. I'm here and already did a thumbs up. Thanks for the reminder, everyone. Let's give a thumbs up, as my dad has suggested for the show. I really need to get some caffeine. I know it's on early, but it's feeling a little bit tired. And I had coffee this morning, but. The translation software. It doesn't really, I don't think it helps with the call centers because call centers have to be fast, and ChatGPT is not fast. That's part of its secret, right? Google is willing to be super fast, but that makes it really bad. ChatGPT basically just weighs things to being willing to put in a lot of effort and read the whole thing and like try to figure it out by paragraph rather than figuring out word by word. And so it takes time. So we've never seen a call center benefit from it. We see call centers that use AI to do tasks and stuff, but not to do anything with language. I'm just sharing that because I don't know if my dad has seen it yet. My Flickr replacement page that I built. Indian says they don't need to speak English. No, absolutely. They 100% have to speak English because you can't carry on a real conversation translating in the background, right? You don't have time to type. You don't have time for it to read it and read it back. Someday maybe, but then you still have a person who's reading things and they don't know what they're reading because they have to respond to the thing in Spanish to get the it just wouldn't work. Fatima says, great hearing this live. Unfortunately, I have a client starting at 3 p.m. I will be back. All right, we'll see you in just a little bit. Fatima says, my name is Christian El-Zubi. Greetings to all of you. Indino says, just wait. Actually, I really am a big believer in the humanity of call centers. People who want to talk to AI number in the zeros. Nobody's happy with that. It's a good way to throw away your customers. And the thing about AI is that it's really good at chatbots, but it also poses a big security risk. There's no reason not to use it for chatbots. But once you're picking up a phone, the expectation is you're going to get a human, right? That's the whole point of picking up the phone for some reason, right? I understand that it's, I want to talk and I want to listen. I don't care if it's maybe, but realistically, humans don't care much when they're texting, whether it's a human. But when they're calling, they really care. Speaking to a bot goes over very poorly. And you never, ever run across a bot that doesn't do a horrible job. A lot of humans do a horrible job too, but I think call centers that use humans are going to find that they do really, really well, and that people are going to gravitate heavily to the companies that do that. I'm going to be right back. I'm going to go grab a Pepsi. We got 28 people on. Talk amongst yourselves. Make sure no one leaves. Ask questions. I'll be right back with some caffeine so we can get this party going. We lost one person. I asked you guys to make sure no one left. Oh, maybe it was me that left. Wesley Doty, all right. Mr. Thomas Miller, thanks for reminding me. Went straight away and did my thumbs up. Thanks, guys. We are getting there. We already have 123 total views on the channel. We're just 30 minutes in, so this is pretty good. Very, very good. And now we're going to attempt to pour a Pepsi Max on my desk without making a mess onto my keyboard. I'll move this over to the microphone so those who are listening on headsets can hear the ASMR. Indigital says, by the way, guys, I have total respect for Scott. He's awesome in Nicaragua. As a fellow tech, I like to prod him. I think there's a lot of fear in Nicaragua when people think about it, because call centers are such a big business here that the AI is going to take that away. And I don't think that that's the case. I think what's actually going to happen, and something that I've seen, is that, one, I think AI is going to make call centers more useful because they can answer questions more quickly. Companies like mine that have internal AI that's able to, so for example, with internal AI, we have our own AI platform. So it's like ChatGPT. You go and you have a normal chat just like ChatGPT on a web page, and you can type and ask it questions. But unlike ChatGPT that has to like look at your computer or look on the internet, our internal system, it can go into our company wiki, it can go into our org chart, it can go into customer systems, it can go into ticket systems, it can go into telephone records, it can go into chat, it can go into phones, it can go into all kinds of things. It gets its tendrils into all kinds of documentation, and you can ask it questions, right? Oh, is so-and-so in the office today? How busy is the team? The customer wants to know about ticket 12345, right? And it can go and do all these things for you. So it's like having a personal assistant that you can kind of chat with while you're on the phone. And this is where I think AI is going to be very useful for call centers, because call centers, they want that person on the phone, and they tend to want them to be super knowledgeable, which doesn't actually make sense in most cases. How could a person be on the phone all day with customers and know what's going on with all the teams elsewhere? Like, you can't do both jobs very effectively. Now, if it's a call center where you're just answering some basic stuff about, you know, someone's account, well, you just bring it up on the screen and read it, right? But if you have something that's a little bit more advanced, it can be a bit of a problem. So having an AI that actually knows what's going on and has context of the company is an amazing tool. And so, for example, you guys know that I work with data centers. They call in sometimes on Thursday nights. There's a possibility we'll get a call tonight. And when we're talking to the data center and someone says, oh, this is so-and-so with, here's our asset tag inside the facility, I can just ask the AI what's going on with this asset tag, and it can tell me base information pulled from a documentation system. It can go into tickets and see what's going on there, but it can also go into engineering's chat conversations and be like, okay, here's some historic data, but are you aware that the engineering team has discussed this server within the last 2 hours, and here's the topic. Maybe you want to go check things out, right? That's very useful, right? In a really quick way where you just ask it and it's able to go look that stuff up without you needing to intervene, without you having to prompt it, without having to explain a whole bunch in most cases. And that's really nice. Let me see, total respect. How long are you going to be around to get ready to do my hour walk? You're way earlier today. I'll probably be on for quite some time. Normally when we get started early, we keep going to the same time regardless, more or less. Beverly says, Scott, less than 1 month from my full-time move to Leon, like you said. Yeah, you must be on the ground to find a home, and you have to ask everyone. I was showed the one, then they knew one that wasn't on the market, and the one that, and it was the one, wait. I was showed the one, then they knew one that wasn't on the market, and it was the one. That is hard to read, Beverly, but you got a house, and that's awesome. Can you please provide me with your email address? Yeah, so I'm easy. I'm Scott at latinamericanliving.com. latinamericanliving.com. Individual says, it's okay to disagree. Lol, people don't even know quantum computing is coming. Then it's game over, stage 1. Yeah, we'll see. When is quantum computing coming? We've been hearing, 31 people on. We've been hearing that for so long, and clearly in some ways it's here, but in many ways it's taking a long time. Sorry, chewing ice. Let's see. Oh, okay. Yeah, my fingers go faster than my brain. Or was it my brain faster than my fingers? All right. Now you guys are getting a little bit quiet again. Oh, good. I had a pretty busy week, I would say, this week. A lot of just stuff. A lot of managing accounts and managing people, and a lot of work. And I was out on Tuesday night for karaoke, so I'm a bit like, I'm really looking forward to this live stream, right? And some time to chill with you guys, because this is sort of my relaxing downtime in a way during the week, which I know seems a little bit weird, but it really is the one time that I have that I can just kind of focus and not do too much. Oh, Brian, I'm going to respond to you. Mima Ali says, "Hola, none of your business. Sorry, I'm hijacking Scott's multitasking." Yes, he is. He's chatting with me in the background, as people often do. Always got someone. Home prices are insane. Seen two houses right beside each other. Price difference insane. So, I mean, I think the thing you have to kind of look at there is that's not their price, right? It's a listing price, which is a nonsense thing here. So don't look at prices because they don't mean anything, right? They mean nothing at all. Nothing. So looking at them and saying and feeling like that the price is insane is misleading, because that's not what's happening, right? You're just seeing people approaching different customers with different starting points, and if you're sorry, I got distracted by an email from one of you guys. Oh no. Uh-oh. Hold on, I gotta read an error log here. All right, I gotta look something up. Exactly, that's what I tell my husband too. We always get that it's been professionally valued at that price. There's no professional valuer in the country, so that's a completely meaningless thing. The easy answer is never speak to anyone, right? Set the price yourself, and determine what it reasonably is worth, and then it is what it is. Right, it's there is no professional who knows. So anyone even saying that is telling you that they're scamming you, and or that they've been scammed. But why did they go out and pay to be scammed? Right? There's no one in this country who can legitimately say that they believe someone actually knows the prices. Right? That would be such a ridiculous statement to try to make. What is going... Okay. Trying to read this error. Hold on. Watching logs. I'm working on a live stream in the background that's different than this live stream. What's going on? All right. Well, at the moment, all is well. Interesting. Okay. Hold on, just writing to someone. All right, sorry about that, guys. Had a little live thing didn't work properly. Home price, yeah. So with the home prices, like, one, don't look at prices that people are asking. They're meaningless. And two, don't let anyone tell you that someone actually set the price at something. Now, it is true, a house that's a shanty next door to a mansion, they will be wildly different, right? Because the lots are generally pretty close in price. But the most important thing is the numbers you see are meaningless. They aren't the prices of the houses. And I mean, in the US, if you see, or Canada, if you see the price of a house, that's also not the price of the house. But there is a strong cultural expectation in the United States that the price must be close to what comps would dictate it to be and must be close to what you are actually asking. Meaning, if in the United States, all the comps say that your house is worth $200,000 and you ask $400,000, no one will look at your house. It will automatically be blacklisted algorithmically, whether by human algorithm or computer algorithm, and most likely both. If you go in and ask $400,000 and would accept $200,000, you will never sell the house, right? A house that you're willing to take, it just doesn't make sense. And so because of the culture and the accessibility of comps, numbers must be reasonable. If they are super low, people will just snap up the house instantly and you'll never make any money because you priced it below market. And if you price it high, people will avoid you, right? And the systems in the United States record the asking price and show it so that later people can go back and say, this has been on the market for this amount of time. This is how much they're asking. Clearly, that's not worth that. They can use the record to prove it's not worth it and then force a lower price. And they can show the ones nearby and say, here's the prices, the comps. In Nicaragua, we don't have that. If someone asks $1 million tomorrow and $50,000 today, someone in town might be like, I remember them asking $1 million. But it's not recorded anywhere. It's not part of a system that tracks that, anything of the sort. So, and if someone's asking $1 million, everyone in Nicaragua knows to ignore that number and to just come in and give them a real offer. Now, out on the beach, I've had people try to offer me places like lots for $35,000, and I say, I can buy this house for $35,000. You offering me a lot for $35,000 is so offensive and insulting that I will not have a conversation with you about it further. That is it, right? Will not discuss it with you because you are wasting my time and don't respect me. If you want to have me have a dialogue about buying a property, you must come in and give me real negotiating numbers, right? I understand you're going to try to go high, I'm going to try to go low, and we're going to see where we meet in the middle. Absolutely, right? There is bargaining, but there's bargaining from a serious position and just wasting my time. And that's what most people do in Nicaragua is they're so used to, it's just wasting time. No one actually evaluates price. No one actually has something to compare against. And so everyone just throws out giant numbers because it benefits the professional pricers to give fake numbers. They don't benefit by giving out real numbers. They benefit by giving out fake ones. And so that's a huge deal, right? That there's this really strong incentive to fake the numbers. And so no matter what you're paying them, and especially since there is no such thing as a professional pricer, and there's no such thing as comps, and no such thing as an MLS, then there's no possibility of taking them to task. This house is worth $50,000. Why'd you say $1 million? Well, it is worth $1 million. I say so, right? The concept of it being worth something specific just doesn't exist. So Tony says, did my first border run to Liberia using Nika Expresso, but bus was cold, but was easier than I thought it would be. Awesome. That's the one I use. It's always been great. All right. Still got 24 people on, but you guys are getting kind of quiet. I know people are disappearing for different things. Looks like I got stuff fixed in the background, thankfully. Checking all my messages. It's funny. Thursday nights are a very popular time for everyone to want to chat with me, even though it's when I'm on my show. It's like, like naturally, there's something about Thursdays is just that relaxing time. It's like, oh, we should catch up. What are you doing Thursday? Oh, it's my live stream. Oh yeah. All right, 153 views. This is good. All right, you guys are too quiet. Let's get some conversation going. We're not even on an hour yet. I'm looking for someone to take care of the farm in case anyone has someone to recommend. To take of a farm in Nicaragua? Where? It's a big country. Where's that farm located? All right, that's looking good. Oh, in Piñas Blancas. Oh, yes. Yes. Two kilometers from the border. That's a tough area to find people, just because everyone lives so far from there. Like, almost nobody lives in that border zone. Gary Silo Man Baker says, Scott, what about traveling to Caribbean side of Nicaragua, perhaps living? So I'll need more details as to exactly what you're asking, but we'll talk about it while you take a chance to fill in more color to that, I guess. So traveling from out here in the West, generally you would drive out there. There's no easy answer. There are flights, but they require driving into Managua, waiting at the airport, paying for a flight, flying out. Yeah, it's a lot faster, but it's also a lot more expensive. Driving out, of course, you've got two major regions that you can go out to out there, Bilwi in the northeast, very close to the Honduran border, and Bluefields in the south. There's also Greytown, which is absolutely tiny and very hard to get to. And, of course, there's Pearl Lagoon, which has a little bit that people are interested in, but very, very few. Tiny settlement areas. Other than that, it is a completely empty coast. There are the Corn Islands, very, very small, if you're looking for Caribbean island feel, but they are minuscule. So the Caribbean side is extremely unpopular in Nicaragua. I'm always amazed that people ask about it at all. It's so remote. It's, of course, Caribbean, right? That's super cool. And very cheap. Much higher crime than in the West, but still it's Nicaragua. The crime is never high. But it's very hard to get to. And remember, you still need to do border runs or deal with regional migracion or get groceries and stuff. And all that's very difficult out there. You're very far away in tiny population centers that are by car 12 hours from populated Nicaragua. So you're very, very out there. And that's just difficult. And so people I know that have gone to like Bluefields, they like it a lot. The people are super nice. There is some interesting food, but the population centers are small. And it's very similar to a safer, affordable Belize. So if you like Belize's vibe, then Bluefields in that area is going to just up the quality of that significantly. But having worked in Belize a lot for the last 5 years, I am absolutely not looking for that. Right? That is not at all a draw for me. Do I want to go out there and film it and see it and explore? Of course I do. Right? That would be super cool. But it's also a huge expense and a huge amount of time, and then you've got to get back. Is there a lot of highway to film? Yes. Is there cool towns to film? Yes. Does anyone else film it? No. And that's really the thing that you need to know, right? Of all the people who live here, those of us who are from Nicaragua, those of us who've lived here for a long time, almost no one goes out there ever. There's no draw, right? Now, if you want to just be disconnected from everyone and you love the Caribbean vibe compared to the Pacific vibe, and you want to be in that mosquito culture, which is the people, not the insect, which has very much a Jamaica feel, then by all means, right? Absolutely. But you don't generally find people interested in Nicaragua who are then like, I love Nicaragua. I am not looking for an enclave, San Wendell, sir. But even though I love Nicaragua so much I'm going to live in that country, I'm going to look for a minority zone and go to something that is very different from the rest of that country, right? Like, it could happen for sure that, oh, Nicaragua is awesome. Oh my gosh, this little community takes the Nicaraguan experience and adjusts it in just the right way for me. Sure, that can happen. And for the right person, it's the right place. But if the thing you are introduced to is Nicaragua and you're like, this is for me, then that adjustment to the Mosquito Coast is almost certainly going to be met as a negative, right? I came to Nicaragua and I loved where the airport was. I liked the food. I liked the language. I liked the people. Okay, but I'm going to come to a place that I liked all those things based on the fact that I liked all those things, and then I'm going to go way far away and not have those things and have a different people, a different language, a different culture, a different food. And right, you can go to France and be like, I love this, and then cross into Belgium and go, this is even better. Sure. So it's possible. But generally, you discover and fall in love with the place that you want to be, and not adjacent to the place that you want to be, and then discover the one adjacent was the actual answer. So statistically, it makes it very difficult for people to discover and fall in love enough to move to the Caribbean coast here in Nicaragua, the Mosquito Coast. But certainly, go out and check it out, explore, see what you think. Housing is cheap, food is more expensive, people are really nice. And they need expats out there, right? They need things to help with their economy. It's a very poor region, so every little bit helps. Jose says, you mentioned that T-Mobile is the best carrier to have. Would a prepaid plan work there? I'm not even aware if, prepaid, how you pay your plan doesn't really affect things. The important thing, though, with T-Mobile is that their international plans are post-pago only. You have to do the normal monthly. So, and given the way that T-Mobile works, there's no reason to do prepaid. Here, you want to do prepaid because it's dramatically cheaper for Claro and Tigo than it is to do post-pago. But in the U.S., you're going to get your best deals on post-pago. We're just different places, different cultures, different reasons for doing that. And so normal T-Mobile plans, only thing to do. Most T-Mobile, maybe not all, but most T-Mobile prepaid plans are done via other brands like Mint Mobile. And I've heard there's some ways to make it work, but you're going to give up a lot. Id Group says, if you like the Caribbean coast of Costa Rica, you might like the Caribbean coast of Nicaragua. The place is definitely on my list. Ooh, 29 people on. Not shabby. Not shabby at all. I kind of wish that I had a setup where I could do the show standing up. I sit all day long, and I really like to get up and move around. It would be nice to be able to do that while doing the show, you know? Just been too busy of a week. Too busy. I'm actually full on working this week. Ooh, a few more people on. I like getting on early. We get so many more and different people. It's and lively. It's a great way to kick off, and it's like time flies. By the end of the evening, it's like, how we've been on all evening. This is crazy. You don't really feel it. When I get on late, it feels like I've been on. Even if we only do 2 hours, it's like I've been on all day. I'm so tired. And if we get on early, I can be on for like 8 hours and feel even better. So it's good if we can get on early. I just looked at mobile phone plans from Canada. Rogers now has Nicaragua listed. Does it? Can you send? No, you can't. Yeah. So James, it's that's not the same at all as what we have in the United States. Those are roaming plans. That's where you're going to a country and you simply buy access to that country through your plan. When we're talking about the American plans, these are 100% included 100% of the time. It's not roaming. It's actually part of your plan. That's the difference. For you guys, even the U.S. is roaming. And for us, the whole world is not roaming. I can go to Australia, not roaming at all. Like that's really a big difference. Hey, Andrew. Hey, Scott. It's been a while since I joined a live. It's nice to be here for a moment. How's it going? You still down in Popoyo? We were talking about Nicagram today, too. I know you're on there as well. And I am going to get you that photo stuff. I need to get a deployment doc together, so there's a way to do that. But it's been working well. And I keep adding stuff to it, so it's not quite ready yet. For dinner this evening, I have pasta with a tofu cream sauce being made. We'll see if I manage to get any of it. So the Rogers plan. So in the US, I get unlimited global phones. $45 is what I pay per phone. Looking at the Rogers plan, 30 days. This is on top of your normal plan. So I don't know what a Rogers plan normally costs, but once you have the Rogers plan, then you add on $120 per month. The add-on is 3 times what the U.S. just base plan is with everything. Like, holy crap. Life sucks in Canada. And in Canada, they offer at $100 a month mobile plans that don't include data. What? I don't know. I can't. Gary says, can you recommend any travel companies' guides to Eastern Nicaragua? I can't. I've never heard of one. I can't imagine anyone would make money doing that. Just the number of people going out there is so low. They might exist, but I've never seen a shuttle going out there. If there was a shuttle going out there, I very likely would have been on it already. I should look into that, but I don't know of even where to look. I've never seen it advertised or anything of the sort. There's the regular government buses that go out there that take forever. And that's one of the things that makes it difficult. If there was a nice private shuttle service, even if it was, say, $40, compared to driving, I think that'd be pretty good. And I bet if I'm taking a shuttle, I could be like, "Hey guys, can I mount my camera to the front of the shuttle and we'll like put your shuttle on the show and get you some advertising?" And they'd be like, "Yeah, like mount your camera to the front. Who cares?" And then we get some amazing footage of the thing. It would be fun. And Luke wants to do it with me. I've got friends who would go, no question. Actually, I'm going to ask them. I'm going to say right now because they do these excursions and. Get more information. I'm wondering, since you just shared about your photarium on your long form videos, does it require some technical knowledge to set it up? I'm curious. Yeah, it definitely requires some. It does not use a separate database server, so that's really easy. It's like you just copy. I'm being invited to go to Belgium, and I'm working on coordinating something. Oh yeah, so it doesn't require a database server. It is designed to run on Linux because it's meant for a server, right? It's not meant to run on a desktop because it's a web interface. Could you run it on a desktop? Yeah, it would work. But the images themselves are not stored on your hard drive. The design is that they are stored on a service like Amazon S3 or Backblaze B2 or Cloudflare R2. I'm using Backblaze B2 because of the storage versus egress rates. And we'll see what happens, but I've got Cloudflare in front of it. So that means that my egress mostly doesn't exist. If someone looks at an image and someone else then looks at it sometime shortly thereafter, it only comes from the cache, not from the server. So my egress is very low, hopefully. We'll find out. Oh, that's great. So speaking of AI, one of my call center humans just called one of our vendor call centers and they answered with AI. So we now know why they've not been responding. It looks like they're out of business. AI definitely tells customers you're out of business, especially if you're calling Swanee is here. Hola todos. For those who don't know, that is La Marcelita, hiding under her Swanee name. I'm told they know of no shuttles going to the East Coast, which is what I was expecting. La Marcelita, ha ha ha. Look at all these people we got on. Coming up on 200 views just over an hour. This is pretty good. Having a good week. Just reporting to the person who pays the bill for that place that they appear to be out of business. Oh no, we lost people. What? Where'd everybody go? Come back. Can't really beg people back because they can't hear me because they left. There we go. They did hear me. They did start coming back. Oh, what are you doing, dog? Why are you sitting up looking at me? You never do that. Carne asada or cerdo asado? None for me. I'm vegetarian. Vegetarian for 25 years. It's been quite a long time. Okay, sorry. Yeah, I do eat fish, so there's something. But, yeah, no meat for me. Which really sucks because everybody wants to know what I like for street food and things, and it's like I would love to go do all that stuff, and I would do so much street food eating if I ate anything that was sold on the street, but I just don't. So it's very limiting, not just here, but everywhere. Coastal Girls here. Hello from Coastal North Carolina. Welcome to the show on a Thursday night. How's the temperature down there? It's been warm this week. I want to say it's 35 right now. We had a high of 36 today, which is bearable. But you notice that it's on the warm side. Um, Is KFC still the talk of the town? I know one person who has mentioned it ever. I'm sure it's still a big thing. I'm sure people are very excited about it. Why, I have no idea. But, we're in Leon, so really no one's going to mention it because no one here can go to it. And almost everyone I know is vegetarian, so none of us are interested in the least. And most of us are American or Canadian that are expats, so we don't care at all. Oh, I am needed. What is up? What's typical time for sunrise and sunset? So we're pretty close to the tropics. I mean, do you mean right now as it's Hold on, I just gotta send a note to. Here we go. So we're pretty close to the equator. We're not on it by any stretch. So our morning and our sunrise and sunset remain relatively close to neutral. So we get a little bit longer days. So right now we're just coming off of we're 6 weeks into more normal. So sunset is a little bit after 6 o'clock. Sunrise is a little bit before 6 o'clock. Average obviously is always 6 and 6. That's just how sunrise works, unless you're in an insane country that hasn't joined the modern world and uses daylight savings time. Then your times are all weird. But we have noon when the sun is overhead. Sunrise comes up at 6 a.m. and goes down at 6 p.m. on average. So it's all very straightforward. And our variance is up to about an hour, whereas in the north you might have like 3 or 4 hours, or in Europe you can get up to 8 or 9 hours. Any business, we moved right to 7-Eleven headquarters. Oh, neat. Next to 7-Eleven headquarters. Janet says, doesn't sunset vary just a tiny bit every day? It does, yeah. Jose, how far is Leon from Managua in mileage? I want to say 69 kilometers. Right around there. But it's roughly a 2-hour drive with all the traffic and stops and turns and different things. Alan's here. The distance from Leon to Managua is about 57 to 58 miles, 92 to 90. Oh, it's longer than I thought. By driving road route, or roughly 46 to 47 miles, 74 to 76 kilometers, in a straight line as the crow flies. I could have just brought up a map probably, and really. So if we go from the stadium, we go to I just mapped it from the Leon edge to the Managua edge, 73 kilometers. But if you're going downtown to downtown, obviously you're going to add several kilometers on each side. Canada daylight savings time, insanity at best. Canada now has over 25% government employment. You know, the U.S. actually has insanely high government employment. It's just hidden because it's all secret employment. That's one of the biggest problems of the U.S. system, is that they do a lot of these same things that other places do, like Canada, but they've trained the populace to be so anti like welfare. So people in the U.S. are very like, oh my gosh, we would never do welfare. But the U.S. actually uses welfare across a massive percentage of the population. So they have to lie to the people about it. And so they have these really expensive and wasteful mechanisms that keep huge numbers of Americans working for the government without realizing it. Or how they don't realize it, I don't accept, right? They know. They just lie about it. Because it's too obvious, and they're all just... Coastal says, the surf camp we're looking at, it's like an hour from Leon. I don't know of a surf camp within an hour of Leon. Well, no, I guess if you include like Transito, I don't know if that really counts as an hour, but that's within kind of an hour. That would have surf camps, I would assume. According to Google, that is a 24-hour walk. Yes, Google, suddenly I want to walk it. And why is this so hard? There we go. Yeah, hour and 5 minutes from Leon to Transito. So Transito definitely has surf camps. I think... what's the other one? Miramar. I think they have surf camps. There's some out there. What surf camp are you looking at? Or what town is it in, at least? It can only... I think it has to be south. Because I don't think you can get to anything north that would have surfing that quickly. Anyone from Hollywood, Florida, or Alabama in here? I know someone from Alabama in the country, but not in the group. Or not in tonight's show. It's called Solid... Hour and 15 minutes. Solid surf. Yeah, I see it. Oh, I did. El Transito. Yeah, so I picked the town. I don't know the names of the places there, but yeah. That's Transito is like the surf village of the northern half of the country. It wouldn't be an hour plus away if they just finished the road there, but they never finished the road into Transito. It's like the town being punished. Jump Lift is here. Hey, everyone. I feel like there's a lot of... For someone who's not looking to be in the middle of things, right? So you got to preface a little bit. But there's a lot of people who are willing to be not so much in the middle of things, right? There's quite a bit of that. I feel like for those people that the Transito Porto Sandino loop interior feels like it has loads and loads of opportunity to be like in a good location in the middle of things, not too far from the beach, not too far from the road, a place where things are happening. But for some reason, it's just not getting even a house. Like there's an entire enormous zone with, as far as I can tell, 0 houses. Okay, there's a shed or something. No, that looks like a house. But like, okay, that's one house, and then miles, no other house. There's like a road, goes nowhere, just into the trees. Yeah, I'm going along this road. Okay, there's a shanty, maybe. Yeah, there's just nothing out there. And I don't know why. It's, as far as I know, the land is good and everything. I get that it's just not a very overall attractive area. Like there's just no demand. But someone who wants space, it seems like you could get some real space out there, do something interesting. I'm gonna try to look at solid. So there's Sun Slice. Somewhere next to it is Solid. There's Solid. Solid has like the gazebo thing. It looks good. Boys are excited. Cute little space. I like their deck. That looks nice. Looks like a fun little spot. There's not a lot in El Transito. It's a decent-sized little village, but it's so poor and remote that there's not like much in the way of restaurants and things. Any business car. Now you're my commute ear distraction. Oh, you're in the car. I'm not watching like a good person. All right, as long as you keep the stream going. We got 30 people on right now, which is pretty good. We got a chat rate of 3, also pretty good. 227 views at an hour and a half. All right, what's our Oh, the camera looks great tonight, super clear. Awesome. I don't know that I changed anything. Sometimes I accidentally play with the settings and don't realize it. Can happen. Maybe I cranked it in. Oh, it might be because we still have sunlight. That makes it a little bit more, it changes the contrast a little bit because it's so early. Cole says, I'm sure that will change in the next 20 years. You know, honestly, I don't know if that's really true. I've been here for 11, and that particular area, I mean, nothing. Right? Nothing. You know, it's there's this like strong idea from the real estate agents down south that, oh, everything's going to change 20 years, 30 years. But in the last 15 years, we've seen a drop in real estate, not a pickup. That doesn't mean that it won't happen. It certainly could. But coastal Nicaragua has not had this. This is a question for Alan. What are your favorite holidays in Nicaragua? Um, Assuming Alan is still on, I think he is. But so Las Bonitas has gotten some development during that time. Um, but for the most part, there has been extremely zero growth inland from the beaches for the last 50 years. And so when you look at Nicaragua timelines, when things are happening, things happen very quickly. But when it's an area where something isn't happening, the timelines here are very slow on the grand scheme. Like our population is not expanding. I mean, it's expanding more than, Europe, which is contracting or whatever. But there's no big population growth. There's just the normal trickle growth. And housing has become less of a concern rather than more of a concern. The population is not moving towards the ocean. It never did before. It's still not. So there's all these things that people picture, that there's like this rush to be somewhere near the ocean. There's none of that. None at all. And there's this idea that Nicaraguans are going to want to be in these empty areas. Zero interest. And there's this idea that foreigners are going to come in and be like, oh, this big empty space, it's so cool, I want to be there. That could, in theory, happen, but you got to have that one perfect person. It's not like a statistics game, because there's only so much stuff. And so you have to have this one American or Canadian or Brit who comes in and is like, I've got $2 million, and I'm going to put in a whole bunch of effort to acquire a space that doesn't have good roads, has very little around it, and isn't on the ocean. And that's just very difficult, because if you have any amount of money like that, you just go on the ocean. And so, and considering that it is empty like this, the entire length of the coast, including every neighboring country, including Costa Rica, that we are likely to even notice a fill-in the next 20 years, I bet is not true. I've been here for so long that if that was likely to happen in the next 20 years, we would almost be guaranteed to have actively seen it happening quite a bit, and we see the opposite. So I think, I honestly think the chances that a 20-year time frame will cause that to even have someone have this discussion again. This discussion that we're having is the most development that will happen in that space during the next 20 years. That is my guess. Alan says, good question. Not sure. I do like doing the Griteria and the Little Griteria, which is this coming weekend. Which, by the way, is tomorrow. I could have just read this. But I'm not a big holiday person. My favorite holiday in the USA is Thanksgiving, which isn't really a thing here, obviously. I mean, who wouldn't like that, right? Food, stuffing, yay. We visited Costa Rica. Prices had gotten out of control. Looking forward to visit Nicaragua. Solid offers volunteering at the local community center. Cool. And be prepared, like someone mentioned earlier, you will get tons of fake pricing. Because they're always hoping that you're confused by Costa Rica or the U.S., and so they'll tell you anything that they think will make them money. The prices are ridiculously cheap, and no matter how cheap you think they are cheaper. Jose says, thanks, Alan. Oh, I've got a stinky dog. What did they feed this dog? This is great that we have so many people on tonight. I'm so glad we were able to get started early. It's just rare. What about you, Scott? What's your fave? Yeah, I don't know. I really don't. I'm like Alan. I don't really get into holidays. Like they mean nothing to me. Even back home, like none of the. I mean, Christmas obviously is unavoidable as a thing, and sometimes I like Christmas and sometimes I hate it. I do like Thanksgiving, like Alan said. I love yams and green bean casserole and cornbread and stuffing and all the carbohydrates and wine that you do with Thanksgiving. I don't eat turkey, obviously, so that's not a thing for me. But that's not a holiday here. It's just the day that we celebrate a lot of food, and I have the excuse that I get to do it because it's also my daughter's birthday. So, yeah, La Griteria is one of the better ones, and that is tomorrow. But yeah, I don't really have too much. Back in the States, Halloween and Thanksgiving were my favorites because mostly because of the weather. Right, they're the holidays where you're wearing a fleece. They're the holidays where it's a little bit chilly. They're the holidays where it's all about food, and I'm all about food. So here, I just go with the flow. I enjoy all the holiday stuff. I enjoy the parades. I enjoy that they do things, but it's all kind of. I love fried cornbread. Yeah, that I do. Speaking of, I'm going to step away for just a second. Everybody stay on, ask questions, keep talking. I'm going to go look for some of that pasta that's hanging around in the kitchen. Now that we're talking about food, and I'm realizing I've had very little today. I need a little something. I did have a burrito. It's not like I've had nothing. What's going on? Oh, my baby's down here. Why is what here? No, I'm back. I thought it was a tofu cream sauce being made, but it's actually a regular tomato sauce with big chunks of tofu, like tofu bars, but they're not quite done yet, so I don't know. Ooh. Quien casa tanta alegría, la Asunción de María, viva la Virgen, in the same way. Que viva! Just got back and you got to leave. Oh, sorry, no, I'm back. How about you, Jose? What do you like? That's from Alan. As I said earlier, I got to watch The Godfather with my daughter last night, which was a lot of fun. I really enjoy doing cinema classes with my daughter. Ozzy has to go. Bye, everyone. Have a good night, Ozzy. What's my favorite Nicaraguan food? And this goes for everyone. Everyone answer. For me, it's very difficult. Maybe you missed me saying, but I'm vegetarian. I'm really pescatarian. So there's so much that I can't eat. I actually really enjoy a lot of standard foods because they're the same things that I like from back home, right? So like the fried shrimp that people do here. I like the fish dinners, a lot of that kind of stuff. That's not very Nicaraguan to me. It's a very regional, like all across the Western Hemisphere kind of stuff. Um, uh, uh, so that to me is a little bit like back home. It's a slightly different spices, slightly different preparation, slightly different sauce here, but basically it's like shrimp from back home. But I really like that. I would commonly, if I was back home on a Friday, go out for go to a diner and get a shrimp basket or a clam basket. I wish they did clams here the same way. That kind of stuff I really enjoy. I think they do really well here. I really like gallo pinto. I really like queso frito. I do not like Maduro. Um, so Nicaraguan breakfast tend to be really good for me, especially if it's queso frito, not queso fresco. And I like quesillos. Of things that are vegetarian here, I eat pretty much everything. Of things that are pescatarian here, I eat pretty much everything. I like tostado y queso. Got that the other night. But it's mostly pretty pedestrian because everything that's really Nicaraguan is so meat heavy, so I kind of miss out on a bunch of stuff. Janet says, I really enjoy the griteria, especially since we live in the middle of getting everything, and we end up going into people's houses and talking to the abuelas that Ramon knows. Jose says, not sure, Alan. I love the weekends, grilling with friends and family. Costa Girl says, what's the griteria? I speak Spanish. I know the meaning, but what is it? So it's a Catholic celebration of when the priest went out and screamed at the Virgin Mary. I'm going to have this kind of wrong. To block the volcano from erupting and destroying the city, and the volcano did not erupt and destroy the city, so they counted it as a win. It's kind of like if we went out today and screamed at the sky to not destroy us by an asteroid, and since there is no asteroid, we would be like, and it saved us. Coastal Girl says, did you see there was a total solar eclipse in northern Spain yesterday? My family sent me videos. It was pretty cool. First one since 1909. Oh, wow. I've been to a solar eclipse with my business partner who lives here, but he used to have a place in Missouri. I went and saw a full eclipse there, and I've seen a solar eclipse here in Leon. They are pretty cool. Scott, you're out of your mind, buddy. How can you not like Maduros? I just can't. It's too much. It's so much carbs and sugar. Like, Like, regular bananas are just fruit, and that just works. But Maduro, because it's, pan-fried, is just so much. So the full name for the little one is La Griteria Chiquita. Jose, I prefer tostones, more than Maduros. Too sweet. Yeah, I like tostones. I eat those some regularity. Do their cheeses get melty in Costa Rica? Their traditional cheese did not melt. No. So most of the cheeses here do not melt. There is a queso frito that we sometimes end up with that is just too soft, and it does actually melt when they're making it for me. And so I end up with a fried puddle of cheese, and it's actually delicious. It's not what you're looking for. You're expecting like the block of cheese, but sometimes that's the best tasting one. You get it, it melts and it caramelizes all over, and it's actually really good. But it's a pain to cook. I posted about some photos on Nicagram and it disappeared. You posted about some. Did you post? You posted where? Coastal Girl says, I can eat gallo pinto and tostones every day. Tostones would get to be a bit much. I do like tajadas a lot. My daughters like tajadas a lot. Tostones I can do probably once a week, twice a week. But gallo pinto I could definitely eat every day. Osprey Unlimited. Buenas tardes, Scott. Hey, Osprey, how's it going? Wesley says, I can eat gallo pinto every day myself. A lot of Nicaraguans eat it twice a day. So it is a big thing. Pho in Vietnam, I can also eat every day. I had gallo pinto today. I probably have it 4 or 5 times a week, just from a practical standpoint. I also really like the dinner rice here, which is, white rice, a little bit of carrots in it or whatever. It's funny because you never really think about it, and it's kind of like, does that come with every meal? But it's actually quite good. I've come to really enjoy having a little bit of the rice with everything. So it's been... when you find a good place like Gecko's here, their rice is really good. Hola from Finca Magdalena, starting week 2 of a month-long Spanish program. The meals they feed you here are pretty great. Oh, that's awesome. Jumpless says, watched your pet video yesterday, and that tarp story really hurt. Then the whole commentary on people getting hit by cars and it being a spectacle, animals and kids getting hit by cars is super sad. It is. There's much less spectacle with animals being hit, but people being hit is definitely a big thing. Wesley says, I just mentioned, did you look at my pictures from Nicaragua that I posted? Oh, you haven't posted on Nicagram? But did you try to include a link that guarantees it won't show up? That would be my guess as to why it isn't there. Osprey says, clarify for people that a nacatamal is eaten with bread. Eaten with tortilla is punishable by law. Jumplift says, question, how is the culture regarding family? Are kids cared for and loved? I guess I just hope it's better than here. Really hoping Nicaragua has culture, great family values, plus greater opportunity to live better. Things here are stressful in a way that has been unsettling. So one of the things that North Americans have a tendency to struggle with a lot in Nicaragua is the multi-generational family structure, because this is so different. So Nicaragua has a few things that are not necessarily very visible from the outside and extreme in defining what the country is actually like. One of those things is there's a big number of them. This is probably worth saying it. So we're at 5 minutes to the 2-hour mark, so later we can come back and be like, this is a big topic. So Nicaragua has one multi-generational structure. So what causes that? Let's start with teen pregnancy. Nicaragua does not have a stigma against teen pregnancy in the way that North America does. They actually, I wouldn't say encourage it, but it's very much accepted as a part of society at the ages where pregnancy is physically healthy. It's encouraged to happen. Now, that being said, that is a strict line at 18 because while there's familial support and societal support, and there's a lot of pregnancy under 18, the law is very strict that any pregnancy that originates before 18 is a pretty seriously punishable crime. Not the pregnancy, though, right? The pregnancy is protected as something to be celebrated. The act that caused the pregnancy to someone who is under 18 is a very serious crime. There's no situation, there's no exception, there's no Romeo and Juliet, there is no maybe, there's no gray area. If a girl is pregnant from under 18, if they can catch the person that made it happen, that's punishable, right? That's good, right? But so when we say there's this really strong acceptance of teenage pregnancy, so that's very, very important. So because of that, many girls seek or are willing to have children quite young because their families are like, that's fine, kids are good, right? It's not like in the United States where it's like, kids are going to destroy your life, so wait as long and have them as little of your life as possible, or whatever the thought process is, right? It's the U.S. and North American culture is still like, kids are needed, but we want to minimize them. And Nicaragua tends to be like, kids are great and we want to maximize them. Not necessarily all good, but there's a lot of good that comes from that. So there's an expectation that, obviously this varies by family and it varies by ages, but there's a very strong expectation that a girl will come home, have children while still living with her parents, and that her parents will just start taking care of the kids, right? Not that the mother's going to check out and leave, but she's too young and doesn't have the experience. And importantly, the adults are established and have careers or may have retired, and they have time to take care of the kids and knowledge of taking care of the kids. And the mother is able to be, young and physically healthy and go out and work or go to school or whatever and advance their career and their livelihood of the home at an age where that can be maximized. And so there's a real, probably unintentional, but a very naturally making sense structure here that I think in North America they are so like you invest and you come up with a college debt and you do all these things and you never have kids before then, and then once you're old from a health standpoint, you start having kids when it's risky, raising infant mortality risks and lowering the number of total kids you can have, and you wait until after, and this is key, right? And there's very difficult to not argue that this is not an intentional way of keeping women in lower income brackets. Make women go through high school, university, accumulate debt, be at the point where they're at their maximum growth potential, not earning potential, but their maximum growth potential in careers at exactly the age where we have maneuvered them to then become pregnant. Because, you become pregnant during high school, they can kick you out. You become pregnant during university, they're going to find a way for you not to go to class. Not always, but you know what I mean. All these things, they make these huge stigmas, whether it's social or legal, to make it as difficult as possible to function if you, and to be accepted if you get pregnant during these years. So we come up with the worst possible medical and professional time for women to have children. This is crippling to women, but they have no choice because we've created so much problems if they have them younger. So you have women who are pushing 30 years old, having their first child, and no support in many cases, right? They've moved out. They're living on their own. They've had to move away for career. They have debt from their university time, and now they're having a child. They can't keep working. They have to put it into childcare. A lot of things, right? A lot of these things happen. So in Nicaragua, you get the opposite, right? It's exactly the best time to have a kid. It makes sense in so many ways, and you have that additional parents to take care of the kids, or in some cases, grandparents, because the ages are so close. And my housekeeper helps take care of her. Her youngest daughter is a teenager, and so doesn't need very much help, but she lives at home, and my housekeeper takes care of her. But my housekeeper is also a grandmother and often takes care of her eldest daughter's son, who comes here to my house and hangs out sometimes. He's about 5, right? My housekeeper is 41 and a very healthy grandmother who is able to, she's way younger than me, and able to, chase kids around the yard, and very, very active. And so that's really important, that she has all this experience with kids, is able to bring them to work. She has the flexibility necessary while her oldest daughter is able to still pursue a career. Now, all of them are active in the child's life, and they don't necessarily live in the same house, but they live down the street. And she also lives down the street from her siblings, who all of them have done pretty well. So her older sister, I'm not sure what her business is, but she owns some things. Her older brother owns an air conditioning business. The family owns a rental property, not a big one, but it does okay. And then her mother lives 5-minute walk from her house. So her youngest great grandmother, and she is only like in her late 50s, maybe 60, and has a clothing shop right in the middle of town. Oh, I'm sorry, her sister owns the local gym. And so they have all these businesses of their own. They're all very close. They have sibling support, aunt and uncle support, cousin support, mothers, grandmothers, and great-grandmother support, all in a very close area. So they're a great example of how the familiar support system is so strong in a web and multi-generational. And because people don't tend to move away, it's very strong. So that's the first piece. Like, that's a first trigger to this whole thing. The second is the expectation that the family will help out and that people will live at home. There isn't the stigma of living at home. There's an expectation that you will live at home. That's very different, right? In the United States, you're 18 still living at home. That's okay. You're 20 still living at home. You're 22 still living at home. Right? Now, if you're a girl, mostly okay until about 25. For a guy at 21, it starts to become a pretty big stigma, right? It starts impacting your ability to live your life in a lot of ways. And so getting out and spending huge amounts of money on rent, trying to figure out how to live on your own when you're just not prepared, those are things that Americans are very much pushed to do. But Nicaraguans are like, why would you do that? Live at home, pay no rent. We already own the house. We got it from our great-great-great-grandparents. It'll be yours someday. It'll be your kid someday. It'll be their kid someday. Everything's made out of concrete. It's just going to keep it together, and this will be here for forever. So you have the starting point of kids enter the system very young, or the parents are very young, and then you have this support network where everyone is expected to be part of the system, plus the neighborhood, right? You just have that village raising the child thing as well. And everyone expects those kids to become long-term members of the community. The number that move away is very small. Some go to the U.S. temporarily, some go to Managua, but in general, people are going to stay in their village. So that's huge. You also have this concept of marriage that is completely different than other countries in the region, mostly because Nicaragua has been so protective of its indigenous heritage, whereas most of the neighboring countries allowed colonialism to define many of their approaches to life. And so you have a very European church-controlled structure, a very non-sectarian legal system in most of the surrounding countries where, for example, marriage is this very formal process overseen by the church. Well, in Nicaragua, that does exist, but it's an aside. The general marriage, as recognized by the majority of the population, is informal. It is a declaration rather than a legal contract. So you have this idea that basically being married, or marido, merida, rather than esposo, esposa, represents a very potentially transient and very informal marriage. And so you meet people all the time. You're like, this is my marido, right? It's a woman, and this is her husband. Generally, it implies that they live together, they're raising kids together, but there's no particular contract binding them. This is how most people are married in Nicaragua. There is esposo esposa, which implies that you've gone through the legal proceedings to file with the government and be overseen by the church to have a church-sanctioned wedding or marriage, which is different, right? Nicaragua does not particularly recognize that more than a secular marriage, which is unique. This means that people get married very casually and get divorced, or whatever you call it, very casually. And so you'll meet people who are like, oh yeah, I met this guy last week, and then we went to dinner, and yeah, so we're married now. And it's like, and they'll move in together the next day, and go get a dog and start working on getting pregnant. And it's like, wow, this is that date must have gone really well. That's a pretty major commitment, even if it's not contractual and for the rest of your life by law. It's still a big deal. Right, but part of it is, life is fleeting, and cost of living is high, and finding someone to be a financial helpmeet is a very significant thing. In the United States, we have a tendency to try to separate marriage from finances as much as possible, which is not actually true, right? The tax system depends on it. And so the system is just wildly different. So you kind of have to look at that and be like, okay, so the concept of marriage is a very different thing. Yes, sometimes there's big formal weddings. Great. I've been to some. Sometimes there's this traditional marriage with all the bells and whistles and contracts and stuff. Great. But not always, and not most of the time. So you will run into people just constantly, and you kind of have to understand that you will regularly have friends that you've had for years, and then find out they've never been through a wedding ceremony. They refer to themselves as spouses, and just always have, and no one thinks anything of it. And then the last thing is that this is a what's known as a don't ask, don't tell non-monogamy culture. That is the technical term within non-monogamy circles. What that means is it is a polyamorous society, non-monogamous, to the point that you will never meet a Nicaraguan who understands the concept of monogamy in the way that people outside of Nicaragua generally mean it. They believe that what they are practicing is monogamy, but what they are actually practicing is polyamory on a grand scale, and it is so significant that even explaining that other places are different becomes a problem. It is so completely ubiquitous. And the don't ask, don't tell refers to the fact that everyone in society has accepted and just knows inherently, because it is how every single relationship works, is that it is non-monogamous. Don't ask, don't. So what's known as a kitchen table polyamory is a reference to the fact that all the people who are connected in a polyamorous relationship could easily sit down at the dinner table together and all get along. They all know each other, they all know about each other, and they all essentially get along. Some people may not get along great, but you get the point. And there's lots of different types I just saw this categorization recently. And don't ask, don't tell is everybody knows, everyone's on the same page, everyone's agreed to the same system, but it is done in secrecy. So a traditional married, non-monogamous, just everyday relationship in Nicaragua where you have a successful long-term marriage involves both partners living Both. They live together. They raise children together when they're able to have children. Often they'll be grandparents raising their grandkids together, right? That's very normal. But both the husband and the wife have multiple partners, often regularly, but it is done in secret. But it is expected to be done, and it is expected to be kept secret. When people get upset about an exposure, it is not from watching this happen, from observations, from talking to people, from understanding what's going on. The anger or the pain or whatever does not generally, obviously sometimes, generally come from the fact that someone was seeing someone else. It comes from the mistake of allowing it to be discovered, because it is a trust thing that it will be kept so secret that people won't find out. So there's an expectation that a great amount of effort will be used to maintain secrecy so that there is plausible deniability on both sides, as weird as that is. And to that end, because people live in multi-generational housing, it is common for, 25-year-olds to live with their 50-year-old parents and so forth. There is very little privacy, which is one of the reasons why people get married very early and quickly, is because that gives them an excuse for having a private space, either within the house or make them more capable of going out and getting a house of their own or whatever. That's a piece. But also, we have an entire industry here of auto hotels, as they are called, which are basically no-tell motels, which similar phraseology to the don't ask, don't tell, polyamory, non-monogamous movement. And so you have hotels that are designed and are often quite nice, not the seedy thing, sometimes definitely seedy, but could be quite nice, that are designed specifically for couples to be able to go to not be in the house with their family, who is having dinner and watching TV or whatever, while it's quite common to have houses without doors in them in Nicaragua. I have many friends who are Nicaraguan whose houses that they live in have curtains, not doors. Well, when you have and the walls don't go all the way to the ceiling, also very common. So you're basically open air at all times in all directions to all parts of the house, and so privacy is not a thing in any way, shape, or form. As a great example, I have stayed at friends' houses, been in the shower, and the dog that was in the yard will go through the living room, into the kitchen, into the bathroom, and into the shower with me without there being a single door between anything the whole way. Right, everything's open air, and so suddenly you have a dog, and the reason I remember this is not because, there's a dog in the shower. It's because it's a very scary dog that likes to bite me. Showed up when I was naked in the shower trying to take a shower, and I'm like, what do I do now? I'm naked in a shower with an aggressive dog, and there's no door. I can't kick him out. And luckily he was just chill for once, so that was great. But it definitely got my attention. So that pervasive non-monogamy is very shocking to people on the outside, and takes a very long time to understand, because people, one, say they're monogamous because to them they are. Monogamy means that they keep the secrecy. If you try to explain this to Nicaraguans, they believe that all people are polyamorous, and that the term polyamory refers to the openness of it, to which they are generally offended, and that would be a terrible idea. They're not offended that someone else does it somewhere else, but they'd be offended if it was introduced into their circle. And monogamy refers to all those same activities happening secretly. And so because they believe that the term monogamy refers only to the secrecy of the additional relationships, no matter how much you say, no, monogamous, they're like, yeah, monogamous. And you say, but in America, people are typically monogamous. They'll be like, yeah, just like here, almost always monogamous. You're like, no, right? This is not the same thing. They don't understand, because their linguistic descriptions of the situation are limited. And it's used incorrectly so often that it just is what it is. And then if you take all of those things and extrapolate what must be also true, you end up with transient relationships quite often. And so what you have is, and again, certainly not all the time. You do have very stable family units that stay together for outrageous amounts of time, but you also have a lot of transient relationships. It is super common, and because it's super common, it's just accepted, right? It does not cause a stigma. It does not cause problems. It does not ruin people's lives. You generally have children stay with their mothers. That's pretty common worldwide. And fathers switch out. This is where it's very different. A man who has children with one woman very likely will have children with another woman. Almost everyone who has kids has them with multiple partners. And it is the man who is in the household at that time who raises those children. Typically. Many people maintain relationships with their biological parents as well, but it's just this really common thing to be like, this is the parents that I grew up with, these are the parents that I'm related to. And it's often that the ones that raise you is a grandmother and her partner at the time, and then your biologicals, your mother may have lived there but acts more like an aunt or an older sister, and the father is off in a different town and gone on to a different life. But it's not an abandonment thing. Obviously, sometimes that happens. But it isn't like in America where we assume that situation is abandonment. It is a different family structure. And so this is an incredibly strong family structure across the board, where children have a lot more support. There's a lot more family. There's a lot more generations involved. And it feels weird coming from North America or from Western culture, where new economic control-based relationships have replaced natural family structures. And so in the West, we tend to think of families all about the money and the inheritance. I just saw a speech on this today, how much the West, in giving up caring about children and giving up traditional family structure and giving up the village raising the children and giving up the strong relationships, move to contractual stuff instead of family, and focus on government control and the connection of church and state to drive requirements, rather than traditional structures and things that are focused on what's best for the children and what gives them the strongest support. And so it's really refreshing to see such a focus on family and caring and that stronger family structure. Now, of course, it's not perfect. Everything falls apart at some point. But in general, the amount of child support that you see here, right? Because they always have this, there's always someone that we would see at a parent age there. And there's always, like as you get older, it's you, when you're really little, typically you're raised heavily by grandparents. Your parents are there, but the grandparents are much more involved. And as you get older, that kind of shifts to a relationship more with the parents. And it's less of a, in North America, and of course, there are North American families who have very, very close intergenerational relationships, but the degree to which families stay together for a long time, like in North America, you kind of expect children to grow up and move away. Not entirely, not severing ties, nothing like that, but there's this big gap between the generations. Growing up, my grandparents were mostly far away, right? Now it's for medical reasons, but my father and I are far away. My wife lives far away from her family. Sometimes they live closer, sometimes they live farther, but there's always a lot of distance. There's a lot of life where you're not with siblings and parents and children. In Nicaraguan society, that almost never happens outside of Western pressure from places like the U.S. You have children that are expecting to and will reliably be able to spend their entire lives with their great-grandparents. Obviously, people die at some point, but you know what I mean. They will have their great-grandparents, their grandparents, their parents, their aunts and uncles, their cousins, their siblings, their children, their children's children, their children's children's children, and their children's 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 children will almost all stay together as an incredibly strong family unit for their lifetimes, right? Obviously exceptions, but that's outrageously powerful. And when you look at these family structures and then compare it to the very non-family supportive structures that you're used to in the West, it's really something incredible. And so seeing how well this works and how effective this is, and how much it counteracts other economic problems, right? We don't expect children to live and have their own houses. We don't expect them to have to be able to support themselves when they're young. Sure, it's great when you're able to have that much economic power, but in many, many cases, you don't. And so, in many ways, the structures that we're used to in the West are results of corruption, right? These were introduced during Greco-Roman times as a way to maintain control over society. And instead of focusing on what's good for society, it was what's good for the rich, right? And so it's very much a population control thing in the West, and with a lot of time, there's ways that it has been made to work, but it doesn't lean towards natural and doesn't focus on what's best for the children overall. Nothing is perfect, but watching the Nicaragua system when it works is very, very good. And when you look at it through the lens of this is a country that is very, very poor, so you have tons of family members who have to leave the country due to, and this is important, due to the immense amount of trying to tear families apart that the American and Western economic systems have done to Nicaragua and countries like it, where they try to force individual family members to move to other countries to work below minimum wage and be slaves to an economic system that they did not opt into. Nicaragua constantly has family members that are forced to go to the U.S. Nearly everyone you meet will have someone, and talking about examples like my housekeeper, her brother had to go work in the U.S. temporarily. I think her father or mother had to do some temporarily. Marcella, who might still be on, her father lived in the United States much of her life. Her mother had to live in Guatemala, similarly, to raise money when she was very young. And if you had done that in the United States, your children would be put up for adoption. There would be no support. You would be put into a foster system and handed to child molesters, almost guaranteed, right? The very institutions that support the most heinous crimes against children would be given power over them, because that's the way the system just consistently works. It is the most degenerate system there has ever been for children. And it attempts to destroy families abroad as well. It just destroying the lives of children in its own area is not enough. But because of this incredibly strong, incredibly quality of life family structure that you see in Nicaragua, it's actually able to address that. Having any individual person pulled out of the system does not cause a break, either financially or familially, for a child. That child has multiple generations and multiple orders of magnitude of aunts and uncles and cousins and such for family support. And so this is absolutely necessary because of the systems that the monogamy countries have put in place to tear families apart. And so it's, on one side, it feels so awkward because there's so much corruption in the West that has worked so hard to say that you have to work by very, very strict rules that are not well supported by even their own backgrounds, because you have to support this Greco-Roman Republican control mechanism, right? Republican meaning the republics of Greece and Rome, where they use this to maintain census control and to maintain tax control and to be able to move property to the government when it moves between generations and such. Because things like what we have in Nicaragua, it's very hard to do that because houses just move, property just moves through the family because the family is so stable that the outsider can't really see the movement of that property. Whereas in, say, North America, when your parents stop living in a house and the child has to go take over that house, well, there's a very clear change of ownership, and it's very easy to tax that or to not allow it to transfer, right? So there's so much nuance to this, and seeing how much care is provided and exposing how little care is provided in other systems, it really makes you, wow. Like, I have a very good friend from high school who got pregnant at 16. And what was the response? Was it a community that cared, parents who cared, a school that cared? Was it, how do we protect her life and, most importantly, raise this child? No. Not one thing did that, right? Government, religious, and school mechanisms all kicked in to ensure that that child did not have the same access to resources as a normal child. They made sure that that mother did not have the economic and educational opportunities that others would have. They made sure that she wasn't spending time with her family, that that support was reduced. Her friends that she had been around her whole life were cut off from her as she was moved to another place because they didn't want her, influencing people in the school to raise children and to be caring parents. Those mechanisms are not there. Right? The amount of, in Nicaragua, if you're going to school and you have a child, there's mechanisms for that. You do not stop getting education or stop caring for your child. It's not one or the other, right? Things allow for both as they need to be, right? So it's so encouraging to see an approach to childcare where the child and the mother are both given important priorities, as opposed to, priorities going to government officials and religious officials who are just there to take advantage of the situation and try to isolate vulnerable individuals. All right, now I've got a lot of catching up to do. Question, how's the culture regarding family? That's where we are. Stressful. I lived in North VA. I had some good pho, following Vietnamese YouTubers. They eat so clean. Jumplift says, I love multifamily structure. ZZ says, hola. Coastal says, Jumplift, sometimes simple life is better. Where are you located, if I might ask? I'm in coastal Nicaragua. Jose says, with bread, no doubt. What about fruits? What kind do you like, Scott? I like fruit in general. I really like pineapple. I really like fruta de bosca, that's Italian, frutos rojos in general, which are very hard to get here. I really like lemons, very hard to get here. Apples I'm able to get. But I like papaya. I like guanabana. Obviously bananas here are very good. Just in general, I like fruit as long as it doesn't have too many seeds. Guava is the one thing. I love the flavor of guava, but I hate the seeds in guava. So if it's like strained or processed into something, I love it. But just eating one, I don't. Jumplift says, Coastal, clarify, things are stressful in South Florida. So many reasons why, but all surrounding raising a family. ZZ says, sunset question around 6:15 p.m. Coastal says, I understand. What coast are you? I'll be in Nicaragua next week. Wesley says, that must be kind of a recent thing with the age of the girls. I know in Mexico it was a big deal for the quince party, which means they're ready to have babies. Well, we have quinces here, but it's not what that means at all. Coastal Girl says, I have my first at 40. I have my first at 40. Wow. Yeah, we had our first, I was 33, and yeah, I know what's coming up. I'll wait. Yes, Scott, exactly. That happened to people, kids at 30, no family support, so sad. People seem to love material things here so much. And that's what they say, right? They talk about like, oh, you got to, and so my parents had me at about 30 and 28, and they talked much less about the finances, and they were stable for a long time before that, and I was not their first. But raising me, they were like, we're so thankful that we were stable and educated and had a lot of time together. This is my parents. That they like knew each other as a couple really well, and so that they didn't need me to be there to be like the glue that held them together or whatever. They had a very good relationship on their own without me, but partially because they had gotten together very young, so they had time before I was born to be themselves, and then that made it easier, they felt, raising me. And it's shown that children raised by older adults in Western society have some advantages, right? Mostly because everything is about money. And so that's a big factor. University costs a lot. It's not free, like in Nicaragua, as an example. But pressure, as a parent, from the U.S., there was so much pressure of you need to have an established career, you need to have enough money, you got to be able to, like, how are you going to afford the hospital bills? How are you going to feed this kid if you're not doing really well? And if I moved back in with my parents, where would my career go, right? I worked in Manhattan on Wall Street when I had kids. Is that right? Yes. And so, we would have to take a 90% cut to our income, literally. in order to move back home and have family support. And moving my family to Manhattan to raise kids would also have been outrageously expensive and not realistic, right? More doable, but not much more doable. Now, we were lucky. Both my wife and my families were super supportive and came and did all kinds of help. My father came and stayed with us. My mother had passed long before I had kids. But, my father came and stayed with us when we were waiting to go to the hospital. As soon as my daughter came, my wife's family came and helped out with stuff. Like, we had a lot more support than the average person. And we didn't live, like, far, far away. We lived in the same state, at least, as all of our parents. And still, the amount of support that someone can do is very limited. It's very difficult in the North American system under normal circumstances. And we were a little bit older, 30 and 33, but only because we took years to be able to get pregnant. We had been trying since about when I was 29. But we made those same decisions. We had been together for a while, so we were like, okay, we've had enough time together. We want to have kids. And I remember us having the conversation. We are now stable financially. We went from pretty poor to really wealthy and had really strong careers, both of us. We were at a spot where my wife could step away from her career or step back. She didn't have to worry about it. And I could too. And when my daughter was born, we didn't anticipate this, but I literally, a few hours after she was born, we were in the hospital. My phone rings, my work phone rings. I answer it, and it's my boss, the senior vice president from the firm on Wall Street. And he called me and was like, how's your wife? How's your daughter? I'm like, they're good. Everything worked out, right? There had been a little bit of concern. She had to have a spinal tap at the beginning. So there was some like, oh no, maybe something's wrong. High heart rate, that kind of stuff. And she was fine. It still is. And immediately their response is, great. We don't want to see you for a year. And I got paternity leave for a year. Wasn't discussed ahead of time. Wasn't like, most people don't get that. That was amazing. I got to stay home with my daughter for her entire first year. And was still home much of the time after that year, right? I moved so I could walk to the office across the street. I still didn't go into the office every day, and I didn't work super long hours. I would come home middle of the day for lunch sometimes. I would come home early. She would sometimes walk partway to the office with me. So I did a lot to spend a lot of time with her. And of course, she would nap some days. She was little during the day. So we got really lucky that I had a company support network that was there for me, that I had very strong familiar support, that we did try starting about 29 or 30. But still, if we go back, we're like, it would have been nice to have our kids many years earlier. I want more time with them. And it's so sad that though partially I didn't meet my wife for a while, so we're also hypothesizing, wouldn't it be nice if we met many years earlier? Because we met in our mid-20s. It would have been nice if we'd have met at 18, right? And that would have given us a chance to accelerate life a bit and make different choices. Because like my wife made career choices for university that made no sense with the life we ended up having. I also made a lot of stupid decisions with my education at that same time. So it goes both ways. Like both of us could have improved a bunch of stuff by sitting down and really talking about what we wanted. But that's something that, so many, and Marcella is a great example. She had her daughter in her early 20s. So she's much older than many Nicaraguans, but having a daughter in her early 20s means she's got about 10 years more with her both children, shifted, than I got with mine or will get with mine. I'm 50, and my oldest is about to be 18. She will have the same thing at like 41. But you get more adult time, right? You don't get less child time. It's more of the future with them that I won't get because I'm older. And that's something I now obviously wish I had more of. Jose says, Jumplift, did you go to school in Hollywood? Jumplift says, I wish I started at 18. I saw that flash by. I was so caught up in the feminist bubble, but the good thing is I've been there, done that, and see the family life as such a fulfilling project. Yeah, I mean, there's no way around the fact that we have big advantages, like economic, investment, knowledge. My kids homeschool, and so speaking of, There's my just bringing in the dogs, and she's gone. But it's a big deal. Both of my kids homeschool, and I think that was really valuable for them. Both my wife and I were able to do that, partially because of where we were financially, where we were with our own educations, experience we've had in life. That gave us a lot of opportunities as well, right? My kids got to grow up traveling around the world. Had we had them at 18, that would not have been realistic. Maybe we could have done it, we just didn't know, right? So there was life experiences that we did build upon before having kids, and our first really big trip to Europe, which really was a major impetus for us to go from we'd like to travel to we know this is something we can do, happened just before my daughter was born. So within 3 months of us getting pregnant, we had done this big trip to Europe, and not big trip, but a significant trip to the British Isles, and that prepped us that immediately when we had kids we were traveling. 1971 Maximo says hi. Jumplift says super cool, Scott. They are so blessed to have this support system. It really is. I'm so jealous that they have this mechanism. It's hard to imagine what exactly it would be like to grow up in that system because it's so different than my experiences, but also seeing so many people doing it and it working so well is really valuable. That must be kind of James says niece was in Cartagena on student exchange. Her billet was driving downtown and a lady tossed her infant in front of the car. Billet's father came down to accident and paid mother for the baby. Oh, wow. What the? Jumpless says, my Airbnb host, whomever I haven't met yet, have been so much nicer than anyone I encountered here, and I haven't trained and worked with literally, I have trained and worked with literally thousands of women. That's how we got married. A declaration, no binding marriage, haha. Based on your videos, I'm more Nika than American. Wesley says, Nicaragua, the country that restored my faith in humanity. I would highly recommend that YouTube video. Oh, yes. I just ran into it, and it was awesome. ZZ says, I knew you were going to talk about polyamory today. I'm actually surprised you haven't mentioned it before. I think I have, but just not much. It's hard to really be prepared to explain how it works here and getting across to people that, having a conversation with a Nicaraguan does not result in a reasonable conversation because of the language barrier within English, right? This monogamy is not this monogamy. It's kind of like if you're from the tech world and you're talking cloud. People are like, I want cloud. And the technical people are like, I know you don't know what that word means, but I don't know what you're using it to mean. I only know you don't know what it means. And so everyone wants to say cloud, and everyone does say cloud. And they used to, before that, they all said virtual, and they would say it about anything. They use these terms to mean new, right? And so your guess was as good as mine as to what someone might mean in different situations. But at the end of the day, people just didn't know what they were saying, and they just say anything. And so the same thing's happening here. They heard monogamy is the core structure of a society, so whatever that core structure is, they define as monogamy, right? Because it must be. Coastal Girl says, very interesting. Billy says, this is so degenerate. I'd be interested in what possible way is it degenerate. It seems as generate as it gets, caring for children and protecting them and not allowing sex offenders are very strong, generate things. So that's a bizarre take on protecting children. Coastal Girl says, Wesley, is that the title of the documentary? He says, yes. It's not really a documentary. It's the European couple traveling through Nicaragua. Oh, yes. It's actually beautiful, the kindness of the Nicaraguan people. Coastal says, I'll look for it. Jumpleth says, there you go. You just said it, Scott. These organizations are so dangerous. They really are. Wesley says, did you find it was going to tell you the name of the people that put it out? We work for the oligarchs, kind of slavery, very much, and always have, right? And all those things, right? The why marriage has to be a contract, why it has to be done in this way, why you have to do it then, why inheritance law has to be dependent on this thing that came from a religion. Whoa, where did our tax law tie to a religious law? That is corruption. That is degenerate, right? Everything's out the window, no excuses. Black and white cross the line, right? And to then tie the welfare of children to that corruption, dear Lord, right? That's so awful. That's the pure evil, right? And not so, for the religious people, that's not supported in the Bible, right? That's not in there. That is religious organizations, that's cults after the fact, creating that much later, and because it was created by oligarchs in the Greco-Roman times during those empires, because it was such a powerful mechanism for controlling the normal people. And it's just stayed because it's been a very effective control mechanism. And it's one of the reasons why here in Nicaragua they have this layer of monogamy on top of what they've done, right? The Catholic Church here has actually forced a situation where they have this secret side life. That is the effect of Catholicism. Because before that, there was no need for the secrecy. The secrecy is because they have to maintain this bizarre facade of monogamy because it's expected from outside powers and expected on passports and stuff. But it doesn't exist in the underlying religion. It doesn't exist in the underlying societal norms and cultural norms. And it isn't supported by any historical society or anything like that. Jumplift says, Coastal Girl, at 40, that's awesome. I hate how the system tries to label and shame women who are perfectly capable and able to have children naturally. Coastal Girl says, Wesley, I haven't looked yet. Flurry Adventures, all one word. That's the name of the couple. That's exactly what it means. Jumplift, I was 33 with my first two. Yeah, I was 33. My wife was 30. So, yep, natural pregnancies in my 40s. I always eat well, work out. Ghost Girl says, got it. Wesley, I'll look at after Scott's live. Jumplift says, my dad, thanks for the family comments. Good night. Jumplift says, yes, I went to school in Hollywood Hills, then school in Plantation. You? Night, Dad, love you. I don't know if he's still here. I don't know how long ago he put that. We're up to 370 views. We got a lot of people on. Lively conversation, I guess. We're not even at 3 hours yet, and a lot going on. I will point out no one has joined Nicagram tonight. I'm just going to throw this out there again. If anybody wants to sign up, share your pictures and experiences in Nicaragua via photography, Nicagram.com. Go sign up. I'm watching it tonight to make sure that if anyone does sign up, that we get you in right away, because sometimes it takes a while. I don't post there near as much as I should. For a while, it was down. The people who make it don't spend a lot of time on it, and I'm a little bit disenchanted with where they are, and so it's on my list of things of maybe I should just remake it, as I do with many things. Like Flickr pissed me off, so we remade Flickr. Maybe the same thing with Nicagram. Nicagram is at least open source and everything. I just got to check something I was working on. Trying to do work in the background. Perfect. Okay. Don Timoteo said, in Nicaragua, the president and vice president are in love. We could use some of that in the USA. I am worried a lot that the president and vice president in the United States are in love, actually. That's not necessarily what we need. My dad says, I always hang in until you say love you, Dad. Oh, okay, good. I never know if you hear me because you're like, you say goodnight and then you disappear and then I don't know. Night, Dad. Tusk the Ripper's here. Hey, Sky, good to see you. Wesley says, too bad the guy from Matagalpa doesn't come on the live program. Do you mean Luke? He's here quite often. Just not tonight, but he's on all the time. Coastal Girl says, I didn't know what Nicagram was. I just downloaded it from Nico Graham. Wait, what? It doesn't need a download. There is an app called PixelFed. I'll grab that for people who are on Android or whatever. Let me know if you want an app for it. But start with the website, get signed into the website, or the app will direct you to the wrong place. You have to have the site first. But if you want to install it, which is free for the PixelFed app on your phone, just make sure you're signing into Nicagram, not something else. Because they use these apps to direct you elsewhere, which, to be fair, if I make an app like this for that, I would also direct you to Nicagram and not to someone else's. So, but it's a, PixelFed is a generic server for building these kinds of things, so we're not making any claim that Nicagram is unique to Nicaragua. It is Nicaragua's PixelFed national server. Costa Rica has one too. Spain has one too. The United States has like 1 million of them. Mexico has a couple. Brazil has one. They're very, very common. But just sign up on Nicagram.com. And then, once you have an account, then you can sign in through the PixelFed app on your phone. And then it'll just make sure you're signing into the one you just created, and you'll be all good. And I do use it on my iPhone all the time, and I find that the app is very good. Hold on. Someone is honking outside, which makes all the dogs freak out. That drives me crazy. When my wife and I moved to Nicaragua, we bump into you, Scott, at Nicarumba, for sure. We'll definitely sign up on Nicarumba.com right now, so you have it ready. Wesley says, I just clicked on the link from your website here. Perfect. If you are signed up. Nope, no one new has signed up yet tonight, so I'm keeping an eye. Terry's here. Good evening, everyone. Look at all these people on. This is awesome. I do wish I got dinner, though. That would have been nice. You okay, dog? Look, you're all worked up tonight. Why are you worked up? It's a relaxing day. You don't have to be worked up. Well, now you guys are quiet. That was a good conversation, though. A good topic because it doesn't get talked about that much. And we went on for, how long did we talk about that? An hour. Well, for at least 50 minutes. So, all right. Solid topic. But it is, living in Nicaragua. Oh, Terry says, like the show content tonight. Awesome. Thank you. Living in Nicaragua, like really living in Nicaragua, if you live in an enclave or you're visiting, these things may not even come up. You won't even notice. But actually living here and getting to know people and being part of Nicaraguan society, culture, it's really important to have kind of a handle on this to some degree because um, knowing how to talk to people about it, understanding what they're saying is important, right? And if so, this is a really important thing. So let's say you're just at the bar, you're just having a drink, you're not looking to meet anybody, nothing like that. You're just out because North Americans go out to go dancing all the time, right? I'm there to dance, listen to music, have a beer, right? Eat some French fries. That's what I'm doing. And someone comes up and dances with you or introduces themselves. And if you're in North America, if you were in a regular bar in North America and came up and someone's like, "Hey, nice to meet you. I'm so and so," and the conversation went pretty quickly to are you single? Are you married? And they were like, "Oh, I'm married," right? You would expect that implies pretty strongly, almost more than implies, that they are not looking for a relationship of any sort. That same statement in Nicaragua has no such implication. It doesn't mean they are looking for a relationship. It doesn't have that implication either. But in no way is that an elimination or I have a novio or novia, right? Generally, the way that it's used is novio or novia is, in most Latin countries, used to denote something relatively strong. It can, depending on the usage here, but in many cases, it's something relatively casual. Well, I met this person, we've been out once or twice. Now we're, in this status. But we haven't moved on to being what North Americans, at least at my age, would refer to as steady. Right? Do you remember this? Being pinned in the 1950s, going steady when I was a kid. I don't know what they say now. I don't know if anyone even does go steady anymore. I think Americans have just given up on life. But that concept of going steady, like making that commitment, okay, it's going to be just us. We're not going to see other people that we talk about, right? In Nicaragua becomes marido, merida. And so that's where it's very different. So if someone especially has a boyfriend, right, don't be surprised if that person is talking to you about their boyfriend and also in the middle of like trying to pick you up, right? Because it just isn't a blocking event in Nicaraguan culture. And so it's a very big surprise, I think, to a lot of North Americans who are like, no, they weren't hitting on me. They weren't thinking, oh my gosh, they were, right? Like it's you can really get lost. Is the work in the background my issue? The work in the background. If anyone has tried to sign up on Nicagram, it's still nothing's happened. I'm going to bring up on my phone, though, because it's cool. So let's see if you guys can see it. It's a lot like Instagram. Like this is the Pixel Fed app connected to Nicagram. And so it's just, photos. And sometimes you get one where someone's got a whole series of photos. You can put like 12 on an individual thing. But it's just a nice way to share your photos of daily life or whatever. And it's because you have your own server, you connect to Nicagram or something else. It goes to pixelfed.social if you don't carefully put in Nicagram into the app. It gives you like this kind of natural community where everybody has something in common. Our connection to Nicaragua in our case. And the server connects to the one in Costa Rica and to the one in Spain. So if you want to communicate with the people in those communities, they federate. So you can send a message or share pictures. So if someone in Costa Rica gets a link to your photo in Nicaragua, they can subscribe to it, and then they will get your photos. And the Nicaraguan server sends it to Costa Rica and so forth. It's really cool how it works. And it's part of the same network as Mastodon. So that is... a whole ecosystem there. Wesley says, so you're telling me if I get a Nicaraguan woman as a girlfriend, she's going to be looking for other guys, or maybe not looking, but would go with another guy. I'm not saying every woman is going to do it, but I'm saying that you need to have a completely different expectation that a simple conversation about dating is not going to be what you expect, right? The idea of monogamy is not a natural one, not an expected one. So if you want to have a monogamous relationship with someone from the society, if you meet expats here, right, of course they're just expats, so they have the same background you do. But if you are coming to a place where monogamy isn't really a thing, and of course it exists some places, right? Some people just practice monogamy, but they have no way to describe it. If that's something you want, you really have to sit down and have a talk about that, right? You really can't assume that they're going to be on the same page. They may want the same thing as you. They may think that what we call monogamy is the thing that they would want. Maybe they don't like dating other people. Maybe they don't like you dating other people. Very few people do. There is still, okay, Nicagram is our website. PixelFed is an app that attaches to hundreds of different websites. And so you need to attach, it's just like a web browser. If you go to a web browser and say, go to my website, that's one thing. If you go to a different website in the browser, it's an unrelated thing. PixelFed is a browser for these kinds of services. Make sure that PixelFed connects to Nicagram, and then you're looking at your account on this server. You can have accounts all over the place, but it's not designed for that. It's meant for you to have one to be your home, and then you can connect everywhere. So wanting to have, and that's why I said go to the website. I didn't say go to an app. If you go to the website, you're 100% good. But if you start, and this is a thing I've learned recently, no matter how much you send people to a website to do things, people love apps now, and I get it, but they'll look for an app, and a lot of website services will offer apps for things, and then the makers of those individual apps will use the app download to grab people somewhere else. Coastal Girl says, I'm having issues logging in. Are you trying to use the app or trying to use the website? Just use the website. Nicagram.com. Do not download anything until you're signed in. I'm not aware. Several people have joined this week, so as far as I know, everything's good. But no one has joined this evening. So it's not that you won't be able to find someone, but in North America, if you want to have a polyamorous relationship, you need to bring that to the table early, right? Maybe not on the first date. Get past the do we even like each other phase before you have the conversation, sure. But just like, are you interested in getting married? Do you want to have kids? What's your financial situation? What's your religion? Whatever. These are some basic things you need in those first few dates to kind of establish if you're going in the same direction as each other or going in a direction that you're okay with each other. In North America, if you want to be monogamous, you pretty much don't have to say anything. It's the accepted default. And if you want to be polyamorous, a very large percentage of North America is fine with that, right? It's gone up by 500% in the last 10 years. Still pretty minority, but it's way bigger than it was before. It used to be 1 in 100, now it's 1 in 20. Just over the last few years. So having that conversation early on in North America is pretty easy. And people are not totally shocked. Oh, okay, that's something you want. It's not something I want. This isn't going to work. Or, that's something I do want. Well, this is really likely to work. Or, okay, I'm up for discussing that. I don't know if I would be okay with that. I think that's what you would get most of the time, probably. So that's fine. That's what you have to do early. Same thing here. You need to have that conversation and be like, okay, I'm coming from a different cultural background. I don't want to adapt to this, which is fine. That's not a bad thing. What can we do? Is that something you're willing to live with as a limitation, as long as it goes both ways, right? I'm not going to be acting polyamorous and you have to be monogamous, right? That will probably not go over well. But if it's the same for both, it's just getting the message across, and then seeing if that's something that they're up for. But most certainly, if you just randomly, especially as a foreigner, I think, if you date someone in Nicaragua and say nothing, there would be absolutely no expectation of what we consider monogamy. That would be so outside of the norm. So just what would trigger them to even imagine that? It's really shocking, right? The concept is there. They see it in movies to some degree. They see the reactions to it in North America, but the reactions in North America mimic the reactions to the exposure in Nicaragua, and so it's not as clear cut as it seems. What to us is like, well, obviously, how does this not come across? It doesn't, right? Not always. Sometimes it does, for sure, obviously, but not always. And so often, I think Nicaraguans have the reaction of what a weird thing to care about, right? Because it's so universally something that they don't, that people are worked up about it, or potentially prioritize it so much, has a bit of surprise to it, a little bit of a really that's interesting that it's so important, right? Because if you manage to do the Nicaraguan thing and completely hide it, how does it affect you? Right? It's only under the circumstance where you have this exposure that something goes wrong, which is very mimicking of the North American system. It only varies as to which thing people are upset about. Well, you guys have gotten quiet. There we go. You went dark. Who went dark? I went dark? Oh, I did. The camera died. All right, hold on. Just the battery. I knew it was getting low, and I totally forgot that it was low. That's funny. You'd think I'd watch the screen, but apparently I don't. We're nearly back. Oh, my doggy. You're such a good doggy. Here we go. Looks like we're good. Plenty of battery. We're good to go. We're good to go. No source detected. Yeah. It's very European and Japanese. Spouse is a societal role. Romance has nothing to do with that role. Having lived in Europe, I did not live in any particular part of Europe so long to get the same level of experience that I have here in Nicaragua. So, important to have that context. But my experiences in Europe were such that people were more accepting of things than North America is the least flexible region, and I think it makes it the hardest to have long-term relationships that work out because there's so much cultural overhead, cultural baggage to just life there. There's so much less accommodation for flexibility on one side, but forgiveness on the other, right? Even if people agree, and then someone makes a mistake in a place like Nicaragua, it's like um, it's like, well, it's easy to get over. But if you have these really strict rules like North America, getting over it is much harder. Like there's this whole like, how can you ever move past this? How can you ever forgive? How can you ever? And in Nicaragua, people are like, they have a fight about it and they move on. And I think Europe leans much more towards Nicaragua in that way. It's so much easier to overcome it because we just don't have the same societal pressures around it and taboos. But but I think Nicaragua takes it to a level that you don't see in Europe broadly. Like it feels, and none of the surrounding Latin American countries, to the best of my knowledge, have it. Nicaragua really managed to hold on to some traditional things there that other places did not. James says, what is that Nika chat thing? Do you mean Nika habla? That one. Hold on, I'll send it. This is the Nicaragua chat channel, if you're looking for that. Secure chat meant for Nicaragua. Coastal says, North Americans are Puritans compared to Europeans. Well, because we are Puritans rather than Europeans, right? Oh, no, you know what's odd, though? So and I realize that people use the term in a modern way, but to go back to a traditional thing, Puritans were not puritanical about sex. Puritans believed in polygamy and polyamory and thought that relationships should lead with sex, not with romance, because they didn't, basically, I don't think they cared about people. They just needed population growth. But they were very sex forward and completely would be unacceptable in North American society today. The concepts of relationships in North American society today are products of the late 1800s, mid to late 1800s, not products of the colonial era. As much as we have assigned it to them, and the reason that happened was that during the late 1800s, they needed a cover for the cults that were arising, and there was a veneration of the puritanical cult from hundreds of years before that, 250 years roughly before that time. And so they would attribute their own cult behavior to that cult in a attempt to provide a credibility to it, and it worked. Most Americans associate the late 1800s cults with the Puritans rather than the actual religion of the Puritans, which was still bad. They were absolutely terrible people, horrendous, evil people, but not in the same way as those revivalists from the late 1800s. Christy Gee says, North America is overly litigious as a matter of cultural programming and financial interest. That is true. That is very true. Looking at relationships as a litigious activity or risk is very real. Don Timoteo, young Nicaraguan women hope for long-term relationships, but their boyfriends leave them mostly because of money, also because of the housing situation. As a result, they are always looking. I think it goes both ways, but that is certainly a factor for sure. Whatever with G, are Americans considered extra attractive over there? Well, the hot ones. I mean, am I? No, but cute ones. To men and women, like, are we exotic looking to them? Yeah, that would be true. Are you saying Nicas cheat a whole lot? So that's actually no. So Nicaraguans generally can't cheat because there's no cheating in the system. Cheating would be having a second household that you support and live at as if that's your house. So there's ways to manufacture cheating, but the normal activities are not cheating. That's very specifically why it's important to understand that monogamy means something different here. It does not mean what we think it means, and then there's cheating on top. It means that having multiple paramours is the expectation and an unwritten agreement across the board, in the same way that in North America, not having multiple paramours is the default and the generally unwritten agreement across the board. It is relatively rare, and having grown up dating in North America, right, I've never really dated outside of North America. All of my, is that true? Yeah, I think it's, all of my relationships were before I ever moved away from North America. I had some Canadians because I grew up on the border. You don't generally, in no relationship that I ever had, did I sit down and say, okay, now what I mean by being my girlfriend is that we're not going to see other people, right? That was just implied. I didn't have to explain that, right? I guess a few times I should have explained that. Maybe that would have clarified some things. That's sad. But it's, we come from it is simply accepted that when you're together, it's monogamous. And in Nicaragua, it is completely accepted that when you're together, you are not monogamous, but you use the term monogamous because you don't know what monogamous means. And so it is what it is, right? If you want someone to be able to cheat, you must get them to agree and understand that you are creating a boundary over which cheating can happen, if that makes sense. Are they open or secretive about it? So that's, maybe you came in later. You probably did. You didn't post until now. So we did about an hour. So I really recommend, I will cover this, right? I'm not going to, but I really recommend going back. It was at 1 hour and 54 minutes that the original question was asked, and we spent 55 minutes completely on this subject. We go into it really deeply, and I think it was really good. So I'd recommend going back and watching that. But, so no, they don't cheat. Are they open or secretive? They are completely secretive. The accepted standard here is to use the term monogamy, but they use the term monogamy to mean don't ask, don't tell polyamory. And the thing that people get in trouble for, their equivalent of cheating, is being caught. The difference is that if you are in the United States under normal circumstances, just as a cultural thing, and your significant other cheats on you, your anger certainly happens because you caught them, but the thing you're angry about is that they cheated. Okay, it's the cheating you're angry about, normally. Obviously, if you don't get caught, you don't know to be angry about the cheating. That's okay, but that's different. It's like, let's take it to a completely different space. I trust in our relationship that you're not going to eat pizza. And the reason I don't want you to eat pizza is because it's not good for you. You're lactose intolerant and you'll get really farty. Okay? That is a relationship I now have with you. You go and eat pizza. You don't tell me. There are two reasonable things that I could be upset about. I could be upset about the fact that you secretly ate the pizza. You kept it from me, but I found out because you started farting, so I knew. Or I could be upset because you had the pizza, right? We had an agreement that you wouldn't eat pizza. You did it anyway. So in North American society, the focus is on the eating of the pizza. I'm upset because you ate the pizza. You violated this trust. In Nicaragua, they're upset because you got gas, because you're lactose intolerant. We accepted that you might try to eat the pizza. I don't really care, but it's the result of it that I don't want to have happen. I don't want to find out about it, right? If you were able to pull off eating that pizza and not get gassy, we'd be okay, right? But you didn't, so you, right? So I know that's a funny thing, but it's a very, very different underlying thing. The secrecy is assumed, and I've spoken to people about this, right? I've said, okay, so, you know, it's okay if it's secret. What if you had a discussion and you agreed to be open about it? And they're appalled. Like, that's treated like cheating. That would be cheating if you exposed it. It's the exposure. The openness is the thing that triggers the anger. I don't mean anger at someone getting caught. That's the first piece. No. If you discuss, so in the way that North Americans, if you say to many people, and someone made a comment, right? This is a group of people who broadly accept polyamory. Many North Americans find that offensive because they fear, I assume, that their own monogamy is under attack if people find out there's alternatives. exposing the fact that monogamy is not the only option or the default option or a natural biological option is scary to them. I assume it's the only reason you could possibly find offense at that, right? Because it has no other foundation. In the same way, Nicaraguan polyamorous people have a tendency to find their own system to be completely normal and natural and think nothing of it and just call it monogamy. And if you suggest that they stop being secretive, they find the idea of open communications in a relationship to be offensive in the same way that North Americans find the fear of polyamory offensive. So it's really weird to come at from a perspective where they value secrecy so much that that's the priority. But this spills into other life. We talk about this a lot. Restaurants will refuse to share their location with you because they are willing to go out of business in order to maintain arbitrary secrecy. Literally had this happen. Literally had the restaurant go out of business. They will refuse to tell you what time they're leaving the house or where they're going or why, anything that you need. When are we going to eat dinner? Not going to tell you. When is this party? Well, we all agreed to say a time and we all agree that isn't the time we're going to do it. When are we actually going to do it? Secret. Right. Secrets creep into every aspect of useful life in Nicaragua and many other places. But this is something that's very shocking to North Americans where secrecy is considered inefficient and not financially sound. So you will constantly be in okay, I'm going to go look at this house I want to rent. Where is it? No one's going to tell you. Well, how do you expect me to get there? Not my problem. I don't want you to see the house. You're the real estate agent. Right? Follow me. Maybe we'll blindfold you. Like, it's crazy. But people and businesses keep secrets to an absurd level about the most mundane things and just consider it part of their cultural identity. And people joke about it, right? And people will lie right to you about the secrecy, right? I said this a lot. I have stood on a street corner and had Nicaraguans say there are no street names in Nicaragua. I'm like, this building has a city street name on it. No, it doesn't. Look, it's this word above my head. And they'll deny it, and they'll say, well, okay, if you prove it beyond any doubt, and they can't keep denying it, then it's, well, there's no numbers. But there's a number right here. No, there isn't. It's right here, right? And well, this is the only one. No, it's not. Look, I can see 8 from here. Let's walk down the street. Every block has them, right? Absolutely everywhere. And I've never met a Nicaraguan who didn't deny their existence. Most deny their existence going, I've never seen them. I don't think they exist. But some will stand looking straight at it and say it's not there, right? The amount that they are inherently trained to just attempt to hide certain things, and location and time are key ones that they hide, and this relationship thing is also very high on the hide list. But it's not just a relationship thing. This is a deeper cultural phenomenon of maintaining secrecy unnecessarily and simply approaching openness as a inherently questionable thing. North Americans would say honesty and openness is one of the most valuable things we have as a culture. And maybe it's because I grew up there, but I think that's true. Nicaraguans would say openness and honesty is stupid, and that's how you get exposed to colonizers. Okay, that's a valid point, right? And they have specific stories about why some things are that way. But so looking at this from a relationship standpoint, it's not cheating because they all agree they're not going to say what's going on, and everyone expects it to be that way. And if you're from outside the culture coming in, you kind of have to learn that and then figure out if that's okay for you or whatever. But so it's a wild thing, and why open and honest communication is seen as offensive, I don't know, but it's pretty much universal. James says camera battery, yeah. Coastal Girl says waiting on an email link from. Really? Are you sure it was Nicagram? Because there's nothing in the system. I'm looking at it. It does not believe it sent out an email. You're definitely on the website. Maybe send a, you can't send a screenshot. Crap. Oh, so back to, are Americans considered extra attractive? Americans definitely do not, in general, have like this super attractive thing anywhere in the world. What they do have here in Nicaragua is there aren't many foreigners. And so just like any foreigner in any place, you're different than the majority. And that doesn't mean that the majority of people are going to find you attractive, but there is a subset of the population that is non-trivial that finds anybody different to be attractive or a little bit more attractive, some kind of bonus. And so if you think of it, let's say I take a very attractive Nicaraguan man and stand him here beside me, a very average American guy, and then say, which one of us is going to have an easier time going out and meeting someone? Well, ignoring so he has a natural language advantage. He can just go really casually talk to anyone. I have a very natural, I have something interesting to say advantage, right? Ooh, where are you from? It's that simple, right? Where are you from? How long you been here? Do you plan on living here? What do you do, right? For the Nicaraguan, all those conversations are boring. Yep, I was born in this town. Plan on staying here? Yep, been here for 50 years. All right, cool. Me? Oh, I lived here, I lived there, I moved here. That's just icebreakers, right? So I've got the icebreaker advantage. He has the easy communications advantage. Most Nicaraguan women are going to find him more attractive because most people find people who are very physically similar to them attractive most of the time until they become too close, and then it's the sibling problem, right? And this is actually a really interesting curve in attractiveness. This is super interesting from an anthropological standpoint, is that someone who looks exactly like, it's actually not you. It's the person who looks exactly like your parents, you and siblings. When you are raised by and with someone, that person becomes outrageously unattractive to you, to the point, in many cases, of revulsion, physically. So you have this, wow, that girl looks like my sister. What? No. No. So that happens. But when you find someone who looks so much like your sister, but without the DNA markers that would make them potentially related to you, then your attractive guide skyrockets to its peak. You're programmed, on average, to find a non-relation that is extremely similar to the opposite sex that you grew up with to be the most attractive markers. But any closer, and it instantly falls apart and becomes the uncanny valley of dating. Then, as you get farther from the people that raised you or you were raised with, then your attractiveness slowly drops off. Now, I'm making this a big dramatic curve. There's actually just, are they healthy is going to override just about anything, right? Humans, and a lot of people don't realize this, right? If you step back and say, what are the most common things that people find attractive? Health. Health is right at the top, right? You want to be attractive to people? Make yourself healthy. That's your starting point. That's huge, right? So we look to that most. This curve is a layer on top of that. I see a girl, she's super healthy. Okay, that gives her a big starting point. Now, does she look exactly like my sister? That's not going to work. No, that's a no. But does she look like she could be a third cousin? That's going to skyrocket. I don't know any of my third cousins, so that's not gross. It skyrockets to, this is, comes from a group that probably was raised in my village or nearby, neighboring village. That's really what your DNA is looking for, someone from a neighboring village, because traditionally this means you're most likely to be a part of shared defense and raising the children in a village kind of thing. As you get farther away from that, we become, they're more likely to be from a faraway village, they're likely to be from a neighboring country, they're from, a faraway country, and then at some point, some portion of the population has a spike, the exotic spike, where just because they are so different, as long as they're still healthy, you're going to have this, whoa, that's someone so different. Now, this makes total anthropological sense because you need a certain part of your, the first group makes sense because this is creating our village, this is creating our local community, that attractiveness to people who are close enough is what makes you come together and have civilization. But having that spike in exoticism, wow, they're so different than what I grew up with. this could work, right? That spike is important for some percentage of the population, 20, 25%, to encourage them to bring in fresh DNA to help combat against deterioration of the local DNA pool. So that's why you have some percentage of people that just, they're never dating someone who's from your village, your town. They're always dating someone from far away. They're always maybe looking for someone online. They're always, looking for a relationship where they speak a different language, right? That stuff encourages that. And it's important for keeping the gene pool healthy worldwide. Both gene pools benefit from that variety. So in that, right, my buddy, who may be a super attractive Nicaraguan, has all these Nicaraguan women that may be interested in him. But he's also surrounded by other guys who are also Nicaraguan that look a lot like him. So there's more women that find him attractive, but there's more of him for them to find attractive. So the competition ends up watering down. If you're in the exotic spike and there's only a handful of us from somewhere else, even though only 20-25% of the local women, in my case, find that exotic spike to be a big driver, I'm less than 20 or 25% of the male population, so my ratio is better in that I'm exotic in that way. So hopefully that answers your question. Whatever with a G. I'm North American. I don't want to share my spouse. What the heck? And there's nothing wrong with that. It's less risk for STDs too. It is, unless your spouse is North American. How are we talking down on monogamy or the U.S. proud to be American Hispanic? Well, just talking down on monogamy as it's as a natural thing, it's not there. As a historic thing, it's not there. It has some very bad roots, but only as this is what society is like here and how it works. Now, what's interesting is monogamy in North America, due to the extreme levels of secrecy, probably, STDs are most rampant in North America, least rampant in Nicaragua, lowest in the Western Hemisphere. That's a tough one to pin down exactly why that happens. The general rule is because Nicaragua has had the lowest interaction with Americans of any country in the region. That alone is the main driver for avoiding STDs. So while it's not polyamory that's creating the protection against STDs, the Nicaraguan lifestyle is actually providing that protection. So the fear of STDs exists, but the fear doesn't exist like it does in North America. A lot of the things that people really fear just aren't realistic problems. Doesn't mean you shouldn't take protection. Doesn't mean you shouldn't be concerned about it. But it is... But I think your reaction, right, that is where monogamy is bad. That you say, I don't want to share my spouse, what the heck. That reaction means you're culturally programmed to feel a certain way. That you don't want to share your spouse, absolutely fine, right? Perfectly fine. That monogamy is an option for both partners, absolutely fine. It's important that it remain as an option. For some people, it's inherently something that they need. But that further reaction, what the heck, right, is a bit much, right? That other cultures, that other groups of people are not seen as, oh, that's equally good. That's where it becomes a problem. You rarely hear people who are polyamorous, I'm not saying always, but you rarely hear people who are polyamorous getting offended by people who want to be monogamous. But people who want to be monogamous are often offended that other people are able to live their lives, even if it proves to be very healthy for them. Right, and so that is where you should step back and say, well, that's okay. That's probably not the reaction. You're right about a bunch of things. Monogamy should be absolutely allowed, and it is. It's just very hard to discuss. It's so unusual that we lack the language for it. So that's just something you have to overcome, right? And you're also saying, you're right, I don't want to share my spouse. That's fine. Are you bringing your spouse with you? They probably come from the same cultural background. If you're looking for a spouse who comes from a polyamorous culture, then you need to have more discussions. Just like if they came to North America, they would say, wait. You say monogamous and you actually mean that you don't sleep with other people? What the heck? Why would you limit those options, right? I'm not saying they're right. I'm saying that they're going to have that cultural expectation that you're giving something up that doesn't make sense to them because they've always assumed they'd never have to give it up. You're coming from a background where you expect just naturally to have to give that up. And so it perceives that other people are living this type of lifestyle feels wrong. But I would hypothesize that when polyamorous is shocked by monogamy, they're not threatened by it. I've never heard of someone being polyamorous feeling threatened by monogamy because, one, you can guess that it's out there. Two, some people just don't feel like the effort of meeting people, so monogamy will happen by default in some cases. Maybe they're not forced into it in any way. They have no pressure for it, but it just happens. Sure, right? That's fine. It doesn't threaten anybody. That polyamory feels threatening to someone who's monogamous suggests that that person doesn't naturally feel monogamous and sees it as something that they could catch, that the option being there could make people decide that it's what they want to do, that they depend on societal pressures to create a relationship status for themselves that they feel that they and their spouse wouldn't maintain if they were given the freedom to have other things. And that's where the Puritans famously chose to go to the United States, not for sexual reasons, because they were very polyamorous, right? But they were incredibly controlling and didn't believe in religious freedom. The United States was founded on removing freedoms because living in the Netherlands, which is, I know the Puritans come from England, but before they came to the United States, they were in the Netherlands because they couldn't be in England because they were, evil. And in the Netherlands, which was a free country with freedom of religion, that freedom of religion allowed their children and other people in their ecosystem to have choices. And they needed to take those choices away. And the United States, or the colonies that would become the United States, were a place where they were allowed to remove the freedoms that Europe already had. And so that's why they chose to come to the New World, so they could take those freedoms away. They depended on the lack of religious freedom as a way to maintain their religion because they knew if given options, people wouldn't choose it. It wasn't well-founded. People didn't actually believe it. They didn't actually think it was a good idea, but they needed that structure. That's, in many cases, what I think happens with monogamy. Not all, by any stretch. But when someone feels threatened by it, I think it's essentially a guarantee. It's the only logical place where polyamory could make someone who is monogamous feel uncomfortable. Surprised? Sure. Have questions? Sure. Lots of things, right? But even now, the United States is rapidly polyamorizing, right? In the early 2000s, the rate was 1%, 1 in 100 people. Today, it is 5%, 1 in 20 people. At this pace, the United States is going to be catching up with places like Nicaragua pretty quickly. The gap then will be in the United States that polyamory is almost universally wide open and discussed, which I will argue to the end is the healthier thing for sure. Nicaragua's obsession with secrecy is pretty universally awful for everything. It hurts business, it hurts people, it hurts relationships. It takes away important communications options that allow for things to be healthy. Absolutely, I agree. I think honesty and openness is good universally. Maybe I'm wrong, but that's how I feel. But the thing I would always say is, right, so, right, how are we talking down to monogamy or the USA? The USA is heavily polyamorous, right, now, and openly so. So it's not about being proud to be one thing or the other. It's about why are we concerned that other people don't also do that. John Mason, what conversation did I just tune into? Christy Gee says, big love. In the hood, it's called being on the DL. That's true, it is. Lol, Big Mason. Says, also, is there a double standard where it's normal for men to cheat or is expected of the women too? If you already covered it, let me know. I'll go back and watch. I did not specifically address that. So it is absolutely universal. The amount of gender neutrality in Nicaragua is extreme. And this happens at the familial level, obviously, right, there's always women are expected to do these things, men are expected to do these things. I don't know any culture that gets away from that. Some get better, but in general. But when it comes to sex and relationships especially, but also workplace in many cases, and politics for sure, women are seen as absolutely equal. And so in relationships, women are absolutely expected to be part of the system. In no way is this gendered, which I think a lot of places, especially across Latin America, I think you see a lot of men are expected to do this and women are not, and so you easily are going to picture Nicaragua being one of those kinds of places too, and it is not the case. So it is, surprising, right? And it really takes a long time of watching this and witnessing this and having friends and talking about their relationships and seeing this happen. I mean, like, wow, this is seriously universal. Doesn't matter what city you're in. Doesn't matter what age range you're in, right? Yes, of course, the 18-year-olds, you're like the 18 to 22-year-olds, of course, they're doing this stuff, right? Hormones, blah, blah, blah. Sure, but 40-year-olds, absolutely, right? All the time. And like every age group. And when people go out here, and it's one of the reasons why people, so back home, going out, my best friend Rachel, she and I would go out all the time to go drinking because we love beer. And we would go out, and that's a very normal thing. We go out, go dancing, get beer. No one is like, oh, going out to find people to hook up with, right? In Nicaragua, you basically assume if people are going out that they're trying to hook up. Of course, that's not actually true. They're not always trying to do that. Lots of times people go out because they want to hear a band or just have beer. But the rate at which people go out and hook up is so high, and the availability of the options is so high because you don't really think about what it means until you are living in it and realize that it's not like in the United States where, yes, okay, the 1 in 20 are polyamorous. You're in a bar and you meet someone. There's a 19 out of 20 chance that if someone's like, oh, this is my spouse, that means, that 19 out of 20 times, that means they're monogamous. But that 1 out of 20, they're, so what is what's going on here, right? In Nicaragua, it's essentially always, maybe it's flipped, 5% are monogamous, and 19 out of 20 are poly. But they'll never admit it, so you can't ask. That's the difference. In the U.S., you just ask. So I just wanted to check, are you guys monogamous or poly? What would make you ask? Okay, monogamous, gotcha. Here, everyone will say they're monogamous, and no one means it. And so it's just so difficult to communicate. But going to a bar and seeing people there as couples, seeing people who are there together all the time as couples, people are together, and then realizing that not only are all of them also operating as singles, just universally, it's that they expect you are too. And like suddenly you start looking around and you're like, wait a minute, it's like everyone's coupled up, but also everyone's single. And it's so like, I don't know how to interact with people. It's very confusing, and it takes a long time for your brain to kind of wrap around it because even if nothing else, the ratios are so different. Coastal Girl, I don't care what others do. Whatever rocks your boat. Whatever with G. What is the legal age people can drink there? 18. Pretty standard across Latin America. I'm not sure who isn't 18. And it's basically you become an adult at 18, so there's no limitations on life once you cross 18. Beverly says, it is really good that I am not moving to Nicaragua specifically to date, but it is because of it. It means the dating pool is very large. So people who do date here are often like, it's really easy to get a date. And that's because people date so much more. The actual amount, the physical, like if you were to somehow melt dating down into a liquid and pour it into a thing and measure its volume, that makes no sense, but I think you guys can visualize what I'm saying. The physical volume of dating in Nicaragua is 100 times what it is in North America. Like, it's absolutely crazy the amount that people date, both the people that they're married to or dating, novia, and the other people, right? Just all of it is just huge numbers. If I was to hang out, so my best friend, she's very attractive. She can go out anytime she wants. She would still have maybe one date per week as just kind of regular life, and she was one of the most able to go out as much as she wanted people I've ever known, right? If she wanted a date, she got a date. if she was here, she would be seen as like some kind of weird non-dating, doesn't care about going out with people, like bordering on none, because it is normal to, oh, are you not at work? Why aren't you out? And if you're out, the chances are you're going to meet up with someone, intentionally or not intentionally. But it turns into dating as just such an unbelievable activity that, you know, casually seeing 3 to 5, I don't mean to say different people, going out 3 to 5 times as a date during a week, absolutely normal. Completely normal. All with one person, not all with one person, sure. But just the frequency with which you meet up with someone and go out is crazy high. Women get stuck with the kid and the guy is off to greener pastures. Most Nicaraguan women have a child by 18 years old, which we did talk about in that 50-minute thing earlier on. The only thing there, though, is that many times the men do end up taking care of just someone else's kids, which is common across many cultures, that one side or the other ends up with different kids that they take care of. Even my cats do that. John Mason says, interesting that the Colombian earthquake seems to be accompanied by a few volcanic eruptions. Hawaii, Italy, Nicaragua, Colombia. It might be coincidence in some places like Italy. I don't know. But Nicaragua, weird. So I mentioned this to one of my best friends lives in Panama City, and she had sent me the earthquake from Colombia. Now, she grew up in Medellin, so really mattered to her. But she felt it in Panama City, so she sent me the news. And since she sent it to me, I sent her a note. It's like, we've had a 4+ earthquake every 2 to 3 hours since that happened. Now, we're pretty close here, but we are on a different shelf. But we've been shaking all this time. Jump lift. Salve Maria. I'm super excited to go to all the churches. Life is so much better since going to church and praying. Coastal says, I'm atheist. Jump says, I wouldn't stress it. There's all kinds of people out there. Just talk. Coastal says, yes, Nikagram. Yeah, it's not working. Nothing has shown up. I think Wes might be in because someone has that username. Let me go see, but is there any photos yet? No, but Wes is approved. Yeah, that's definitely Wes. So Wesley is in, but that was not today. And yeah, there's no email. Right. So, okay. So just so you know, my system shows onboarding application created and then applicant successfully verified email address. I do not have a record of that first thing. Wait. Oh, wait a minute. Here we go. Yeah, I'm sure. Okay, now I see it. Hold on. Let me see if I can. Can I bypass this? Maybe something's wrong with email, because we got several people having an issue. All right, I'm going to look into this. Why, oh, why is there a problem? Bum, 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 bum. I don't even know where the email configuration is, but I see the 3 of you guys now. So I'm trying to track it down. All right, for the moment, I'm turning off require email things. But I don't know if that helps you since you've already done it. No, crap. Hmm. It's been a while since I worked on this. I really don't know where the setting is for the email. All right, there's... Aha. No, that should be working. I don't know. I'm gonna have to do some research. It's really good. Yes, Nikagram, it's driving me nuts. Apollo Middle and MacArthur High. Wesley says it's exotic. That's really Wesley. Do you live in Nicaragua? Jumplift says I'm definitely familiar with those schools. What are you and your wife's ages? Wesley says no, I live in Nebraska. Jumplift, I'm 48. Wife 47. You? Wait, no, he said two. Jumplift. Jose said that. Baja Explosion, dudes. We should all just live in sheds and eat pickles and cheese. I could go for some pickles and cheese. Anybody got some pickles and cheese? Jose says that's cool. Jumplift says. I wouldn't say the women get stuck with a kid. The love of a child is so immaculate. I believe women are happier with kids, even if single. But don't get mad at me. Just my opinion. As a parent, right, I would not ever consider it being stuck with a kid. I would want my kids. That is definitely, of all things, the highest priority of things I would want. Wesley says, Jose, are you in Nicaragua? I live in the town of 1,600 people. I'm ready to finish retirement in Nicaragua. I never could understand how anybody could be proud of being from anywhere. Pride, in my opinion, has something to do with something you've done. That's valid, for sure. Jump lift. Scott, I agree. People shouldn't be offended, and they shouldn't have to live in secret. God gives us free will. We should, too. Jose says, yes, I'm Nicaraguan, but I've been in the U.S. my whole life. Got here at age 7 or 8, maybe even younger. Whatever with the G. I'm not threatened by not polygamy, polyamory. They are different things. I was saying, what the heck, because people were making comments in the chat like monogamy is a disease. Oh, I see. Okay. Gotcha. Polygamy is when one or potentially both of the partners is marrying multiple people. That's... it doesn't exist within, so you definitely weren't here for this part of the conversation, that Nicaragua essentially doesn't have marriage in the way that we think of in North America. They do. It does exist. It's not 100% that they don't. It's by and large they do not. What people consider marriage is a different thing. And so polygamy is not possible under the normal Nicaraguan system. It's those who opt for the Catholic European marriage infrastructure, which is a very small minority here, they have the option, if you will consider it that, to then have polygamy, because polygamy requires that mechanism to exist. Nicaraguans generally don't have that mechanism and so cannot have polygamy, but they do have polyamory because it does not require anything in particular, just like monogamy has only the requirement that there is one person for you, meaning someone for you. Jump says, Jose, awesome. I'm 41, on my way to Nicaragua soon. So excited and terrified at the same time. Jumplift says, Jose, is this your first time back to Nicaragua since a child? Your wife is Nicaraguan? Jose says, we hope you run into Scott. Hope you run into Scott and meet him. That would be so cool. Wesley says, Scott, have you read The People's History of the United States? I've read some of it. I can't remember if I've read it all. And there goes my dog, of course. Jose says, she is American but dying to move to Nicaragua. Awesome. Coastal Girl said, whatever makes you happy. Well, Christy Gee says, well, probably gay too. I missed whatever that was connected to. Wesley says, well, here we call it an open relationship or an open marriage, meaning in North America. We do. They're not quite the same exactly. The difference primarily, I'm going to explain this badly. Open relationship, obviously, versus open marriage is whether you're married or not. Um, the difference is in an open marriage, you generally assume you're in a sea of monogamous people and you are open to non-monogamy. Um, if you are polyamorous, it is generally assumed, this is kind of a leaning in the way the words are used, that all of the people involved are polyamorous. In an open marriage, it is generally assumed that someone involved is monogamous within a confine inside of the open marriage. Nothing wrong with that. It's just it's related to what they call V polyamory or whatever, where there are hinge people but not everyone or whatever. How in the world did you hear about Nicaragua being from Nebraska? I've traveled the world. I lived in Acapulco, Mexico back in the late 80s. Last year in Acapulco was 1990. Beverly says, I am waiting for Nicagram also email. All right. Wesley Doty says, I've also been interested in finding out about countries that the evil empire has messed with. Coastal Girl says, do you see it? She means the email. Yeah, something's wrong with the email. I'm on Nicagram. I noticed numerous duplicate pictures. Ooh, I got to hunt that down. Okay. Coastal Girls, I said wait for the email confirmation, but I haven't noticed it. Wesley says, I put 4 photos in. Why don't you see them? Let me see. So it's a little bit difficult because I'm on a million different devices. Let me go look. First, I have to find you. That's you. Okay, let's open. There we go. They're having a problem loading, but the photos have uploaded. Let me see. Sometimes I can see it from the desktop before the app is able to load it. You'll see. Pickles and cheese are awesome. I tried to log in, but it doesn't recognize the login info. Let me try again. Wesley says, the woman I know in Managua, she's been married and divorced. She comes from a family with money. Does this polyamory more of a poor people thing? There is a pressure from definitely for the wealthier sets. Wes, I can see your photos. When I'm on my desktop, they come right up. No problem. I'm going to put a link to Wes's account here. And they come right up for me. Wealthy Nicaraguans have a very high likelihood of being public figures, of being seen in public, or being interacting with North America a lot. And so there's a lot more influence from abroad or the appearance from abroad that tends to play in for the wealthy that the poor do not have an interaction with. So it's something that comes from kind of base culture here, but the wealthy are more likely to have outside cultural influences and to marry people from other countries as well, or to date people from other countries. It's relatively rare that someone who is from a really poor community is going to have a chance to meet someone from another culture, and so even the idea of hoping for a monogamous relationship may not occur to them. It may not really come up as an option. And obviously people do know it exists or know that it could exist, but in the same way that if you are North American, the average North American doesn't actually probably think about the fact that polyamory exists and is an option. They only think about, well, I've heard of that, or I know what the word means, or I have a fair idea. Not, oh, that's just one of choices that we all have, right? It's kind of not that way. Wesley says, I guess there's no secrets about it. It's all in the open. Exactly. It's all in the open that they're keeping secrets. That's the funny thing. Larry says, NFL preseason starts tonight. Once again, you'll be destroying NBC ratings on Thursdays. That's right. And we're already at 542 views. So Larry's not kidding. We are destroying the Nielsen ratings this evening. We've got a lot of people on. Now to figure out why our freaking email isn't sending. What the absolute heck? Oh, excuse me. I should not be yawning. That's not where I want to be. John Mason, at the risk of rekindling this topic, do you think that the polyamory thing is a lasting vestige of the indigenous people? Absolutely, that's what I think. I don't know that absolutely as a fact, but I'm very, very confident that that is the case. And we see similar things in Guatemala, for example, but they're more religious than relationship. But they will have all kinds of religious constructs that clearly are indigenous, and then have colonial things layered on top of, kind of like a mask. And that is exactly what this appears like here. That's what seems to be going on, is this very clear, this predates all this activity, all this relationship stuff seems to be this natural state that's probably always been there, and it absolutely makes sense. Oh, Jose says, cool pics from Wesley. Now if I can just get all you guys in here with... I'm looking at the logs on the email server trying to figure out why it hasn't sent. Just checking on some tickets for people just to see if we need to keep someone in the data center tonight. All right, wealthy, probably not the right word. Just better off. Oh, wait, I skipped. Cool pics. Yes, cool. Thanks for sharing. How long of a fight did that fish give you? Then Wesley says, wealthy, probably not the right word. Better off. She's not poor. You can see from the one pic at her mother's house. John Mason says, that meld of native Euro seems to be universal among Central and South America. Well, it kind of has to be. Right, there's no way that they were going to completely supplant the native culture, right? That really doesn't happen anywhere. That's really hard to do, so you expect that the Europeans would be unable to completely supplant the original culture, but also that they would bring in their own cultural elements, and that's certainly what we see, including the actual Temple of Minerva in Shela. They have an actual Greek temple, like real one. Too many login attempts. I'm officially in timeout. Yeah, we have to get the email working, apparently. It's not giving me any option to work around it. Wesley says, if you read the description under the picture, the fish was stuck on the rapids. 2016 was a drought. The guide saw it in the head with a board and threw it on the boat. John says, but the same could be said about the meld of Christian and pre-Christian traditions. Absolutely. Catholicism itself is a celebration of Roman gods. The entire veneration of Mary and the saints are not Christian traditions. Those are Roman traditions that are added in. Catholicism is actually the modern manifestation of traditional pagan culture, right? Catholicism is paganism in its most pure form today, which is funny that we so often use Catholicism or Christianity as to be like this counterpoint to paganism, and then to realize that the core of paganism became Catholicism. It's like, wait a minute, the pagan religion didn't go anywhere, it just became much bigger. Scratch out is some women will say they come from money, so you don't suspect them from wanting or needing your money. That is true. Wesley says, I've been to her house and met her. She has a car. That does indicate generally something. All right, I'm going to take a real quick break. You guys keep on talking, and I'm going to go grab a little bit of food and be right back. I'll probably get another soda as well because that has the caffeine, and I need some caffeine because we've been going already for 4 hours, and we are at 554 views. Take a moment to give a thumbs up. I'm going to write down here. Be right back, everyone. Oh, little doggy. You're the good dog. You're the good dog. dinner. I have more caffeine. We're in good shape. Look at all these people that are on. Holy cow. Awesome. If you like a girl, what if she's not wealthy? Well, it depends. Do you have enough money to support her? I'm only kidding. No, there's no problem with dating someone who isn't wealthy. Of course, if someone isn't wealthy, you do have concerns. And this is another very good topic, right? I think that for a lot of foreigners coming to a country that is very poor on average, there's a large concern that people are going to potentially date in the hopes of financial success, right? And my answer to that is, yeah, and everything in dating is generally to some degree influenced by finances. The entire concept of marriage as is done in North America, the formal, right, is all about finances, right? Completely. That is its function, is for the financial relationship. Coming from North America, we have a tendency to very strongly feel, and people talk about this, that you really have, we should go Dutch. Everyone split the bill. It shouldn't be, one party paying for everything, or if it is, it's the man. But it's generally both parties paying. It's really not one person. That's very deeply ingrained, but partially that's because there is a lot more financial access in North America. If someone in the United States is not able to pay for their own dinner, for example, or their way in some activity, we're going to go see a show, who's going to pay for the tickets? Of course, it's okay. Just going out with my friends, not a dating thing. In North America, we have a tendency that only one person pays on any given activity. Right, we're going out to dinner. One of us always pays. The next time, the other one pays. Is it equal? No, not necessarily. Sometimes yes, sometimes no. But because there's enough money and no one's trying to take advantage of anyone, it's a very casual way of splitting things and familiarity, and it's comfortable. If you have in North America one party who is always paying for things, it feels very much like the other person must be a deadbeat, right? They are taking advantage of the situation because there are enough jobs that everyone can do them. And so if someone is unwilling to work or just doesn't feel like it, is dating. Marriage is different. You make important decisions together. You have a household to share. But if you're just dating, having someone who is dependent on the other financially feels really lazy in North America. That's not the case under normal circumstances in a lot of places. Nicaragua, for sure, if someone is able to work, generally they are, and a lot. And if they're not working, well, that is either because they can't or because they're giving up that spot to someone who desperately needs it. It's not a unlimited number. So on one side, like, those perceptions need to be very different. And on the other is that in North America, we tend to have a relatively small range of income, but in Nicaragua, the difference between the average expat and an average person of an age that you are dating is, in many cases, not all, but in many cases, astronomically different, right? Someone may be bringing in $300 a month versus someone who's bringing in $3,000 a month, right? Someone is barely able to put food on the table. The other doesn't know how to spend all the money that they have. And so those differences mean that trying to look at relationships as something that should be a financial give and take don't necessarily make sense. It may be very much that one party is simply financially capable. And does the other benefit from that? Yeah, they do. But it's, and the easy answer is for men, right? Women are super attractive, mostly, right? Like, there's this beauty being brought to the table. What do men bring to the table? We're not beautiful most of the time, right? We bring financial security to the table, especially in these kinds of situations. So especially for men dating in a situation like Nicaragua, having it be something that is very lopsided financially is not actually that bad of a thing. And you may be directly helping someone. A lot of women coming from North America having the same equation flipped. struggle with it in the same way that when in North America, if you have a woman with high income, often men will struggle with feeling like they have a hard time handling a woman who makes more money than them or has a more senior position or whatever. Maybe at work they're fine, but in a relationship it can be very difficult. Not universally, some people are fine, but it's often a thing that's difficult. And many women have the same problem in reverse. Oh, I don't want to date a guy who earns significantly less than me, or maybe he does, but it's okay because he works in a nonprofit and he volunteers, right? But he could make more than me. He's just choosing not to. That's okay, right? There's a lot of things like that, but that thought process is there, right? When women come to Nicaragua as expats, almost always they're going to have dramatically more or noticeably more income, and importantly disposable income, than the men that they may be dating. Again, not always, but most of the time. And so you have to kind of step back and say, okay, a lot of roles or assumed roles are going to be flipped here, and these are not necessarily things that are bad to flip. It's just the situation is not one that you grew up in. And much like the monogamy and polyamory discussion, this can be simply this is a different cultural thing, and we have to adapt. And that the idea that men pay for everything and women do not, or it's equal on the other side of the equation, all of those things may be something that we have to step back from and say that doesn't actually make sense in the situation, and it isn't a cultural thing to necessarily be that way. So we have to reevaluate. Is that really something that bothers us? If so, why? Right? And maybe there's a real reason, and it's something you can't get over. But if you can get over it, it's good to step back and say, why does that bother me? I'm making someone's life better. I'm having a good time. Why is that bad? Right? It's as a man, if there was a girl who's like, oh, I'd really like to go out to dinner. I've never been to a restaurant with a menu before, right? That's a real thing that can happen. Or a much more common thing. Well, I've been to restaurants, but very rarely. I've never had sushi. I've never had Mexican. I've never had Chinese food, right? That is super common. To be like, oh, well, let's, or never been to McDonald's, never been to an American chain restaurant, never had Pizza Hut. Well, let's go do that, right? On one side, it makes dating so much easier. It's so easy to go out and encounter interesting things that are actually fun and fulfilling and unique, right? That's great. You have a talking point. Let's go discuss sushi. How do you eat it? How do you use chopsticks? What is this, wasabi? I've never seen that before. When would you, right? But that kind of stuff is so surprising in many cases. But if that's, you're basically bringing life experience and education to the table as benefits. Yes, it may be manifest through the financial ability to pay for dinner or pay for a taxi or whatever, but that is not a good reason under normal circumstances to be like, oh, this may not be a good relationship for me. For some people, it is true. You just can't handle or not happy with a relationship where there is a financial imbalance. But I think for most people, most of the time, even if it feels like maybe that's not what you want, when you step back and look at it, it's like, okay, I have to reevaluate what makes sense. This is someone who may be working twice as hard as me, maybe really, really brilliant, and they just don't have a way to make even remotely the kind of financial stability that I have. Why, if this is a relationship that I care about, would I let that be a factor in any significant way? And not only should it not be, I think, in most cases a negative factor, it should be wow, I actually have an assured value in this relationship. I am able to provide financial protection that did not exist before. Awesome. When do you want to be in a relationship where you're not absolutely driving value? Right? I'm not saying that every relationship must drive that kind of value, not at all. But when would you decline it? Wesley says she has a place in Los Robles. That's a nice area. I like that. I'm going to be eating some tofu here, so sorry. Jumpler says, I'd say Catholicism is rooted in monotheism, and I would say that is absolutely not true in any way whatsoever. The Old Testament is strictly polytheistic, and the New Testament was polytheistic but was modified in the 300s to look monotheistic, but then paganism was layered on top. And it's polytheistic in every sense. I had to go I'd studied theology for years, essentially went to seminary, and I do work with monks. But the paganism is absolutely like you can under strict Christianity, you cannot have saints. You must have paganism to have saints. The veneration of saints and Mary are absolutely antithesis to traditional Christianity. But thank you. But it's really interesting. Study the Old Testament for polytheism, and it is so strongly rooted that it's really surprising. If you were to meet Christians or pre-Christians from the 1500 BC era until 300 AD and suggest that Christianity or Judaism had been monotheistic, they would be so confused as to where you got that idea. That is such a modern thing that was added that it really it does not exist in that time frame. Coastal Girl says, very good topics tonight. Anna Jones, isn't the old saying, it's just as easy to fall in love with a rich girl than a poor girl? It's just as easy to fall in love with. That was a joke. I don't know that saying. Jumplift says, Wesley, that's great, but even then there are people with money who still secretly just want more. True. I'm not just trying to sabotage, just saying the money thing means nothing. John says, if you aren't afraid of threatening that conviction, watch the documentary Zeitgeist for all the pagan traditions that got waved into Christianity. Mostly says, she never told me she had money. This is only my observations. Met her on a dating site. Saw her in 2016. Just been long-distance friends now. Oh, cool. Coastal Girl says, are you going to be able to sleep? Is that to John? No, I took a nap, so I'll be up late tonight. Did I miss something about sleep? John said, that's true. Finances are super important, and it's okay to support someone. Oh, it flew. And it's okay to support someone you love or just want to. Exactly. Janet says, that's one thing from my past. My dad always paid. He would argue with any guy that tried to pay instead, and he always won. John said, and Scott doesn't really sleep much. No, I really don't. I'm not afraid at all. I will watch. I watched incredibly anti-religion and anti-Catholic, but I had a supernatural event, and I tried the faith and love it so much more. But I'll check it out. Well, so... So the interesting thing is that the point about paganism and polytheism are not against Catholicism. They're about Catholicism, right? If you want to be Catholic, that's fine, right? No problem there. This is what Catholicism is. It's where it comes from. It's what its roots are. It's what its beliefs are, right? And so that Catholicism is paganism, is not an indictment of Catholicism. That is absolutely not true. Absolutely not true. It's the celebrating what Catholicism is and always has been, right? Catholicism itself is pagan rites being expressed through a lens of the Christian experience. Right? So to be Catholic is to be pagan. To love the Catholic Church is to love paganism. They are one and the same. They're not antagonistic. They're not enemies, right? One is an expression of the other. They don't exist without each other. If you take paganism away, Catholicism does not exist. If you take Christianity away, Catholicism does not exist, right? It is the melding of the two that makes it Catholicism in the first place. Catholicism did not exist in the time of Christ. It did not exist in the time of his disciples. It did not exist in the time of Paul. It was a construction from a pagan perspective, using the writings of Paul predominantly, and creating a new religion rooted in paganism, with paganism being taken into a modern era where it was competing against monotheistic religions and needed a stronger base that was, because polytheistic religions are naturally relatively weak. Monotheistic religions are stronger, and so a monotheistic tone was added to one of the most polytheistic religions, But if you take the Catholic Bible and look through it, it is quite crystal clear that God himself says there are other gods and declares it a polytheistic pantheon, right? That there is a pantheon that is working. That's just part of Catholicism. So in no way, for Jumplift, is this Catholicism is bad or not what you thought. It's exactly what you thought, right? Mary, the saints, they're all exactly as the Catholic Church presents them. Minor deities within a pantheon, just as Apollo and, Jupiter and Saturn and Poseidon and so many, Neptune, and so many of the Roman gods, which were just the new version of paganism as it moved from Greece to Rome, as that religion moved from Rome to Western Europe. They took on new names and new forms, but their functions remained the same. The religion remained the same. This is the core religion that Europe has had for thousands of years, with some minor alterations. That's just fine, right? That people have celebrated Catholicism around the world, that the pagan gods have become the standards just in new form. That is as valid as any other religious approach. Tom says, if I was AI, would I admit it? Not normally. Leslie says, Scott, I've always said that it's no different than here. People date within their financial status. Interesting. I feel like I've never dated within my financial status. Anna Jones says, this is to Jumplift. I'd like to know about your supernatural event. Jump says, it's not bad. So beautiful for men to be provider and women to nurture and support them. Personally, going back to like my high school dating and stuff, I actually think that I preferred dating in a large financial disparity way, because maybe this is a personal insecurity. And I did think about this recently. This is not something I'm thinking of on the spot necessarily. As a point of finding personal value, and I'm not saying money makes you valuable, but being a provider, whether that's safety, financial safety, security, stability, whatever, I think all of those things are things that I value in a relationship from myself, because I want to be valuable in that relationship. If I don't provide those things, where's my value? Oh, maybe I'm funny, sure, but that's pretty subjective. Maybe I'm smart, but that's pretty subjective. Maybe I'm nurturing, but that's pretty much a lie. I'm just not. Like, I would like to be, but I'm not. I'm not emotionally attached. It's just not who I am. I'm very autistic. I have huge gaps compared to an average person, right? So there's these things that I know I don't bring to the table, right? I'm not romantic. Ask my wife. Like, I am the least romantic person ever. But she's learned it has nothing to do with how much I care. It's just I can't express myself that way because I don't feel that emotion. To me, it's constructed out of a basis of friendship, which I do feel, but romance I do not. And so I think for me especially, I find that having a financial ability to provide value to someone is something that naturally makes me feel more assured that I'm not taking advantage of the situation, or that they're not stuck with me or whatever, and just some awful situation. I don't know, but it's I want just like when my wife provides for me a whole bunch of things: insight into the world, companionship, nurturing, and she takes care of things around the house, right? Cooks, doesn't clean so much, but tons of things. And I work. That's a huge thing that I do. My work is really big for me, and that work then provides these benefits, right? And some of those financial benefits have knock-on benefits, right? My financial stability because of my work provides the ability to work online, provides the ability to be home with the kids, provides the ability to have more family time, and so forth. Those are things that are all valuable. Those finances make that possible. And our ability to live where we want to live, travel when we want to travel, and so forth. Eat tofu when we want to eat tofu. He says, in a perfect world, I would love to find a Nicaraguan woman who has a car, has a place to live, and speaks English. They exist, but they are rare. At this age, it might just last forever. This is from John. Mind you, I married an attorney, so. Wesley says, remember what Elizabeth Taylor married at Carpenter? Do you think he really loved her? I think she was 30 or 40 years older than him. John says, Carpenter, not aware of that marriage. Yeah, me either. Is that Elizabeth Taylor? He worked. She married a carpenter. Okay, Coastal Girl said, thank you for the live tonight. Going to bed. I hope I can catch the next live. Hopefully, I get to start early again. Like, these work really well when I do. Janet says, I definitely never dated within my financial status. John says, 20-year age difference with Liz and Larry Fortnesky. I would have gladly hooked up with Liz with 20, 30 years of age difference. I feel ya. Elizabeth Taylor, Cat on a Hot Tin Roof. I have not seen the Sandpiper. Jump says, good night, Coastal Girl. So, circling back to Cat on a Hot Tin Roof, I mentioned this earlier in the show, but everybody's changed over since then. My daughter, Liesl, and I watched... Oh, a bunch more people just got on. Hey, guys. Sorry that I'm eating while we do the show, but we are 4.5 hours in, and I haven't had dinner. We watched The Godfather last night, so Marlon Brando, her first time seeing a Marlon Brando film, and, of course, Cat on a Hot Tin Roof. Right? He's in that? He's in Streetcar Named Desire. Isn't he on... Oh, maybe he's not. Who's in that? Oh, crap. I'm going to look it up. Oh, my movie server's down. Crap. Happens every so often. Just the machine reboots and I have to turn it on. And we've caught up with the comments. That's awesome. It's acting like it was working. Why is it not working? This is pretty good tofu. It's like oven baked with a kind of panko crust. There we go. That's back. What are you eating? Are you making? You're making me hungry. So it's just regular spaghetti with a Napolitano sauce, right? So, wow, 41 likes on the show. Just a reminder to hit like if you haven't thumbs up on the show. But wow, a lot of people did remember. So just regular spaghetti, and then this is tofu, and then some of the tofu has a little bit of Parmesan cheese melted on it, which is awesome. Cat on a Hot Tin Roof, 1958. Oh, it's Paul Newman. All right. Need to watch that. Oh my gosh, Cleopatra. I have not seen that in forever. Forever. Now, Elizabeth Taylor, 1958, Cat on a Hot Tin Roof. But, have you seen Father of the Bride, 1950? Love Father of the Bride and Father's Little Dividend. Elizabeth Taylor, Spencer Tracy, Joan Bennett. Good stuff. Today was a hot day. How was it in Leon? It was definitely hot today. I was not outside much. I've been very much stuck in the office working. Had a all-out blow-up with a vendor. Just lost it. I'm like, I'm done with the BS, and went off. I've had a couple days of that, but it's been pretty good. Oh, we're over 600 views now. That is amazing. So it was a pretty hot day. This whole week has been quite hot in Leon. We could really use some more rain. Elizabeth so this is some of you guys know I've got a Jellyfin server, so I can see whenever like Elizabeth Taylor's in a movie or a TV show. She was in season 8, episode 18 of Murphy Brown, and on season 3, episode 21 of The Nanny. You hear a cat complaining. She did Who's Afraid of Virginia Woolf, 1966. The Flintstones in 94. If you guys don't have Jellyfin servers, you gotta have them. Jumplet says, I have to go, Scott. Thank you so much. I hope one day we get to all meet. I love these conversations. Absolutely. Get down here. John says, good night. It's only 8 o'clock here. We've got a whole nother crowd that hasn't come yet. The tofu is pretty good. The spaghetti sauce is a little bit lackluster. Janet, what I meant was, if you come from wealth, you're not going to be dating a waitress that works at Denny's. I don't know if that's true. If you come from wealth, why would you avoid the waitress at Denny's? I know a lot of people don't, but I think a lot of people do. Sorry for the sounds of spaghetti. If anyone does not have a Jellyfin server, you don't know what you're missing. It is awesome. Janet says, exactly what's wrong with a waitress? If it's intellectual conversation you want, she might be working her way through university. Thanks, Jump Lift. That helps. Nolan says, clearly never watched any Mexican telenovela. I love Mexican telenovelas. um, I think for a lot of people, obviously there is. I mean, it's my personal opinion. I think a lot of people, as spaghetti, it's true. I think a lot of people like to date within their wealth range because it's power and money and more money. But I think a lot of people also like to date wildly outside their range, right? Not just for the reasons that I had talked about, but when one person is very financially, that was cats on my window, very financially powerful, they need a certain amount of flexibility. And if their spouse or significant other is also in that financial position, you end up in conflict because the things that allow you to maintain that wealth, the duties, the obligations that come with it, now, it could be a different wealth ranges, can be crippling, right? And even for my wife and I, we didn't come from wildly different backgrounds, but not wildly. But once we were working, my income was 25 times what hers was. It made no sense for her to work. If her job in any way made us less mobile, made us less flexible, made us less competitive for my job, it would impact us financially. She was going to work to potentially lose money. That didn't make any sense, right? And so we didn't choose each other based on our financial situations. And when we first got together, she thought I was kind of homeless. I actually had a mansion and owned my own company, but I described myself as unemployed because I didn't like talking about owning a company, and I was no longer working for someone else. She was a research scientist working in forensic biochem. So she had the very cool sounding job. She had the university degree. She had all the things on paper, and I had I run a business and have my own company, and she was living in a tiny little studio apartment, and I had a 7,000 square foot mansion next door to Carl Sagan. But we came from very similar backgrounds, realistically. And but once we were working, the differences were just so big that it actually made it far more flexible. Had she had a similar career to mine, we probably both would have made big compromises for each other. Both ended up working harder, full time, lost the ability for us both to stay home full time, and just given up a lot for both of us to work. Instead, I worked. She was able to stay home all the time, but my job allowed me to move up so quickly that I got to stay home nearly full time as well. I only lost about 11 months during the entire range of my kids being children that I was not at home. Janet says money does not define character or personality. Maybe putting too much emphasis on wealth is a character flaw, or could be a character flaw. Leslie says, don't you remember when the first Bush president, jumped when he heard the scanner at the grocery store, didn't know what it was? Well, he was just an idiot, so that's different. ZZ is back. I'm almost done with my tofu. Remember what I said about character flaw? John says, well, you're kind of going against the whole premise of the film Arthur. It says, no, he's never been shopping. Someone else does it for him. Never going shopping, I think, given how accessible it is, makes you dumb. Don't confuse movie with reality, right? Like, It also implies he's never seen a movie, right? Like his inability to understand the world around him, right? The Bushes never had the ability to make money. They only had the ability to hold money. That makes them not very smart people, right? These are not people that you want making decisions, and it bore out in their presidencies, right? They weren't the worst. They weren't evil people. That's not actually true. They were evil people. They weren't the most evil people, but they were pathetically incompetent people. And you could extrapolate that from a grown man who's surprised by a grocery scanner. Imagine how isolated you have to allow people to make you that you don't know how stores work. Right? That means he's never just done something in life, never been anywhere, has no experience with anything, not just in his own shopping. Imagine if we went to another country. You're coming to Nicaragua, and instead of getting street food, instead of talking to someone, instead of going grocery shopping and learning what it's actually like in the culture, you sat in a glass bubble and were moved by with a driver who simply explained to you what they want you to think about the world outside. You see it as television from a distance. The willingness to allow that to happen to you, to me, is the definition of stupid, right? But he was okay with that because he's okay being stupid. And if there's one thing that defines the Bushes, they were definitely okay being stupid. It was like a big joke, and he was cool with it. Because he had money, he didn't care that he was a laughingstock. Okay, he can own it. But that's where he was, right? He was a big joke about what a pathetic character he was. You know, and one of the things that I say when I'm talking about traveling, right, my favorite thing is going grocery shopping in a new country. Could I hire someone to go grocery shopping for me? I could, right? Have I at times hired someone to go grocery shopping for me? Yeah, in isolated incidents, yes. But to remove all interactions with the human race and be completely spoon-fed my interaction with the world, so I don't know what people go through, so I don't know what people are experiencing, so I don't know how they live their lives, is so unbelievable as something someone would want. And yeah, I understand that people do. But all it takes is saying, I would like to experience the world in some fashion, and you go do so. Right? That means at that age, whatever, 50 years old, at no point ever in his entire life had he just gone to the front door and said, I might walk outside and see what there is. Wow. Right. Wesley says, I wouldn't personally care if I came to Nicaragua, and if the woman wanted to be with me because I had more money, that's great. Yuri's here. Hey, Scott. Following you live while driving back to... Oh, where are you... Watching me in the car, huh? May lose you in the desert. Thanks for chatting with us. Your insight is much appreciated. Well, thanks for watching while driving through the desert. And welcome back to the U.S. Wesley says, but it would also be nice to find a woman of equal financial status. Then you would be more inclined to think that she's not with you because of the money status. You're not isolated because you're surrounded with people just like you. I don't think that's true. He's not surrounded by those people. He's surrounded by people who isolate him. Right? If you were surrounded by people just like him, they would have expectations of him that the people around him don't have. That's where I think he's really isolated. He's isolated by people who control him. The people who isolate someone like that utterly manipulate their view of the world, intentionally or unintentionally. Right? They're not forming their own viewpoints. They have it all fed to them. So if someone says, oh, groceries are so expensive. Oh, groceries are so cheap. Oh, the lines are so long. The lines aren't so long. They can't tell. They don't know. They don't know how to run their own business. They don't know what things cost. They don't know how to function. Right? They're only functional because someone is paying for them to remain dysfunctional. Janet says, the real thing is that when whatever money there is has nothing to do with relationship. Is your partner a decent, honest, caring person? Do they really love you? That's important. That thing about isolation, maybe I wouldn't want to be with those people. That's why I live in Leon. I'm almost to the bottom here. Spaghetti is right at the top of the list of the worst things I could possibly have to eat on the show. Like, this is ridiculous. I'm going to take this plate out and wash my hand because I've been eating tofu. I'll be right back. Hey guys, sorry to delay you for just another minute. I feel I have to feed my cats. I'm walking outside to feed the cats. I will be right back. So this is me. I'm just going to get the cats. I'll be right back. If I don't feed them, they'll wander into the house and get into trouble with the dogs. Sorry about that, everyone. I am back. Well, my outside cats were hungry and meowing. They needed me. They are now in good shape. Oh. Wesley says, but they're fine not thinking about the same things we think about. I wouldn't agree. I think they're not fine, and I think they exemplified that. And they lived an example that they weren't fine. They were dysfunctional and a blight on society. Wesley, join the country club. Easy. It's only so easy. It's $12,000. Wesley says, to me, those rich lives are fake and uncaring. I don't want to be like that. But like Scott, I'm at least a little bit autistic. Yuri says, Jessica is driving. We left Managua at 5:30 this morning. Just wanted to thank you for meeting with us at the Dr. Coffee. We're excited about finding our next home, maybe in Sutiaba. Who knows? Just excited about what the future holds for us. Awesome. It was great meeting you guys. I'm so glad we got to hang out. That was very cool. We hung out on Tuesday? Monday? Oh, gosh, now I don't remember. Wesley says, I lived in Acapulco, Mexico with no AC. Oh, wait. I skipped some things. Future Jen says exactly. What did I? Oh, the country club. Wesley says, I'm common folk. What are you talking about? In the mid-1980s, I lived in Dallas with no AC in a 5-story brick building right outside of downtown. Oops, something on me. Well, that's good. I'm not sure why this is a conversation, actually. Just stay who you are. You with or without money. Make real friends. Money or no money. That's life. Janet says, I live in Leon, Nicaragua with no AC too. You don't need AC. It's always hot. Leslie says, the conversation was the poor people are going to be after you for your money. And I said, it's not a whole lot different than living in the U.S. It's just slightly different economic status. I wish you a lot of joy in Nicaragua, Janet says. So the only caution is to be sure that the person is being real with you. Just like I told Ramon I never wanted to go back to the U.S., and he echoed that he didn't want to go there either. Zizi says, Wesley, why so glum, chum? Wesley says, I don't like it here. That's why I'm not after a gringa. Sorry, it scrolled on me. The mentality of most Americans is a turnoff. Janet says, so meet anyone who wants to be with you for who you are, anywhere you live, actually. Wesley says, why would you think I'm glum? Or what do you actually mean by that? Wesley says, Janet. Zizi says, plans for the weekend. Have the first of my garage sales, getting ready to leave for Nicaragua. Do you have garage sales ever in Nicaragua, or do people ever part with old stuff? No, people don't have garages and garage sales. Like, the whole thing would be very strange here. But a lot of it is people don't really, they're not materialistic. Not necessarily because they don't want to be, just because they can't be. But so people don't own many things. And so you pretty much, if you have it, you need it. That's not 100% true, but you get the idea. Like, stacks of extra books, stacks of CDs, an extra television, old knickknacks. They don't do that, right? People are not collecting things that don't matter to them, because every dollar spent matters. If you didn't spend it on that knickknack, you could go to another dinner, right? And when dinners are rare and you've never had sushi before, those things matter quite a bit. So priorities are very different, and the cost of maintaining things. If you have a bunch of stuff, you make yourself a target. But if you spend your money on food and experiences, you don't. So there's a very heavy leaning towards things that don't incur future cost either, right? You don't need to secure a house that is empty, for example. And so there's a general trend of owning minimum that's just practical. And so there isn't much to sell in something like a garage sale. Now, of course, people change what they need, and when there's secondhand stuff that isn't needed, by all means, they do sell it, because people don't hold on to things they don't need. That is lost money that they want to find a way to get back. So yes, they will sell things. So you can find things on like Facebook Marketplace. People are selling all kinds of things, but the amount of stuff they have to sell and the kinds of things that they sell are very different. And very small numbers, because there just isn't that much of it in the first place. John says, myself, I haven't met anyone in the U.S. in years, but my choice to retire in another country has nothing to do with seeking love. I gave up years ago to be a single father. That's done, and now it's my time. Awesome. Janet says, it wasn't me who said you were glum. You're cool being you. John says, I'm not looking for a relationship, but I'm also not opposed to it. ZZ says, I was lucky I retired over 20 years ago by luck of the draw, so I'm already used to a slower pace of life. I'm definitely not looking to hook up. I'm 74 and have friends. Janet says, John, that's the way to do it. No89 says, the only thing Nicaraguan people collect is plastic bowls from La Griteria. That is true. That is true. No land says, I'm Nicaraguan, by the way. Janet says, what's really great is this conversation is distracting me from getting my after-class report done, so I'm stuck at my desk. John says, I want to have my little travel adventures, enjoy what's left of my life, and continue to learn and explore. Absolutely. Wow, we've had a lot of people on tonight. And a lot of people are on right now. This is amazing. Janet, are you fluent in Spanish? ZZ says, ultimately I want to have a small place with a little land on Ometepe. I'm sure I sound like a broken record by now. That's all I've ever talked about. John M. X60. Hey, what's up? Are you the guy in Leon? I am the guy in Leon. I am often known as the guy in Leon. Some people say I know a guy. I'm the guy they know in Leon. Janet says, Wesley, I am relatively fluent now after 12 years. When I first came, everything I had learned in the past had hidden way back in my brain, but it came out except perfect conjugations. How's it going, John? Now that got past that, welcome to the show. This is the Thursday Night Live. We have so far been on just over 5 hours, and had more than a few views, and a lot of people are on. This is a solid night for sure, faux show. And just fed the cats, so they are happy. We brought the other cats back into the house, the apartment cats, now that their mother is almost completely healed from her surgery. All the cats are in there. So my daughter's in there playing video games with her cousins. They're online, but she's in the room, and she's on a bed just covered in cats. There's so many cats. Nice day today. It is. It's been pretty good. Warm, but a good day. Christy says, Scott, what are your thoughts on word of mouth B&B that don't want to be a biz but host newcomers? I think it'd be hard. No matter what, finding any guests is difficult. And so, and doing word of mouth is even harder. Now, the advantage of word of mouth is that you don't have the overhead of an Airbnb or something like that, but you also have nowhere that people can look you up. So, you might get lucky if you find one or two people who want to stay for a really long time. It can work because you don't have to find anyone else. But if you, like most places, have people who come in and go all the time, it'll be a lot of work and you'll be empty almost all of the time. So it can be very hard. It's very hard even with advertising. Scott is my go-to guy in Leon. I give this channel out to my students to listen to English. That is interesting. John says, interesting, Janet. I'm finding that while I am not fluent, conjugations are becoming more intuitive. The right conjugation sounds right. Have you traveled internationally? He says, oh no, John M says, I. And then John Mason says, yes, but mostly in Eastern Europe. That's right. A positive vibe. Hi, Scott and everyone. I'm here to learn more about Nicaragua. Thinking of driving down instead of a plane with my healer. I assume blue, but possibly red. Wondering, has anyone gone this route? Not to be confused with the healer with an A, which is the kind that's a cleric in Dungeons & Dragons. Not what he's talking about. Any feedback would be appreciated, because that would imply he's the tank and would be driving a tank down, not a car. Sorry, Dungeons & Dragons joke. John M. Temperature in Alabama is 88 at the moment. It is warmer than that here. It is currently, I bet it's 34. It is currently 30. Oh, the temperature just really dropped. I should notice that. I was just outside. So we are 86, actually. But it's nighttime. But it's nighttime in Alabama, too. But, yeah, we're cooler. Oh, I'm female. I'm sorry. We'll flip that around. She's driving down with her healer. Is it a blue or a red? Or a cleric in D&D? Janet says, John, that's so cool for you. We speak only Spanish at home, but I don't have time to really study to pull all the stuff I learned to advanced level at university out. At least not yet. Blue, my Blue is just outside the door. Normally she's here with me during the show, but she went out just a few minutes ago when I fed them. Jose says, what part of Bama you at? What part of Bama? Zizi says, I wanted to do that from Oregon, but realized that it's impractical if I was to stay there. That's the biggest problem, is that you can't leave the car. Yeah, driving down is very, very difficult. If with animals, obviously, you got to come up with some strategy, and depending on where you're coming from. Wait, did Positive say driving down from where? Let's hope Texas. Car just pulled in behind me. Oh my gosh, my dogs. Why'd you decide on Nicaragua? Wesley asked John. Oh my gosh, South Dakota? That's only barely better than North Dakota, just to be clear. That is a long drive. I've driven from North Dakota to Texas, and that's like a warm-up for the drive to Nicaragua. It's not even close. It's so far. Hello, a few words about the East Coast. Thanks. We did talk about it a little bit earlier. There's only so much to talk about, right? So the East Coast of Nicaragua, the Caribbean coast. I mean, we've been here for over 5 hours. We can definitely cover things again. The East Coast is very poor and a lot more dangerous than the rest of the country. Very small population, and we're a very safe country. So being a lot more dangerous doesn't make it dangerous, just a lot more dangerous than here. Almost no expats even venture out to bother looking at it. Everyone has the questions about it. Once they research it, most expats are just like, nope, write it off. It is so far and so difficult to get to with so little to offer. Very few grocery stores, very few restaurants, very few anything. It's incredibly poor and absolutely isolated, so far from anything. So that's very difficult, right? for most expats, right? The isolation is extreme. 12-hour drive from much of civilization. So getting anything is very hard. Getting shipments, getting your residency renewed, or doing a border run, or going to the movie theater, or going shopping at a specialty store. For those of us who live in Leon, Matagalpa, some of these major cities, we have quite a bit in our own city. Our city's 300,000. The metro area of Matagalpa is 500,000. Managua is 2 million. And it's only 2 hours from us to Managua on nice, slow, easy paved roads. I can go to Managua at the drop of a hat. My wife is going tomorrow. She went yesterday. It's so easy to go to the capital and go shopping at big malls, Walmart, PriceSmart, specialty stores, wine shops, cheese shops, go to restaurant after restaurant after restaurant, all these things, get anything you want delivered. So for us out here, that stuff is easily accessible. So even if our city doesn't have that stuff, they do. But when you're jumping to Bluefields, you're going from a 300,000 person city on the sphere of a 2 million person city to a little waterfront fishing village of 25,000 people, and that's the epicenter of everything. You're completely dependent on what they have there. And so it really is extreme. Now, the people are nice and the food is good. And, certainly housing and stuff, very, very cheap. You have options out there. If you've been to Belize, friends from Belize say it's just like Belize, just a little bit nicer, right? Cheaper, safer, but basically feels the same. It's Caribbean, which is cool. It's neat to have Caribbean stuff. It'd just be nice if we had something built up out there and didn't have to go, this is very limited. I've not been. I know lots of people who have. Some rave about it, but they don't move there. I've never known anyone to move there, ever. Everyone is interested in it until they look into it, and then no one's interested in it, seems to be the case. Now, earlier on in this discussion, we talked about it, and someone said, is there a shuttle running out there? And there isn't, that we can tell. I have a friend who does the inter-country shuttles to do trips, and she is not aware of one. But she has a friend in Bluefield, so she's trying to find out from him how we can get out there without the incredible slog on the city bus, which is still an option. Anyway. All right. John says, I was pleased when I took care of a Hispanic at work a few weeks ago. He showed me a translation, and I just switched to Spanish. Bad Spanish, but Spanish. Awesome. Positive Vibe says, I've driven 8 months traveling the U.S. No worries. Awesome. John says, I haven't decided on Nicaragua. LATAM more than likely, but not necessarily Nicaragua. Wesley says, I thought you had already decided you were on your way down. John says, Nika ticks off a lot of my boxes, but the temperature might be a deal breaker. It really is warm. I think scouting out the area before I settle, I think about the heat, middle has mountains and cooler temperatures, I've heard. It does, but it's always warm. And it's not really the middle. It's still the Pacific coast. The middle is the jungle. It's much bigger than you think. Going up to Matagalpa, Jinotega, Acatal, even Esteli, that region, you get much cooler temperatures. Leon is extreme, or the hottest, or us in Chinandega. Managua is noticeably cooler. The mountains around Managua are noticeably cooler than that. There are options. The thing is, for those of us who live in Leon, we've gotten used to it, and honestly, it's not that hot. There are times that we wish it was cooler, and I much prefer spring temperatures to summer, but I'm a big guy. I've gotten used to it. It's really not bad at all. And I choose Leon over other places because I like the culture, the people, the cost of living, the safety. We're the safest large city, the cheapest large city. It's got a really cool cultural scene. That's just important, right? But had I not already lived here and known people, Matagalpa would be more likely my choice, but still very warm. There's no getting away from the warm. Wesley says, Costa Rica is high price, but the Central Valley is a great place for temperature. That place is super comfortable. It is, but it's not as comfortable as Guatemala. That's the real answer. John says, Ecuador, Peru, or Bolivia are probably more likely, but I'll decide after a year or so of slow travel. I have a hard time picturing Ecuador being the right choice. Peru's got so much to offer. The Sacred Valley, especially. My eldest was really interested in living there. And most of you guys know that I work part-time in Bolivia, and I'm working on getting an apartment in the middle. and absolutely love Bolivia. It's fantastic. I mean, Peru gotta be very similar. I just haven't gotten to spend the kind of time in Peru that I do in Bolivia, but Bolivia is fantastic. John says Costa Rica, not even on my list. Not because of Costa Rica, because of the gringos there. Positive Vibe says those sound like good places, John. Wesley says, in Central America, I spent most time in Costa Rica, but I was staying with Ticas. I do work in Guatemala. Absolutely love Guatemala. If I wasn't in Nicaragua, I've lived in Panama previously and have strong ties there. So may end up, very likely going to end up getting an apartment in Panama and working really hard to get an apartment in Bolivia and hoping to be able to do that as like a path regularly. But I also, so I go through Panama to go to Guatemala. Just because of the way the flights are here. So if I can get it to both Guatemala and to Belize, like no matter where I'm working, up north, they go through Panama, which is weird. But Panama does these long layovers, so it doesn't take too much to actually end up having it make sense that like, oh, I can spend part of my time in Panama City and cost nothing. All I have to do is have an apartment. Okay. That's amazing. So hoping that works out. It is a cool idea, right? I love Panama City. It's a fun city. I don't need a big place. I need like a little 1-bedroom somewhere kind of central. I want to be in a spot where you get good storms. I don't want to be too far from the ocean. View of the ocean would be nice, but I live on the ocean here, so same ocean. I mean, if I could get something in Casco Viejo, obviously, but downtown is really cool. John says, not the only places that I will travel, but those are the most likely contenders for residency. I'm thinking about heading down to Argentina. I was just my CEO is footloose and fancy free these days, and I think it'd be really cool to do some touring of Argentina with her and get some stuff on the show. She did Guatemala with me a number of years ago, and I think that would be a lot of fun. And I might be able to convince my friend to go with me down to Argentina, but I may have to go to Belgium coming up sometime soon. We're playing with ideas. Positive Vibe, yeah. Tell me more of Panama. So Panama City is really nice. It's not that big of a city. It's actually smaller than Managua, but it's like the Dubai of Latin America. But unlike Dubai, which has zero culture of its own, Panama City actually does have its own culture. Weird as it is, it's a melting pot. So you get kind of all of Latin America in one spot, especially the Colombia, Venezuela, Ecuador portion, but also a bit of Costa Rica, Nicaragua out west. So you get a lot of different things. You get beautiful mountains, big lakes, some beautiful terrain. I lived in Rio Hato, west of the city, when I was down there back in 2015. It's been 11 years. And, oh, Positive Vibe, how do I stop these commercials? I keep missing parts. I'm sorry. Sorry. I hate the way that they handle the commercials. I wish they would give me a thing that's like, do a commercial now, and then I could, run to the bathroom or something and know that when I come back, you guys are just getting off the commercial. It could all be coordinated. Nope, doesn't work that way. It just sucks. Peru is so far away and Lima really sucks. The airport is horrendous. I don't mind the airport. It is a bad airport. I'll give you that, but I don't think it's that bad. Ad block. I don't think the ad blocker works for the commercials. But Peru's not that far away, at least from here. For us, if you want to go to Peru, which I've done from here, because I'm cheap, I hop the bus to San Jose Airport. You can take the bus straight right to the airport. Oh yes, YouTube Premium does get rid of the commercials for sure. hop off at the airport, which is what I did last time, and sleep on the floor because, like I said, I'm cheap. I hung out with a bunch of Chileans who were waiting for the flight too. But going from San Jose to Peru to Lima is so easy, and Lima is really where I like using as a transfer point. So it was great. It's just a few hours. It's so easy. It's direct. That's on LATAM, obviously, in case you haven't thought about it. And I like being able to get there so easily. So, oh, Jana is asking offline, but I'll tell this on. So my offices and my CEO's apartment in Buenos Aires were on Al Jazeera this week. So yes, my office was on Al Jazeera. So during the day, suddenly my CEO is like, "Oh, we're being tear gassed." I'm like, "You're what?" She's like, "Yep, tear gas coming in the windows." And we're like, "Seriously?" But she's on like the 5th floor. So she leans out with a camera and is showing cops and tear gas and crowds. And it's the riots in Buenos Aires because the government was trying to sell public land off to foreign powers, and people were rioting about it. And it's kind of a police state. So the police were shutting things down and not letting people protest. And then they came in with the we call them democracy suppression cannons, the water cannons. And they were spraying down kids and stuff and knocking people away. So she's filming this. We're getting really good footage from the office window while this was going on. And so we're like, well, she can't get food, she can't do anything, she can't leave, she can't order anything, so she was stuck. But so we were getting updates about it. And wait, I was recently talking to a woman that was 32 at night. It's 30 right now here. That's pretty warm. So later in the day, she sent us a link that Al Jazeera showed up, and we're filming, and our building is on the news for the crackdown against protesters in Buenos Aires ahead of the vote. So that was, yeah, our office was on Al Jazeera this week. John says, ad blockers, they seem to work better on Firefox than Chrome. Everything works better on Firefox than Chrome. You know what works better on Firefox than Chrome? The web. The Sacred Valley is really close to my offices down there. John says, too many weirdos in the Sacred Valley. I'll visit, but can't see living there. I've never spent time. Back when my daughter was looking, I don't think there were very many expats there. Now, who knows? Oh, it is chilly. 10 degrees right now. Going down to 8 tonight. But I do like cooler temperatures. They might like that, my daughters. That's cool. She always wanted to do there. My daughter, my eldest best friend is from La Paz. And so very close to that area. I mean, relatively close to that area. Not crazy close, but. Getting from Lima to the airport, I thought it was super busy. Oh, but if you're flying in, then you don't have to worry about that. That's only if you're driving in or whatever. What is the distance from La Paz to Sacred Valley? Yeah, it's 300 kilometers, maybe less. La Paz is definitely really cool. Seven hours from Atlanta to Lima. John says, looking at Nicaragua as easy customs and a relaxed entry-exit, any news on the Nicaragua president and land issues? President is stable, land issues remain not an issue. I mean, that's pretty much the news. That's major reasons that people, I don't think many people choose Nicaragua because of the protections of land, but the reason that people invest in property here so easily is because a lot of countries, land rights are something that are a little bit fungible, and in Nicaragua they really aren't. Even squatters, man, it is hard for squatters. I mean, there's so many. I just did a video on this, right? There's so many available places to squat, meaning empty houses. So in some ways, there's an awful lot of it because there's just availability. But when it actually comes to how easy it is to actually do it, the amount of time and the capital improvements and all these things that are required in order to be able to squat is really extreme. And so, if anything, the thing that we actually complain about here is the lack of land seizure. There's a lot of situations where we wish land was more seizable, because there's so much abandoned stuff that's like, this has been abandoned. We know it's been abandoned. Everyone knows it's been abandoned. It's been a really long time. The jungle is taking it. Can we just use this land for something? So that's a big factor. It doesn't affect you buying land. It affects you living in a community and wishing that your neighbor's place could be turned into something. Now, that doesn't mean you can't squat there. As a foreigner, you can't squat, but if my neighbor's house is falling down, no one's ever coming. If I go and bulldoze it and turn it into a garden or something. I hear my dog. Hold on, I need to make sure there's not a fight outside. I'm back. Dog's fine. My two little dogs the two younger dogs were just fighting in the yard. I didn't know people were out there with them, so the noise scared me. I thought something was going. Cusco in the Sacred Valley was freezing at night. John says, great, that's good news. Wesley says, Fahrenheit. We don't talk in Fahrenheit. We're in LATAM. Wesley says, I went when United had taken over Continental and the flight attendants were rude. That was one of the worst flying experiences I ever had. A positive vibe. Why do you say it's hard to drive down with a dog? Are you thinking the time frame because I'm not going to be on one, slow travel, enjoying the journey? No. It's that you have to do that practically immediate turnaround. So you're driving down with dogs and then you got to leave them and you got to go back. Presumably you're not just driving. You want to leave them here. Right. So, wait, Wesley says, I don't want to listen to where you have to wear a coat. I think he meant live, but it came across funny. The whole that you drive down, drop off your dogs, and then you have to drive all the way back. Then that slow travel doesn't really work very well because you're leaving your dogs behind. And if you're new to Nicaragua, who are you leaving them with? How many people actually have the space and the knowledge to take care of your dogs? Are your dogs going to panic because you're not there? You can't get back to them easily because you've got to get the car back to wherever, to North Dakota, South Dakota, or whatever. There's just a lot of moving pieces there. That the driving down sounds good because we think about the driving down and forget about the driving back. That has to happen quite quickly. So there's. Yes, you can do an extension. You can stay for 60 days. Well, how are you going to stay if you drive down? You have a car. A car can't stay. So what are you going to do with the car if you drive the dogs down? Yes, you own a vehicle presumably in the United States. You can't just import a vehicle as a tourist into another country. That's very difficult. You can get a tip. Right, so a temporary import permit. When you cross into Mexico, you'll have to get a tip. It's called tipping in. You're importing into Mexico, but you'll get a number of days that you're allowed to to import it. So often 30 days, but it varies. Every country is a little bit different. So you'll have to import into Mexico, export from Mexico to Guatemala, import to Guatemala, export. And so even though we are a shared border zone, Guatemala, Honduras, El Salvador, Nicaragua, we are not a shared import zone. So you're still importing and exporting between each country, even though you don't have to have a passport stamp. So you have to get this tip as you go through each country. And when you get to Nicaragua, obviously you'll tip in and you get 30 days. After that 30 days, you got to be on your way out. You can file for an extension. I know people who've done it. I know no one who's done it and not been infinitely sorry, because it's not like doing a border run. It is a lot of extra work. There's no country in North America that's going to accept that car. It has to return to the United States. So, and no one's going to allow it to stay for very long. So you want to get it back pretty quickly. And really that's the thing to do, is you drive down, drop the dogs, turn around and get out. You know, take a few days to rest, but you want to do that drive back right away. Make sure you're not pushing your luck in any way. Just get back and unload the car and then fly down. But that is the assumption. When someone says they're driving down with their animals, it means drive down, turn around, and then catch a flight back without the animals or without the car. But I don't know any country in the world. They do exist. I just don't know of any where you can drive a car in from another country and stay. It's extremely rare because it is a major import. So to give you some color on that, right? As coming into Nicaragua, you're just a tourist at first. So even as a resident, we would never import a vehicle. I know one person who did, just on the lark, because he wanted to see what it was like, and he used all kinds of, he's got connections and knows people and knows the country and knows how to do things. His wife is Nika, so they have all kinds of extra accommodations to make it easier. He's got residency, so he used a one-time tax thing that doesn't exist anymore, and he put a whole bunch of things together, and roughly they held his truck for a year, and it would have been 2 if it wasn't for all of his connections and knowing what to do. So he was without a vehicle for a year as they held it while they did this process, and he paid some astronomical amount of money that was probably more than the vehicle was worth in order to do it. And the answer was, that is not even remotely a good idea to try to import a vehicle. Unless, you got a Ferrari, you just want to put it on a shelf somewhere, and you don't care about the money because you've got millions of dollars. Hey, do what you want to do. Great. They're going to let you import a car, no problem. But if you're doing an import, so the thing is, right, as an individual person, the same thing happens in the United States. I just had this happen because I sometimes import things, right? The import cost as a non-importer can be astronomical. You don't think about it because it's not a thing normal people do. But like if you were to order a car from China to the United States, the import fee is 100%. So if you order a $20,000 car, you pay for it, it shows up. Why would you import a $20,000 car? You import a $50,000 car that you really want, you pay for it, it shows up, it hits the boat. Once it's at the dock in the United States, you owe another $50,000 to get it. Then you have to pay any registration taxes or other things. Yes, Janet says, but Jerry had fun doing it. He did. It was a funny thing for him, but he had the money and the time and knew what to do. So bringing a car into the United States often comes with a 100% tariff at the border plus registration taxes. So a $50,000 car will generally cost you about $120,000 to bring into the U.S. That's if you're an American citizen. As a tourist, I don't have the first clue how you could do it, if you could do it. In Nicaragua, a tourist also is not have any accommodation for importing. As a resident, I am allowed to import, but it is heavily penalized. You pay the maximum. If I wanted to import a car, I would hire an importation company to import the car who already has rates worked out. They pay a small fraction of what I do because they do it all day long. Kind of like, anything you do in bulk, right? You want to buy 1 bar of soap, or you want to buy a truckload of soap. They pay a lot less per bar on the truck than you buy just buying one. Same thing with importing. If you're importing an entire cargo ship from China, all as one order, you pay a fraction of what you pay when they take 1 box off and they have to import that 1 box, right? Because one person over the course of 1 day can do the paperwork for a whole ship from China, but it would take, 500 people 6 months to import every box on it. So the costs to the country are very different. The cost to you are very different. On a vehicle, good night. Jose. John says, I'm unfamiliar with this app and can't get my message out. I'll work that out. John, a lot of times people add websites or emails to their messages. That's a guarantee block that it won't post. It's just a YouTube thing. John says you need a special certificate and insurance to bring a vehicle into Nicaragua, and it is for a very limited time. That's true across all the countries. Larry says, I see you installed a bat phone. Does that contact the mayor of Geneseo? It's funny that Larry says that, because this is my bat phone, and it does connect to Geneseo. It doesn't connect to the mayor, but it does connect to Geneseo. If I hit the right number on there, 102, it will immediately ring in Geneseo. And it's a Geneseo number. So, good guess, Larry. Positive Vibe says, oh. Janet says, drive down with a friend or relative who will drive it back. Positive Vibe says, oh, no. John says, and your time in El Salvador, Honduras, Guatemala, and Honduras is cumulative with Nicaragua. Just to be clear for John, your time in those countries is cumulative. He is correct. What he said is true. What you may think he meant to say is that the time of your vehicle is cumulative in those countries. That is not true. Each one of them gives you an independent 30 days as you drive through, but you only get 180 days, all of them combined, and that would be, if you did that at 30 each, 30, 30, 30, you're at 120 days, potentially, depending on how you drive through, just with your car, and then you've got to go back. So 30, 30, 30, Guatemala, Honduras, El Salvador, Nicaragua. 30, 30, 30, 30, 30, 30, 30. You can go past your 180 days if you were just doing slow travel back and forth. So there is a scenario where your tip won't expire and your overall visa will. But for most people, it is the other way around, that their visa won't expire because the tips are so onerous. But there are two independent, completely unique timers going on as you do that as well. It's not a big deal, but it is worth noting. So thanks, John, for pointing that out, because I didn't even think about the fact that you can hit 210 days on 7 tips. But you can't top the 180 as you go through. Now, you can always go into Costa Rica and renew your visa, but taking the car to do that, very difficult. But possible. Jan says, but Jerry had fun doing it, and he knew it wasn't easy. He just that kind of guy. I did read rent a vehicle at every border when switching countries. That is a thing that people do for sure. You don't necessarily need to do that everywhere. I think you only need to do it going into Mexico, into Guatemala, into Nicaragua, and back. I don't think you need to do it at Honduras and El Salvador. I think you can rent across the region if you do it right, maybe. Imports, thank you for this knowledge. You're welcome. Raymond Morin says, what are the major car and truck brands? So this is changing recently. Traditionally, the major ones were Toyota, Nissan, Mazda, Hyundai, Kia. I would say traditionally, when I first moved here, those were the big players. Japan and Korea really had the market locked up. Since then, it's expanded a lot. We're able to bring things in from Costa Rica now, so we see a few different things from there, but we've had a bunch of new brands come in. Now, some of those are American, right? Chevy and Ford, well, GM and Ford both have pretty good coverage here now, not like it used to be, but also the Chinese companies have come in. So in my personal view, and this is kind of cool because I had the first one in Western Nicaragua, but the Cherry is the hot new car, and it feels like every other car being sold in the country is a Cherry now. From China, and I'm glad to have been the pioneer. I literally have the first suspension replacement on a Cherry ever in Nicaragua. I have the first registration of a Cherry in Western Nicaragua. I had the first inspection of a Tigo 7 and the first hybrid in the country. So we had a whole bunch of firsts on our Cherry Tigo 7 hybrid. So every step along the way, they're like, we don't know how to register this car. We don't know how to get the VIN from this car. We don't know how to fix this car. We don't know where to get parts for this car. The Cherry themselves are like, oh, we're having a problem. But Cherry's really big. Geely is doing really well. We see those all over the place. Great Wall, we're seeing a little bit of those. Oh, there's so many new Chinese brands that I don't know. BYD just made it into the country, but they don't have all the charging stations yet. Some, you can definitely use them, but they're very hard to find. But we've got new ones opening up in Ciudad Sandino. That's going to be a game changer. Getting that highway really good coverage with electric charging will be great. I really hope I can get a BYD in the next few years. I would love to have that. And most of my time is just me zipping back and forth between here and Managua. So if there's a charging station in between and I don't have to worry about maybe getting stuck somewhere, that's fantastic. And my office in Managua is on this side in El Doral, and my offices out here, obviously, are on the west side. But so I've got stuff in Leon, I've got stuff on the beach, I've got a place to charge in Doral, and then they've got the public charging at Ciudad Sandino on the highway with the new cafe, and then in Managua. So like for me, going back and forth to Managua all the time, having an electric for that would be amazing. So those are really the cars and trucks that we see. Trying to think, there are a lot of classic Datsuns still around. What else do we see? Oh, Mahindra or whatever, the Indian truck maker. We see a number of those. That's about it. I'm probably missing someone obvious. John M says, John Mason, thanks for John M and John Mason. It's very suspicious. Thanks for asking about Alabama. It's a great musician site, big open fields, big on kayaking, a big beautiful river, a beautiful big river. Hiking is good, food is so-so. Positive vibe. Thanks, Janet. Janet says, you're welcome. So many people on tonight. This is awesome. Hey, we got our first Nicaragua approval actually came through. So it's only some people who are not getting the emails. Or maybe more people did because I restarted the email server and I'm wondering if they went out, if they were stuck for some reason. So we will see. If anyone signed up for Nicagram and hasn't received it yet, let me know. Now I'm not sure where I can see. Ah, there we go. In digital, are you still here? Check your email and see if you got it. Or Beverly, if you're still on, check yours. I'm gonna put up Nicagram over here and see what's going on. Mahindra, good tractors. Yes, Mahindra. Yeah, people don't seem to love their trucks all that much, but but there are a number of them, and they are cheap. How's everyone doing with your Duolingo? Everybody keeping up? Working on your Spanish? Even John doesn't know what country he's going to, but he does know they speak Spanish. So good to be working on that stuff. And for those who weren't on earlier, my new photo website replacing my Flickr account. Go check it out. Janet, haha, Duolingo. Hey, I've got a 92 these days, I think. Oh, forgot what time it was. Sorry, just gotta look at something. Ah, all good. Phew. Janet says, I might be close to forgiving them for changing how it works. Yeah, there's constantly stuff I don't like about it, but it does keep me motivated, and I do learn stuff. So, yeah, I've got a 93. Sorry, I am about 20% on my way to a score of 94. I think you have to get 129 to finish up the course. Like, oh my gosh. I've been doing this for so many years. 2,306 consecutive days. All right, guys, we can do it. One more view. We're going to hit 700 views on this show. We can do it. And don't just refresh your browsers. Just stick with me. Hopes and prayers. Thoughts and prayers? Something. Send good vibes into the universe. Someone is going to log in and watch the show with us. And we're going to hit 700. Make it happen. You can help by hitting thumbs up on the show. And if you'd like to sponsor us, you can buy me a coffee or hit that join button down there. I don't know where it is, somewhere down here. Joining the channel really does help. I really appreciate it. Larry will speak to the efficacy of the membership process. There's no special features, but the warm and fuzzies are incredible. That is what it is all about. The warms and the fuzzies. Speaking of the warms and the fuzzies, my daughter's room is full of cats. They are all so sweet. They're so happy to be back in the house. You walk in there and lay down on the bed, and they just all come all over you. They're like, oh, people, we've been lonely for the last few days. A positive vibe. How or where do I find when you're live? I just happened to see it this evening. It's magic. That is the answer. So I try to do it on Thursday evenings. That's the first thing. We do, once in a while, I will just get behind or in the mood or whatever. But those are ad hoc. Thursday evenings is our planned one. There we are, 700. We did it! 700. I really try to start around 5 o'clock local time. Today we got lucky. I started at 3:20. So that was really good. The best thing to do, I assume you've subscribed to the channel. When you're on the show, there's a bell, and you're supposed to be able to select the bell, and then it's supposed to pop up for you. It doesn't 100% of the time. I'm also supposed to get pop-ups because, for those who don't know, I run a live draw lottery. That's what I was just checking because we drew 18 minutes ago. And same thing, we're supposed to get an announcement at exactly 9 o'clock at night and at 3 o'clock in the afternoon that the lottery is live. Well, I didn't get it. Right? It didn't mean it didn't run, just sometimes YouTube doesn't send out the notifications, which is terrifying because that's how people know our lottery's live. It does get recorded, they can watch it later, but it helps when it's actually live. It's just not reliable. So what I do, however, is I try to send out notifications on the WhatsApp groups, Leon, Matagalpa, Managua, sometimes I hit some others, and I also try to post the live show as it's starting onto expats.nicaragua.com so that people, if they're on there, go, oh, here it is, and you just click on the link and come into it from there as well. So I try to do all those things because I know the announcement doesn't go out super reliably from YouTube. I don't know other than that. I could build an app just for it or something. I don't know. Wesley says that YouTube show I mentioned earlier, a couple was in Esteli. She lost her wallet in the floods and all her identification and credit cards were in there. She lost it in the flood? How did that happen? They checked security cameras. The police that helped them, they saw the man who picked her wallet up on the street. Oh, okay. Well, that makes more sense. He had actually posted on Facebook about lost identification and credit cards. The whole town helped them. Oh, that's so nice. Wow, that does not normally happen. Normally, if someone finds a wallet, you're not getting it back. That's a bit much. I didn't want for that person that was going to watch it. Oh, we're starting to lose people. This is the first that we've been below 20 people watching the show. Nearly 6 hours in. This evening, I will be hanging out with my children, watching some Friends. We're on the 10th season. We are so close to being at the end. It's crazy. All right, a little bit sleepy, so I'm going to do my magic sleepy stuff. Get the show going. We're going to do just a little bit of this. Gets the blood flowing. It was just the opposite of all the information they had heard bad about Nicaragua. Oh, that's awesome. Send me a link in email about that. That'd be awesome, and I can link that somewhere. Yeah, losing phones and wallets often disappears. I often go out drinking and lose my wallet, but then find out that Marcella took it, so it works out. You would not believe how often I go out drinking and I'm like, well, I don't go out drinking that often. Of the times I go out drinking, I'll be like, I have a few too many, and then suddenly I'm like, my wallet's gone, or my phone is gone, and then an hour later, Marcella will produce them from her purse. And it's like, how did you get all of my stuff? Hey, we're back to 20 people. See, it was just a momentary lapse. And sorry for exercising on the show, but it really does help me stay awake. Wish I could get up and walk around, but it doesn't work out too well. I'm trying to plop these down over here. Do I have a dog in here? I don't think I do. My blue healer's still hanging. Oh no, she's here. My blue healer's here. Oh, but she's sleepy. I don't want to make her get up. I was going to put her on the show. You're such a pretty dog. Yeah, they want to see you. Do you want to be on the show? She says no. How do I do that? How do I find your email? Scott at LatinAmericanLiving.com. She's a very good girl. She's my 8-year-old blue healer mix. Looks like the Richard Simmons show. Thanks. I need a wig for that. I should go through all my old photos and then share photos with you guys as we go through them, and I can tell you stories about them. That would be boring. I'm just kidding. But now that I have access to my photos again, Positive vibe. I love blue healers. They are so sweet. They have such a good personality. Yeah. I took my window weights with me on my hour walk. Window weights. Are those the weights you leave in the window like me? Oh, now we're down to 16 people. Where's everybody gone? There should be more people than this. The old joke about vacation slides said so you know cameras what's good, point and shoot. Oh, so okay. The punctuation on that. Well, what kind of price range are you looking at? Let's start with that. What are you interested in doing with it, and what kind of price range? Because typically cameras are pretty expensive these days. Because if you only want an okay camera, use your phone. If you want a really good camera, I don't like when the dogs start barking like that, but I think they're okay. You're gonna spend a bit because of the cameras only make sense when they're really good. Geospatial's here, Scotty, in the house. But I do love cameras. I have many. I have my own, obviously, photo app, so that's something. No, weights from the old style windows. They were built into the side of the casing so you could lift heavy windows up. They were on a pulley. Says, okay, that is what you meant. I am familiar with those. I just didn't think that was what you meant. That's funny. Positive Vibe says, what is it like buying furniture down there? How about the safety of your home? Does it make a difference living in a gated community? That's a lot of stuff. Perfect. What's it like buying furniture? Well, we've got normal furniture stores. We even have Ashley's, right? So you can just go to that if that's what you want to do. But we also have a big furniture culture here. That's a big thing in Nicaragua. So being able to go to Masachepe, is that right? And if that's not it, it's a town that sounds like that. Just furniture store after furniture store. You can go in and get custom furniture made from... you can talk to the artisans right there and have whatever you want made. All of my outdoor furniture custom made down there. Great experience, inexpensive, very high quality, and so forth. Okay, we'll go back to the camera. And so buying furniture is pretty nice. We've got some regular furniture. We went to PriceSmart. We went to Gallo Mas Gallo and just bought furniture that way. That works. Or you can go to one of the furniture places and have things made or whatever. And that can be a really good choice because you're getting something custom, you're getting something very special and personal, and really designed to fit your space. So that can be good. So furniture is easy, right? Because we have like buying back home or this, and a lot of the same things as back home. How about the safety of your home? So houses are more likely to have non-violent break-ins here than you are in North America. This is our opinion. Like no one has stats on that on either side. but violent crime is very, very low. So much more likely to have someone try to sneak into your house or something like that, but very unlikely to have someone to have an armed intruder, right? Very, very unlikely. So just gonna. Speaking of Sonys that we like, this is a Sony that I have. Obviously, the tripod is extra, but I really like this little one. I love the color of it. This is a video camera, not a photo camera, but my CEO has the matching black one. That's the photo version, and she does really like it. That's a 1-inch sensor. And used, you can probably come in your price range, or I feel like I pay $400 or $500, but maybe not. Maybe it's less. What am I trying to say? So overall, home safety is pretty good. And of course, all the factors are different, right? Everyone here has cameras, but having automated security, unlikely. If you're like me, I have full-time security at the house. We use it for a bunch of things. It's really convenient. It's one of the best things ever. So that's something that we do. Do most people do that? No, most people do not do 24/7 security. But we have our kids, we have our dogs, we have a business here. It's so nice. And we don't like to have to close the doors. We don't have to lock the doors. We don't have to close the doors. Nothing. We have people here to help out with stuff all the time, no matter what it is. Carrying stuff in from the car, moving water trucks, doing payments, turning away peddlers, actually securing the premises, patrolling, keeping an eye on the cats, you name it. We've got people for that. So we really like that. Does it make a difference living in a gated community? Yeah, I would say it definitely does. The gated communities are noticeably safer or quieter than other places, right? That's just how it is. So is it a big deal? No, I don't think it's a big deal at all. I think it's very much, this is a very safe country. So, I've lived on the beach with, wide open to everything. I've lived in the middle of the city. That's a moth. Without security. And now I live in a gated community. In the gated community, so much stuff is going on. That's where we have 24/7 security, not in those other places. Is it because we feel insecure? No, it's because we're annoyed by people coming to the gate all the time. Yeah, gated communities are safer because there's some, the gate slows people down. There's security guards. There's someone you can call on. You tend to know your neighbors better. Those things all help, but I also wouldn't worry about it. So it's all about balance. But, if you're a single woman and it's just you and your dogs and you want to really, have some safety advantages, then a gated community with actual security guards can be very beneficial, partially just because if something happens, you have someone to run out and get. It doesn't have to be, that you're being robbed. It can be that you heard something, or there's a maintenance emergency, or your dog is stuck and you can't, whatever, right? Our security does all kinds of different things. So that's, you don't necessarily have your own security when you have a gated community, but it's I'm looking up this P1000. Do you mean the Coolpix? I feel like that's a really old Coolpix, but it's $1,600. I guarantee it's a decent camera, but I feel like it's really old. Geo says, "Who let the dogs out?" Woof, woof, woof. Wesley says, "Probably $300 to $500. I think I was looking years back. It was a Sony. So prices just keep going up. $300 to $500. I would say, unless you're a collector like me, is too little to seriously spend on a camera. If I was going to buy a camera to use as my camera, other than being a camera collector, I would spend about $1,000 minimum, and really know how you plan to use it. Because I do have a cheaper camera somewhere. I bought it for $79 used, obviously, and I love it. I love the images that it takes, but it's super quirky and hard to use, and no one, I don't let anybody play with it because you just won't get anything out of it. You can get deals, but are they going to fit in your pocket? Is it going to be great for travel? Is it going to be nah. you want something very specific to your need, or just use your iPhone. Wesley says, I had to get it for WhatsApp. Oh, I've only had a cell phone for years. I missed that part. I had to get it for WhatsApp. Yes. Geospatial, did he just say armed intruder, Scotty? Wesley says, I don't want something that big. I just want to point and shoot. Well, that big is a point and shoot. Point and shoots come in all sizes, and they get huge. Sometimes they're the biggest things. Hopes and prayers. Now we're talking. Wait, Jump Lift is back? What do you... I know you left it playing. Jesus Wins 1140. 1140 is a radio station back home for me. If I bring my wife and kids to Nicaragua, should I be concerned for their safety? Actually, if you don't bring them to Nicaragua, you should be concerned for their safety. We're the safest overall country in the region, especially for women, by far. So it's literally, in almost all cases, there's parts of Canada that are definitely safer, right? But in nearly all cases, if you're coming from the Western Hemisphere, the most dangerous part of your trip is the time you're not in Nicaragua. Getting here is for their safety, not in spite of their safety. And for women, by far, we're the safest country, hands down. Geospatial says you should start digging in the backyard a big underground safe room. ESL classes. Hi, man. Hey, ESL. How's it going? That's specially texted because of Jesus Wins inspired me. Positive vibe. Thank you, Scott. Was thinking people would run off with furniture if I go to the beach for a week or something of that sort. I mean, if you leave furniture outside on the street, they're definitely going to take off with it. Yeah. If your furniture's in the house, I've never had anyone worry about inside furniture before. My furniture's outside. I don't worry about it, but I have guards. No, it's really not that bad. Not worried about my safety there. Here worries me. Right. I was thinking the berry things, Gio. Is that Sony you showed me is about the size I was looking for. So I think it's the RX7 is the one you want, or something like that. It's this one, but it's a photo camera, but it's the exact same like hold. And I really like this one here. Let me take it off though. I feel like this makes it look stupid, but once you take it off, and this is a dead cat for when you're doing audio. Oh, which does not want to come off. There we go. So this is the camera on its own. This is the ZV-1F, F for fixed lens. So most of you would not want the fixed lens. For me, I love it. I love holding this camera. I love looking at this camera. I really like its form factor. It's got the fold out so you can do video of yourself. Not something you want if it's a camera. It's way better than the ZV-1, but the 1 Mark II is out. That's what Elton uses, and he gets some great results with it, but it's so light and easy to use. I have the 1 and the 1F. He has the 1F Mark II. I'm sorry, the 1 Mark II. The 1 is just pathetic. It's not well designed, but the 1F fixed almost all those things, and this is the one that I really like. And I love cameras in white, so that's a big thing for me. This, I'm going to look it up and see what these cost. I was just going to say Jump Lift is back. Jump Lift is the best. Jump Lift is popular tonight. Oh, okay, sounds normal, thank you. Yes, it really is normal, right? Like, all right, I don't know if they have any Fs. They do. Okay, so this camera, in this condition, $400. It does pretty good images. You can see the lens. It's a little tiny lens. But there's no zoom, right? This is a fixed lens. But for $400, it's a really nice deal. It's very fun to use, but I don't know how much I would use it for photography. Definitely not designed for that. Let me look up the 1 Mark II. Those are in the same kind of condition as this, $700, $704. So that's a lot more, right? That's not that far off from double the cost of this to get the one with the zoom and stuff. But you can still get it in white or black. Very nice camera. Elton uses it all the time. Good results. They will run off with your detergent. He is correct. That's what they did here. They took off with a box of my laundry detergent. Totally forgot that my wife was waiting for something from me. I'm in trouble. She wanted me to get her a movie. Actually, I should make sure I don't already have the movie. I don't think I do. She wants to watch The Butterfly Effect. No, never seen that movie. $2004. Wow, that's been some time, isn't it? Well, the important thing is I remembered to get it before she reminded me. Now we'll see how long that'll take. Oh, it says 12 minutes. We're good. Yeah, it's all very basic security here. All those like, oh, it's such a problem with this. The reason that people experience so many problems with theft and stuff in the home is because so many expats, and this is not a complaint, it's just reality. So many expats leave homes empty for 6 months at a time. And it's really well known that they're doing that. So when you leave a house empty for a really long period of time on a regular basis, people go, that's a house we know we can squat in, rob, or whatever. They have no worries because they know you're not running cameras, you're not there. They know you didn't pay for the internet while you're not there. They know that no one is going to come and check in on it. They know that that you're not going to come home in an hour, right? They know you got on a flight and it's a huge pain to come back. So if they can get in, they have the run of the place and they might have a place to stay, right? So and so because of that, that's where the real danger comes in. Not danger to the house and your stuff, not to your person. And so, so that's really. Oh, I found the show. Maybe. Oh, this does not have the episodes. What the heck? So there's this opportunity for thieves to get into your house and do things that just wouldn't exist under more normal circumstances. And that's where it feels like it's such a danger. It feels like it's such a big thing. But for those of us who live here, we don't worry about those things at all. For those people who are, actually living here and being normal, it doesn't come up. It's this use case that never happens back home. in the United States or in Canada, none of us are rich enough to own all these houses and be like, oh, I'm just going to leave this house empty for the next however long because I'm going to go live somewhere else and maintain an empty house. Like that's an expensive proposition for normal people under normal circumstances. So we just don't think about that. But then when you come here, it's like, oh, I could buy a beach house for $30,000, $40,000. Maybe I'll do that and have a place by the beach sometimes. Sure, that's great. But you could end up very easily leaving that house for a year at a time without visiting. I just don't feel like going. Not this weekend. Whatever. And suddenly you have a place that's been empty for a really long time, and squatters are like, these people are never here. And some people say, well, I'll just get cuidadors. Okay, that's great, but you're going to pay someone to live there all year long? That racks up some cost. Oh, well, I'll get cameras. Okay, you're going to pay for internet access and cameras there? That's going to rack up some cost. And what are you going to do if you see something? You're going to run out there and deal with it? Probably not. Well, then I'm just going to, name the thing you're going to do. And it all comes out to, that's a lot of money at the end of the day, no matter what it is. And so it's rare that you don't have a bit of risk from an empty house. 2 minutes before the movie's here. Well, that worked out. Bum, ba-dum, ba-dum, bum. Keep that detergent in a locked area. For sure. We kind of did, but it wasn't locked enough. I would run off with your detergent. Lol. We did have a so someone stole our detergent, and then another guy tried to steal some broken fans, like they, and I can't remember what his name was. It was I don't want to say it was Dirty Alex or Stinky Alex, whatever it was really hilarious. The funny underworld nickname that he had. And to make things even better, he wasn't the one that stole the detergent. So we're all like, well, that we would have understood if he had stole the detergent, being, Dirty Alex or whatever his name was. And but we were like, that's hilarious. That's his nickname. Oh, my crazy fast download just went to super slow. Well, that sucks. I wouldn't be leaving the property that long. That's crazy. It sounds crazy, but everybody does it. Everybody. Oh, thank you for sending that to my email, Wesley. But yeah, it's so common with the expats that finding empty houses everywhere. Oh, I know the thing I was going to say is people will be like, well, I'll just rent it out on Airbnb. Well, that doesn't work either. Almost nothing goes on Airbnb because everyone's got a house that isn't practical, wants an amount of money that isn't practical, have to pay the overhead for Airbnb, need to keep people to clean it, and suddenly it becomes very expensive and you realize, okay, it's not that much money, but you're paying, I don't know, a couple $100 a month to maintain this thing, and once again, nobody rents it, so it's all loss. And then it's like, wow, this suddenly, $30,000 house is costing me $7,000 a year to just keep it there. Whoa, right? So that's a really common thing that we see happen. Is people just thinking that houses are magically going to sit there and don't need any maintenance, don't need any watching over, don't need any care, and that is not correct. If you want to have multiple houses, you really want to get to a point where you got friends that are living in them all the time, and you're able to just maintain friends so that it makes sense. I know it sounds crazy, but sometimes if you just have an empty house, you can be like, hey, you want to pay rent, or do you want to have a house to live in and then keep it for me? And they'll be like, that's a great deal. Okay, sure, right? But everybody sets up for Airbnb, and nobody actually manages to get someone in there. So that's the tough thing. It seems like such a good idea, but it really isn't. Normally, once in a while. Oh, you can hear my elbows popping. Man, this movie was coming down. I thought my wife's going to have it in 2 minutes. Now it's saying estimated time an hour. Not gonna be happy. Is it easy to order things online, such as supplements? Anything people miss that they can't find in Nicaragua and Central America? There are things that are a pain. Obviously, we don't have everything, but in general, we have access, I think, to more things than Americans do. So it's all about balance, right? We order off of Amazon just like anyone else. So like that's really not that hard. I order from independent publishers and different things. We now have relatively easy access to ship directly from China, so anything you can get on AliExpress or any manufacturer, Shein, you can have it sent inside China and then have it just sent here and get things much cheaper. So we're starting to get more and cheaper products than the US can get, and variety. Like there's a camera I really like. That it's $1,000. I'm not going to just run out and grab one, but I really want this camera, and it fits. I have a bunch of lenses for it already, and it's part of a series with another camera that I have that my daughter really likes. I kind of like to give the one I have to my daughter and get this new one for myself. But it's not available in North America, but it is available in Asia. So in theory, I can buy it in China and just ship it to my address, and it'll just magically show up here, which is pretty freaking cool. So that kind of stuff is neat. Although I can probably get it used from the U.S. just because somebody will have it. Now I'm going to go look it up while we're sitting here. We do have 22 people on. We're up to 737 views on the show. This is really good. Does this camera exist? My shop does have it. And the price has come down. Ooh, and the color I want is available for only $5 above the color I don't want. Wow. Should I put a link on here and see who wants to send me one? $809. This is the camera I want to get. Feel free to buy it for me. That is the used, but in like new condition, the Olympus Pen EP7. It's actually several years old, but it is the current top of the line pocket camera from Olympus. It's no better than my big bulky Olympus that I have. It's the same sensor, but this is the one that slips in your pocket. And I have one of these in mocha, which I do prefer to the white, but I really like white. And if I had this would be like my everyday carry camera. And oh, hold on. That's Marcella's mother. This would be my everyday carry, and my daughter would love to get my mocha. The movie stalled at like 80% and went from available in 2 minutes to available in an hour.
Oh, we're just going to watch Heat. Do you want this salad from Sisteo?
What's in it?
There's a little bit of hard-boiled egg and a bunch of vegetables and a tuna.
Okay.
She's holding the door shut with her feet.
She does that all the time now. It's her new thing. My blue healer holds the door shut with her feet. I have a salad that just showed up. Hold on, just gotta send a message. Oh. Oh, hold on. Oh, I don't know why I'm telling you guys to hold on. Where is my phone? I probably need to plug it in. Oh, it's at 81. It's okay. I probably have to go here. I may be taking someone to the hospital. All right, guys. Sorry, I've got to wrap up here. Marcella is very sick, and her mother just contacted me to take her to the hospital. Her mother lives in Managua, hence the problem that I need to do it here. So let me see where we are with you guys. Yes, love to hear that, Scott. Easy to order things. I just looked up those Sonys are a lot of money. Yes, they are. Sonys are a huge premium because of the brand name. They're a good camera, but they're not good enough to justify their price by any stretch under normal circumstances. I do like these a lot. I enjoy them, but I very carefully get used ones and stuff, and I only have a few. I'm not playing. 1,400 is out of my price range. Yeah. Janet says, "Oh no, sorry to hear that. I hope they are okay. I have a class next too. So bye everyone. Whatever with G. Can you share how much you make monthly from your YouTube channel?" I can. It's about $380. But that's only the amount that comes in. So you have to remember I have to pay for the cameras, which I spend because they burn out because of how much I film. So I spend about $500 per year just to maintain the cameras for the show. I do buy some other cameras that I don't need for the show, so that shouldn't count. But I have to spend about $500 per year, so that's a month and a half gone right there. I have to license the music that we use. That's about $250. I have to have a computer that can do the editing and the editing software. That's not an annual thing. But if you average it out over years, it's a few $100 a year. But it's like a $2,000 computer plus $400 software. I have to the things that do like the titles and stuff. That costs me a couple $100 a year. So it adds up to I probably spend. There you go, dog. I probably have to spend on equipment and licensing about $1,000 to $1,500 per year, and then I make about $380 per month. So it's like 9 months of bringing in about $380, sometimes $400, somewhere in there. So if you were to extrapolate that out, do that math, 9 times 4 is 28, right? So $2,800 per year, maybe, that I actually make for things. The sensor is the most important thing. The sensor, not spelled that way. I'm going to go to a camera shop and talk to them. So basically it's all going to come down. You're right. The sensor is pretty important. Actually, your lens is your most important thing by far. The sensor is way less important, especially these days. All the sensors are so good. But the best sensor is the Fuji. That's what we're on. But the rule is going to be, until you're spending like $1,000, you just can't compete with your cell phone. And so if you spend $500, your cell phone's going to be better. And then it's like, why did I bother having another device? And that's where the challenge is, right? So no one makes good cameras in that price range. That's kind of the challenge. Positive vibe. Thank you, Scott. I hope everything will go well at the hospital. Yeah, she has a stomach thing, so hopefully they just need to get her fluids and some IV of food and stuff, I think. Whatever with the G. Is Managua a safe place in regards to natural disasters? And what's a grocery store similar to the ones like USA over there? So Managua is pretty good with natural disasters. You really don't have to worry about volcanoes there. There's a few that can be annoying, but they're not really like scary. Earthquakes are the big fear there. Twice it's been liquefied, so that's a real concern. But you can easily choose to live in a building that is earthquake protected, in which case you're not really concerned. If you're in a random building and not paying attention, then you should be concerned, because twice in the last century it liquefied. Grocery stores similar to ones in the USA. The most similar is La Colonia and La Union, which is Walmart's equivalent, but La Colonia is the local. Those two are the high-end grocery stores. They basically make you feel like you're in the United States. And then we also have Pali and Maxi Pali and Ahorra Mas. The Palis are owned by Walmart. They're actually part of the Walmart grocery store chain, but they don't quite have the US feel, but it's pretty close. And then Ahorra Mas is their competitor from the La Colonia people. That's pretty much your supers that you're going to be looking at. But definitely, if you just want an American feel, La Union and La Colonia are your obvious choices. Oh, we got the movie. Let me move that over for my wife. That will happen very fast. Well, anyway, guys, thank you so much for joining us tonight. I'm so thankful we got started early. I'm so thankful for all you guys who are on and making this show happen. That's fantastic. It has been a fun evening. I was hoping we were going to go quite a bit longer, but that was not meant to be. So, but we did get 6.5 hours, 746 views. Did too bad. Oh, I'm surprised. I would think you make thousands because you get so much views, and I'm assuming I get a lot of view hours. I'm guessing other YouTubers lie about what they make. Thanks for being honest. I don't know that they do, actually. So, content is a major factor on what they... so one, I'm telling you also my expenses of $1,500. So the actual amount I make, if you just gross numbers, is about $380, $390 a month times 12, not times 9. So whatever that. So a little over 4,000, maybe 4,500 total gross. That sounds right. And then minus my costs that they don't tell you. And especially with the lives and stuff, like this is a $2,000 camera rig. I've got a $250 microphone converter, a $150 microphone, a $50 cable, right? That stuff we don't talk about, the studio lights. I've got thousands and thousands into just doing the live. We didn't even talk about that. And the live doesn't bring in much money. So, but the, oh, like this microphone, that's what I was looking for. But because I do Nicaragua content, it's worthless. There's almost no value to the ads that they can run on it. If I was to somehow have the exact same audience, all you awesome people doing the same stuff, except my content was like cameras or cars or something, video games, I would easily triple how much money I make just from that, because it's a different advertising audience. So they may be giving you realistic numbers just because their material is designed to make money. My material is not designed to make money, and so it doesn't, right? If my goal was to make money off of YouTube, I could make more. I don't know if I could make a lot, but I could definitely make more. And like my camera channel, which doesn't make money, but when I do put up camera videos, they get huge views compared to these shows. So it's easy to see that a camera channel could quite easily bring in more audience, and then the advertisers on camera shows just pay a lot more, right? Because they're like, oh, these are people who buy cameras, or these are people who shop, these are people who know about cameras, as opposed to when you look at a show about Nicaragua, people are like, they're advertising to backpackers or retirees in many cases, and they're like, oh, that's not a high profit audience. Those are not people who are just spending money on random stuff we show them. So the ads you see on my channel are pretty much garbage most of the time. I mean, the things that they're selling are garbage. And so Wesley says, have a safe trip. See you next week. Thank you. But yeah, but I do think people lie about how much they make. That's probably true, I guess, but they don't, not necessarily. You can, with the kind of views I have, make quite a bit of money under the right circumstances. They also probably have sponsors. I do not. I've never had a legit sponsor reach out, except possibly Olafly, and their sponsorship deal is such a scam. I will have nothing to do with them. I didn't like their product before, but once I got their deal, it's like, whoa, if this is how people are getting monetized to sell it, wow, that tells us a lot. So with that, I'm going to wrap up the show. Again, thank you so much, everybody. Remember to join us every Thursday when we do this. Watch another video if you have time. That would be much appreciated. Give us a thumbs up. Buy me a coffee if you like. And with that, I will see all of you tomorrow. And with that, we'll be off to the hospital. Hopefully, we'll get Marcella feeling better here pretty quickly.